Ayan. So good morning po sa ating lahat. While waiting for the others po, paki-fill out na lang po yung atin pong attendance form. Yung ating link na sa screen na po natin and na-share na rin po sa atin pong chat box. And pakitawagan na rin po yung ating pong mga kasama para we could start po in a while na po. Thank you. Okay, so good morning po sa ating lahat and we hope po na nakapag-attendance na po tayo. Yung mga hindi pa po ay pwedeng paki-access na lang po yung ating link sa atin pong chat box. Okay. Okay, so at this point po, let us start our activity. So may we request everyone po to settle down para magkapagsimula na po tayo. Okay, let us all rise po for the invocation to be followed by our national anthem.
Our Heavenly Father, the fount of all goodness and grace, the cause of wisdom, the source of intelligence, we welcome you, O Lord, to this auspicious gathering of your beloved, who continuously give you thanks for every opportunity to learn something new and become fruitful to the works of your creation. We humbly come to you, not because we are worthy, but because we find ourselves in need of you, who is our strength and our hope, to continue despite the challenges we face in health, prosperity, and our solidarity with one another. We pray that today's gathering, made possible by the grace of advancements in technology and social media, become successful in its endeavors, so we can offer it back to you as our humble offering to honor you, glorify you, and love you through our deeper connection with everyone. May we find bliss in today's session and become more productive children and co-creators of the earth. This we ask and pray through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, ewas ng sinangalan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyang ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong bangaw, ay hinagang tulakaw,
Ayan, so magandang araw po ng Miyerkules and magkakasama na naman po tayo, and as always po, we are very thankful po for your attendance to the Module 2 of our LED4LGUs training, the Building Business Friendly and Competitive Local Government, Rebuilding Consumer and Business Confidence for New Normal. So basically, this is the continuation po of our training last week. So at this point, allow me to acknowledge po yung ating po mga makakasama. So let me start off with our Regional Director po, Ma'am Jolie Dakiwag, our Assistant Regional Director, Ma'am Agnes De Leon. Of course, kasama din po natin ang ating LGCDD Chief, Sir Sam Gonzales, our Assistant Division Chief, Ma'am Lilian Victorio, our Regional Focal Person po, Ma'am Narvi. Kasama din po natin si Ma'am Amelie Dulay and our IT personnel po, si RJ. So also with us today, our participants from the apat po na DILG provincial offices, headed by of course our provincial directors. Kasama po niya ang ating po mga cluster leaders, program managers, focal persons, and the MLGOs po of the target LGUs. So sa DILG Ilocos Norte po, headed by PD Versison. For DILG Ilocos Sur, headed by PD Randy De La Rosa. For La Union po, headed by Ma'am Reggie Colisao. And for Pangasinan, headed by PD Paul Lalata. So dumako naman po tayo sa atin pong mga LGU participants. So unahin na po natin from Ilocos Sur po, good morning to our participants from the provincial government headed by Governor Ryan Singson. Likewise to our attendees from the municipality of Narvacan, headed by Mayor Luis Chavit Singson. From the municipality of Santa Cruz, headed by Mayor Teresita Valle. And from Tagudin po, headed by Mayor Roque Verzosa. So sa Pangasinan naman po, from the provincial government po, headed of course by Governor Amado Espino. Sa ating mga kasama din from the municipality of Asingan, headed by Mayor Carlos Lopez. Also, our attendees from the municipality of Bani, headed by Mayor Gwen Yamamoto. And good morning din po sa mga kasama natin from the municipality of Bugalyon, headed by Mayor Priscilla Espino. And of course, from the municipality of Sual, headed by Mayor Liseldo Kalugay. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. And kasama din po natin yung ating po mga LRI partners, from DIMSU, SLC, MMSU, UNP at saka PSU. And good morning na rin po sa atin pong mga speakers for this activity. Ngayon naman po, to officially open this activity, let us hear po mula sa aming mahal na Assistant Regional Director, Ma'am Agnes De Leon. Ma'am.
Thank you, Sam. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat, sa ating pong mga participants for the second module. No? Pangalawa na po natin ito hanggang anong module atin, Narvi? So may pa tayong isang module, no? By April, module 3. Akala ko hanggang May pa para makapag face-to-face sila. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Gusto ko pong magpugay sa ating in charge na division, ang Local Government Capacity Development Division, na pinangungunahan po ni Kuya Sam. Ang MC din ay si Sam na maganda, at ang ating focal person, si Ate Narvi, kasama po ang ating MLGO ng, saka nakasay ngayon, Malasiki na siya ngayon, si Ami, at syempre yung IT namin. Sa ating pong lahat na 4 na probinsya na pinangungunahan po ng ating mga provincial directors, kasama ng kanilang cluster officers lang and program managers. Alam ko ilang computer po ang dala nyo kasi ilang training po tayo ngayon. Pare-parehas po tayo, tumayo lang po ako doon sa kabila kasi may RDC pa po, full council meeting. Sanay na po tayo dito, pero kung ako lang, mas maganda pong face-to-face. Kasi isa lang ang atensyon natin. Nagiging salawahan tayo pagka ganito na na virtual. Hindi ko alam kung paano natin na-assimilate. Baka ganun din yung ating mga participants. Oo, ma'am, sabi nila. Oo nga, naka-present nga tayo, pero yung ating Pag tatlo, one-third lang maintindihan natin, ano? Ay, pasensya na sa technology na to, hindi ko alam. Pero slowly, kahapon, nag-meeting na po kami sa ICAD ng face-to-face. No? So yung regional ICAD meeting was already conducted yesterday using the face-to-face na mode. Sana ganun din, or scheme, ganun din sana tayo. Sabi ko nga, yung last nyo, kung kaya nung face-to-face. Pero baka kasi yung design po natin ay virtual, no? Sa next na gagawa sila ng design, request natin na face-to-face, lalo na pag maraming workshop. Kasi syempre nag-workshop ka tapos may 3 ka pa na inaatendahan, hindi ko alam. Superman. Sabi ko kung mayroong order sana na may training na next days to come, sana yung face-to-face na para makakonsentrate tayo. Well, anyway, sa local naman, ito ay review, no? Review, tapos bibigyan kayo ng samples para ma-apply natin sa ating mga specific na LGUs. Kasi kami sa national government, we are now busy preparing for the transition, no? Smooth transition of powers of the national officers, no? Kasi president, and syempre, if ever later on, hindi natin alam, magpapalit ng mga secretary. So, yung president din, baka magbago din siya ng mga programs, projects, and activities. At least yung mga knowledge at saka skills na ibigay na po namin sa inyo. Pero sigurado po kami na itong pagpapalago po ng ating economic, no, local economic development enterprise ay hindi po ito mababago kasi ito'y preparation po natin sa ating new pandemic. Remember that next year, your era might go down, no? So you need to increase your local source, no? This time, kasi in preparation for next year. Kasi nga, alam naman natin yung base ng computation ng NATA will also be lower, no? Compared nung computation po nila ngayon na marireceive nyo na NATA. So, maswerte po yung mga kasama ngayon na local government unit kasi makikita nyo, ma-explore nyo yung mga ways how to increase, no, local economic development in your area. Kaya nga po yung mga speakers po talaga natin ay pinili po ng ating national government na puro consultants, ano? So, yun lang talaga ang tinatrabaho nila at ito ay kanilang mga expertise. Expert din po ang mga DILG, pero dahil sa dami po ng trabaho namin, kung minsan hindi namin ma-concentrate yung expertise namin. Alam lang namin. So mas maganda talaga kung sometimes, may mga times na we give resource speakers that are consultant because it is their expertise, no? Kung ang isang tao, sabi niya, magaling magsalita, so yun ang expertise niya. Pero yung mga kinuha po talaga namin, alam po, ang sipag po nilang magturo hanggang 5:00 ng hapon pag hindi pa sila tapos. Pasensya na po, alam ko po, nakikita ko yung hirap nung nakaupo sa computer ng the whole day. But just the same, kami po nagpapasalamat sa walang pugay po ninyo na pag-attend sa ating training kasi ito po eventually will benefit our constituents, no? Hindi naman tayo kasi tayo naman yung taga-trabaho, pero ang magiging outcome po nito, more resources and more employment that will be generated to our LGUs, no, and will benefit eventually to the outcome, no, of the economic conditions of our constituents. So, sa ngalan po ng aming Regional Director, Ma'am Julie J. Dakiwag, kami po nagpapasalamat sa ating mga participants. Sana matapos po natin hanggang Module 3 at graduate po tayo para po ma-implement natin in preparation po sa ating mga new sets of local officials. Although sabi natin na mare-re-elect kung sino man ang nakaupo po ngayon, at least may new ideas po tayong ibibigay sa kanila. New ideas kasi i-repackage lang po natin yung ating existing na local economic enterprise. So gusto ko pong magpasalamat sa aming mga speakers, yung ating pong mga LRI na nandito ngayon. Alam ko pong malaki pong maitutulong ninyo sa ating mga local government unit at syempre po sa DILG. Kaya po namin kayo sinasama sa mga trainings na ito. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat at maraming salamat po.
Yan, virtual clap po for our ARD Agnes De Leon. Thank you so much, ma'am. So at this point po, ma'am, let us have our photo off. So may we request everyone po to open po your cameras and hold your smiles po. Ayan, pa-open po ng camera. Konti pa lang ang nag-o-open ng camera. Ayan, ang gaganda at ang pupogi po natin today. Ayan, sige pa, mag-open pa po yung mga iba. Okay, so hold your smiles po in 1, 2, and 3. Ayan, so thank you so much po. Okay. Ayan, thank you so much po again, Ma'am Agnes, for your time. Yun, maghahap na po si Ma'am sa ibang, ano, kasi ang dami po naming trainings talaga dito today. Ayan. So, hindi na po natin patatagalin. Dumako na po tayo sa overview ng atin pong activity for Module 2. And ididiretso na ma'am sa atin session 1 afterwards. Ayan. So, let us hear po from our regional focal person, Ma'am Narvi Flores. Ma'am?
Hello, good morning. Thank you very much, Sam. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat, ating butihing Regional Director, ang ating masipag na Assistant Regional Director, si Ma'am Agnes, na nag-open po itong ating program ngayon. Ang mga masisipag nating participants na LGU, ang ating mga DILG officers, and of course, ang ating mga taga-LRI, and nakita ko may nandyan na rin yung mga iba nating resource speaker. So magandang umaga po sa ating lahat ulit. So ang natuka sa akin ay overview, palaging overview. over. So last week ay kinandak mo natin ang Module 1, itong ating LED4LGUs training. Ang Module 1 po ay Creating LED Champions. So ano ang mga nakapaloob doon? Unang-una, yung kung sino yung mga magiging champion. So yung mga stakeholders para dito sa ating LED. So nakita natin, nakilala natin yung mga ating mga magiging champions. And now, dito sa ating susunod na module naman, makikita natin or malalaman natin kung paano ang isang LGU ay magiging business-friendly at isang competitive. So doon sa module 1, yung mga stakeholders ang ating nakilala. Ngayon naman, para naman mabigyan itong mga stakeholders ng idea kung paano magiging business-friendly at competitive ang kanilang LGU. So, yon po ang ating gist ng ating module ngayong 2 araw nito. For backgrounder, economic development can best take place in an environment where public, business, and non-governmental sector partners to create better conditions for employment generation, equitable economic growth for both women and men. So, ang role po ng local government unit is to make sure that an enabling environment is conducive for sustainable investments and jobs. So yun po ang unang role, most important role ng isang LGU as an enabler. But the LGUs need support to be able to maintain an environment that creates more value for its enterprises and resilience for its people. So, paano sila magiging enabler? Kailangan din nila ang suporta from other partners. A broad range of issues such as the exposure of the country to extreme weather events and health pandemic have grown. So alam po natin na dahil sa ating naranasan na pandemic, marami-rami tayong mga na-experience. The substantial loss of life and significant damage to properties that resulted from super typhoons remind us of the vulnerability of the country to changing climate. So, naranasan naman po natin mga bagyo na dumarating sa atin, nagiging super typhoon na. Hindi na yung mga simpleng typhoon lang. Super na talaga. So, in the 2012 World Risk Report, it names the Philippines as the country with the third highest disaster risk globally. So pangatlo po ang ating bansa na may pinakamalaking risk disaster on sa buong mundo. The devastating impact of these weather events like flash floods, landslides, storm surges, and others is affecting the whole country. And it is anticipated that strong storm will become the new normal. So itong mga nararanasan natin, ito na ang magiging new normal. Hindi na yung dati na simple lang. So dapat nating paghandaan ang mga ito. Next. LGUs also face the difficult tasks and additional pressures to deliver emergency assistance to marginalized communities and enforce quarantine measures to help curb the spread of COVID-19 that started in 2020. Doon po natin talaga naranasan na itong pandemic na ito. So, rebuilding the pandemic-battered economy has placed LGUs in a position to make the best use of resources readily available to support the recovery program and help revive enterprises in their localities hard hit by the global crisis. So dahil sa nangyari na ito, kung ano man po yung mga resources na meron sa LGU ay kanilang ginamit para lang mabigyan ng suporta ang mga naapektuhan itong pandemic na ito. The national government provided some relief through RA 11494 or the Bayanihan to Recover as One Act, the Bayanihan 2. But local economies have not recovered immediately from the crisis. So kahit na po may mga bayanihan program na ating gobyerno ay kulang pa rin dahil siyempre hindi naman mayaman ang ating bansa. Kung ano man po ang ready resources na meron ay lahat ng mga LGU sa bansa natin ay nabigyan or they were given, the resources were divided among the LGUs. So LGUs need to take systematic and deliberate actions to accelerate economic growth, reduce unemployment and poverty. So kahit na po mayroon tayong national government na ready na tutulong sa atin, ang ating LGU ay dapat ay gagawa rin ng paraan para maiangat ang kanilang ekonomiya, lalong-lalo na sa pandemic na ito. So, my friends, from Module 1, Creating Dead Champions, the LGA, the Local Government Academy, the training arm of the department also prepared this Module 2, Building Business-Friendly and Competitive LGUs. So, for our objectives, unang-una, provide the LGUs with an understanding of the policies, programs, and tools. So binibigyan natin ang ating mga LGU ng kanilang understanding sa mga iba't ibang policies, programs, and tools available to LGUs to enable a business climate that promotes local and global competitiveness. So binibigyan tayo ng impormasyon ng mga programa, mga iba't ibang polisiya, mga iba't ibang tools para magamit ng ating LGU para sila ay makapagtayo ulit ng kanilang maitayo or maitaguyod ang ekonomiya ng kanilang LGU. So in particular, the participants, kayo po, will be able to know and describe what local economic development is. So sana from Module 1, ngayong Module 2 and until Module 3, alam nyo na po kung ano itong local economic development dahil ito po ang ating main subject. So dapat po natin na alamin at isa po kung ano itong binabanggit nating local economic development. Know and be aware of the various enabling laws and regulations on LED. So malalaman din natin ang iba't ibang laws, mga regulations, mga batas on LED. Be familiarized with the different economic assessment tools such as competitive advantage, value chain analysis, disaster risk assessment. So ang mga inimbitahang resource speakers ay babanggitin po nila itong mga assessment tools and malalaman po natin ito para magamit natin sa ating mga LGU. Appreciate the process of LGU competitiveness planning and rebuilding consumer confidence for new normal. So malalaman po natin dito, tuturo kung paano tayo gagawa ng isang competitiveness plan. And also apply knowledge on business continuity in executing competitiveness plan. So ito turo rin sa atin kung paano gagawa ng isang business continuity para ma-execute natin ang ating gagawing competitiveness plan. So ito po ang ating flow, yung ating gagawin sa susunod na 2 araw. Ngayong araw nito is the first day. The first topic would be introduction to LED. Dito sa introduction to LED, i-describe kung ano itong LED, ano ba ang mga concepts and process of LED. Meron na rin nabanggit noong Module 1 about LED, but ito, for ating review and to refresh us again, kailangan nating malaman uli kung ano itong LED. Sa next na topic or session is the relevant laws and policies in LED and COVID-19. So malalaman po natin dito kung ano yung mga batas na nakakatulong sa atin para dito sa ating LED program. And then susunod naman as the introduction to competition law. Ano ba itong competition law? Meron na balang bago na batas? Kailangan nating malaman kung ano ang binabanggit na ng competition law. So here, competition is defined. Its benefits of market competition and common prohibited business practices. The primary objective of the Philippine Competition Act and the mandate of Philippine Competition Commission explained. So nag-invite po tayo ng ating resource speaker from the Philippine Competition Commission. And then susunod na topic is on local competitiveness. Malalaman po natin dito kung ano yung mga drivers of local competitiveness, ano yung mga iba't ibang characteristics of a competitive LGU. And then on the same day, we have the topic on local economic assessment. Ito naman po ay magiging to be familiarized with the different economic assessment tools. So yung nabanggit ko kanina, tulad ng value chain analysis, climate and disaster risk assessment. Ito po yung malalaman po natin itong mga iba't ibang tools. And then session 5 or the next topic would be competitiveness plan development. Ito naman is the process of building competitiveness planning in rebuilding consumer and business confidence. So ano na to yung paggawa ng ating competitiveness plan? Ano ba yung mga iba't ibang elements para sa isang paggawa ng competitive plan? Ano yung mga strategy development process. And for the next day, day 2, the first topic would be approaches to enhance LGU competitiveness. This is the application of various strategic approaches in implementing programs and projects to build more competitive LGUs and ensure business and consumer confidence for new normal. So ito namang session na ito ay yung mga iba't ibang approaches para ma-enhance ng pagiging competitive ng isang LGU. And on that same day, second day, is the implementation of the LED strategies to enhance LGU competitiveness. Ito naman po yung mga strategies, iba't ibang strategies in implementing LGU competitiveness. And for the last 2 topic would be investment promotion. Ano ba itong investment promotion natin sinasabi? It is about learning the investment promotion by preparing a project investment plan. And for the last session would be business continuity planning. Ano ba itong business continuity planning? Para magiging competitive ang isang LGU. So in a nutshell po ay iyon yung mga iba't ibang topics na ating i-handle for the 2-day module 2 training. So for our learning methodologies, unang-una ay siyempre of course, meron tayong lecturette. Magde-lecture po ang ating resource speaker. Parang ganito rin yung module 1. Lecturette, may video presentation, if ever, mayroong games. Di ba? Naglaro po tayo noong last module, yung first module. Peer-to-peer sharing, if ever meron kayong i-share, pwede po kayong mag-share sa ating group. And then open forum, after the resource speaker na ay pwede tayong magtanong kung ano ang hindi natin naintindihan, kung ano para i-explain niya muli. And kung hindi man tayo makapagtanong kung hindi man tayo makapagtanong ay pwede po tayong magtanong doon isulat natin sa chat box ang ating katanungan at ibibigay natin sa ating resource speaker. Networking breaks, siyempre kung meron din tayong break ng kaunti para hindi naman tuloy-tuloy ang ating pakikinig sa mga resource persons natin. And workshop, meron po din tayong workshop o kaya assignment na ibibigay sa ating mga participants. So ito po ang ating gagawin para mai-impart sa inyo itong mga iba't ibang topics ng module 2. And for our target LGUs, the same pa rin po, province of Pangasinan and its 4 municipalities, Asingan, Bani, Bugalyon, and Zual, the province of Ilocos and its municipalities, Narvacan, Santa Cruz, and Tagudin. I hope na sana po ay nandito ang ating mga local chief executives, ang ating mga sangguniang bayan. Sana po ay nandito kayo para naman po malalaman natin at ang ating program on LED ay mai-advance o maisulong po natin. And for our participants, thank you po at nandito na naman po ang ating mga LED po, Planning Development Coordinators, Treasurer, of course, sana po nandito yung ating LCE, ang ating sangguniang bayan, sangguniang panlalawigan members, and 2 po ang nadagdag. Meron pong nandito ngayon po sana ang ating budget officer at representative ng private sector. Meron ba tayong representative ng private sector ngayon? Sana po ay meron. Para naman po makipag-partner din sila sa ating mga LGU. Kailangan po natin ating private sector kasi Sila po yung mga spark plugs ng ating mga iba't ibang business. We have also our DILG from our provincial offices, and nandito ang ating provincial director, program manager, cluster leader, and ating provincial focal person, and of course yung mga MLGOOs ng ating target na LGUs. And nandito rin ang ating mga local resource institute. Sana po nandito ang mga representative ng UNP, SLC, DEMSU, ng dito sa La Union, PSU, and the ISPST ng Ilocos Sur. So sana po ay nandito rin ang ating mga LRI. So para ma-optimize natin ating learning process, ito po ay you are encouraged na mag-share ng inyong idea, mag-take note on the items you find important, yung mga words o kaya praise na importante po sa inyo ay i-take note nyo para naman if ever ay magiging reference po ninyo when you have your lead. Collaborate, ask questions, participate in dialogue, and give an honest feedback. So ganito rin ang ating learning process doong module 1, the same pa rin. And sana po ay kung ano man po yung hindi nyo naintindihan sa mga topics, ay pwede po kayong open po ang question sa inyo. So with that, thank you very much, and let us have a pleasant day for this day until tomorrow. Session 1. So, okay. Sana po naintindihan natin yung mga ating, that's an overview. Ano ba yung gagawin natin for the 2-day training. And diretso na po ako. Doon po tayo sa introduction to LED. Ito po yung unang salvo, itong ating module 2, session 1. So ano itong LED? Next. Makikita po natin itong mga pictures. There are 4 pictures dito. So, ano ba ang ating pagkakaintindi sa ating nakikita dito sa pictures na ito? Kung ano man po ang iyong idea, kung ano ang mga pictures na ito, ay pwede ninyong isulat po sa chat box ang ating mga participants. Doon po sa una, yung mga group of women, pangalawang picture, nagbabangka. Pangatlong picture, ano ba yan? Ito yung unas, tubo, or what is the English? Sugar cane. Ilocano, English, Tagalog na yun. And of course, dito sa isang picture ay isa namang sasakyan. So, tingnan po natin doon sa chat box kung ano po yung makikita ninyo or ano po yung idea ninyo. Kung ano ang mga pictures na ito. Ano ba ang pictures na ito? Anybody? Meron na ho bang nakasumulat kung ano ang kanilang idea sa nakikita nilang picture? Hello? Economic activities, livelihood, skills training for women. And then, ano pa? Skills training for women, livelihood. So, di nyo alam siguro yung last picture. Yung jeep. Bakit? Ano ba yun? Ano ba ang bakit nandoon yung picture na yon? So, my dear friends, correct po kayo. Livelihood, economic activities, skills training for women. Doon po sa first picture. Nakikita natin ang ating mga kababaihan in food service training. So, siyempre, nabibigyan po ang ating mga kababaihan ng training para pandagdag po ng kanilang kita sa kanilang pamilya. This is an example of workforce development, meaning matching labor force supply and demand for service workers in the local tourism industry. So workforce development, ibig sabihin, imamatch natin yung training na ibibigay sa ating mga constituent doon sa kailangan ng isang investor. So dapat mag-match para mabigyan ng employment ng ating constituent. Dahil kung hindi mag-match, halimbawa yung training na ibigay sa ating mga constituent ay hindi iyon ang training or skill na kailangan ng isang masasayang din po yung training na iyon. So, dapat ay mag-match. So, meron po tayong workforce development. Next feature naman po yung mga nakabangka. Ito po ay namamasyal, simply looking at the natural beauty of the place. This is promotion of rural tourism by strategically linking and expanding fishing and tourism. So may mga iba na pinag-mix po nila ang fishing and then also tourism. Yung mga ibang turista, gusto nilang ma-experience kung paano ang magiging fisherman, kung paano mag-catch ng fish, and at the same time, nakikita po nila ang mga magagandang lugar sa isang locality. So it's like hitting two birds in stone. Fishing na sila, nakikita pa nila ang mga magagandang lugar sa isang locality. So that is LED. Dahil siyempre, itong mga turista ay nagbabayad doon sa mga or nagre-rent sila ng bangka. And then kung meron na rin mga fishermen doon, sila na rin mismo ang sila na rin ang nagbukan ng bangka nila. And of course, sila rin ang mababenefitan dahil magbabayad po ang ating mga turista. And then doon sa susunod na picture naman, bakit may jeep? Ito naman po ay infrastructure spending, mga road for key tourism destination and good movement. So, gustong-gusto ng mga ating mga turista ang pupunta sa isang lugar na unique, na hindi pa nila nakikita. Yung mga hindi nila nakikita sa bayan, doon sa maraming mga tao, sa urban area. So, kung merong magagandang lugar na medyo liblib pa, at saka yung daan ay hindi pa maganda, ito po ay chance na ma-improve ng ating mga pamahalaan ang mga iba't ibang daan para mas okay po ang pagpunta ng ating turista sa lugar na iyon. So, magiging comfortable ang kanilang pag-experience kung ano ba ang pwedeng ibigay ng isang LGU. And then doon naman sa last picture, ito naman po yung agri-based small medium enterprises. Ito makikita natin itong Tubo, in Ilocano, Unas. So from the sa kanilang pagkuha ng tubo hanggang sa kanilang if ever ma-improve ulit ito, ano ba ang pagiging ano na isang tubo? It may become sugar kung ito ay mapaprocess. And siyempre, kung ito ay magiging sugar, gagamitin sa iba't ibang pagkain like ice cream, mga cakes. So in every, from the production, may iba't ibang activity na magdadagdag ng value doon sa original product. So ito po ang ating tinatawag na agri-based MSMEs, preparing the produce for a target market in value chain. So lahat po na makikita natin na picture na ito ay in simple, it is LED, Local Economic Development. Mahina po ang audio, so pag-i-kwan lang po. Next. So ano ang LED? It is about building the economic capacities of a locality in pursuit of a positive change that is socially just, economically vibrant, environmentally sound, resilient, and politically accountable, leading to better quality of life for all. So, ang ganda naman ng explanation or description, definition itong LED. Pursuit of positive change that is socially just, economically vibrant, environmentally sound. So, ito po ang definition ng LED na sana po ay ating isapuso para naman malalaman natin na ang ating gagawin sa ating susunod na development program, economic development program sa ating LGU. Next. To achieve LED, LGUs may want to attract investments and to achieve this. So, para ma-achieve natin ang LED, there should be new or expanded investments. So, paano magkakaroon ang new or expanded investments? So, we need enterprises. And to achieve this, we need viable enterprises para ma-achieve natin ito. And to encourage viable enterprises, the LGUs must help lower the cost of doing business and of course, target high revenues. So, para magkaroon po ng bago or ma-expand na investment, dapat po ay masustain ang viability. Ano ba ang viability? Ito po ay para magiging successful ang isang undertaking. And paano ito magiging sustained or magiging viable? Dapat po ay may pababa ang low cost of doing business. Ano ba yung ibababa sana kung ano yung igagastahin, kung ano ay ating investment para magkaroon ng business doon. And of course, ang target ay high revenues from target markets. To lower the cost of doing business, LGUs need to create a favorable enabling environment. So, doon ay nabanggit natin na sana mayroong low cost of business, low cost of doing business, and para magkaroon po ng, or para may baba yung cost of doing business, the LGUs need to create a favorable enabling environment such as quality infrastructure. So dapat po ay meron tayong infrastructure na maganda, efficient process and systems for transacting business. So meron po tayong sistema para mapabilis at ang ating pag-transact ng business ay walang problema. Predictable and consistent policies and plans. So dapat meron po tayong mga batas sa ating LGU na magaganda at ito ay business friendly ang mga ito na batas natin or policy and the plans. And accessible economic information and quality workers available local supply. So dapat po itong accessible economic information, meron ba tayong economic profile? Meron ba tayong yung mga codes na kailangan? If ever na may pupuntang investor at gustong tingnan ang isang local investment incentive code ng isang LGU, meron bang available na ipapakita? Pag magtanong ang isang investor kung ano ba ang mga available na workforce development sa isang lugar na kanilang hinahanap, meron ho bang available na mga workforce development sa isang lugar? Ito po ang mga unang-unang tinatanong ng isang investor. And of course, nagtatanong din sila, ano ba yung mga supplies na ready at available sa isang LGU. So, ito po ay mga paraan para ang pagbi-business ay magagawa sa ating LGU. Next. To achieve high sale, LGU needs to create a favorable enabling environment, such as infrastructure, must market the products through branding and partnership, partnership with local private sector, labor office. So, para magkaroon ng high sales, more people know about the LGU and its products. Dapat po ay malalaman ng ating mga proposed investors, ang tungkol sa isang LGU, ano ba ang kanilang product na available doon, ano ba ang kanilang main product na pwede silang mag-invest. And then kung meron na itong mga available products nito, pwedeng ma-increase ang kanilang production and improve yung product quality. So, kailangan din para makilala ang isang product, kailangan din ang marketing at saka branding. Mayroon pong branding dapat ang isang product. Dahil kung alam na yung brand na yun or may tatak na yung product na yun, mas alam na ng ating mga consumer kung ano yun, product na yun. For example, sa pagpunta po tayo sa Ilocosur, ano ba ang ating makikita doon or naririnig ng mga products nila? Yung kanilang longganisa, yung kanilang bagnet. So alam na natin na pag mga ganong products, bigan na agad ang ating naiisip. And also in other places, dito sa Dagupan, naiisip natin bangus kaagad. And then pagpunta natin dito sa kung hindi man mga products, mga activity. Pagpunta tayo dito sa San Juan, anong naiisip natin? Of course, surfing. Ito yung mga pinupuntahan ng mga iba't ibang turista from local and international kasi marami rin pong pumupunta doon na mga international na mga turista. So with that, let us take a look on what specifically LGUs are doing now to support LED. So ano naman po ang ginagawa ng mga LGU? So quality agricultural products are produced through better technologies. So sa pamamagitan po ng mga iba't ibang teknolohiya ay mga produkto po sa ating mga LGU ay nabibigyan po ng magandang quality. So nakikita po natin ang mga features nito. Next. More people are buying products in trade fair. One of the approaches used by the LGU in cooperation with the DTI for this matter is to provide markets for local produce. So yung through different trade fairs, makikita natin yung mga iba't ibang produkto ng isang LGU. Malalaman po natin, we are aware. So itong mga trade fairs ay nakakatulong sa ating mga producers para malaman ng ating mga consumer yung mga iba't ibang produkto na kanilang ino-offer para sa atin. So nandyan po yung mga iba't ibang products like mga baskets, bags, and usually pag mga trade fair may mga food, iba't ibang pagkain, may mga usually kasi yan naman ang hinahanap natin, di ba? Lalong-lalo na kung may papunta tayo sa isang lugar, pasalubong, when we go back to our place, para maipakita naman natin na ito galing sa Bigan, ito ay galing sa Norte, ito ay galing sa La Union, and the like. So, ito po yung one way para makilala ang ating iba't ibang mga produkto. Next. And then, meron po tayo yung to intensify the infrastructure development efforts. So alam naman po natin ang build program na ating pamahalaan ngayon. And this project provide roads and other logistics. So syempre pag build, yung mga infrastructure natin ay makikita natin, and kung mayroong mga project na ito, mayroon ding trabaho. Kaya ito ay importante. Ito naman po makikita natin ay farm to market roads. Ito po ay isa sa mga project po ng Department of Agriculture. And kung meron po itong farm to market roads, it will be easier for the farm products to reach the market. Para naman po ang pagbibiyahe natin ng ating mga produkto sa ating komunidad, sa mga market na mas maraming tao, ay para it would be easier. Kasi kung hindi po maganda ang isang road papunta sa market, mahihirapan din mag-transport ang ating mga producers ng kanilang product. So it would, dagdag gastos para sa transportation, and then matagal ang biyahe. And sana kung may magandang daan papunta sa ating mga market, mas yung product ay it would still reach the market na fresh pa rin. Pero kung hindi maganda yung daan, baka yung mga product natin na gusto nating ibenta ay masisira kung ito ay pagkain, kung ito naman ay mga mga isda, hindi na siya fresh pag makarating sa ating market. Ito naman ay quality workforce to industries through job fairs. Ito ay program naman po ng DOLE and TESDA through workforce development. Meron din po itong programa together with DILG and DTI, itong civil, wherein there is workforce development, yung mga kailangan na skills ng isang business ay imamatch kung ano man yung skills na nandoon sa ating LGU. So kailangan ito para mabigyan natin ng trabaho ang ating mga constituent pag tama ang kanilang skills na i-offer doon sa isang business or investment. So, next. Ito naman po ay negosyo center sa DTI. So, the negosyo center provide information and business support to MSMEs. So, nandito po sa center na ito kung ano yung mga paraan para magbigay ng suporta sa mga ating constituent sa isang lugar. Ang negosyo center ay marami na rin sa ating mga iba't ibang sulok or iba't ibang probinsya or community or city. Next. And then yung the ease of doing business law ensures that LGU comply with the automation of the BPLS to make transaction easy. So dito, wala silang distancing. Pero noon pa ito kuha noong before the pandemic. So ito po ay dapat magkaroon ng automation para ma-reduce ng cost of doing business at saka yung pag-transact ng mga iba't ibang requirements sa isang LGU to start a business ay mapadali. So I hope na meron na po tayong mga BPLS automation sa mga iba't ibang LGU na ating region. And then next. Dito naman makikita natin ang mga pagbibigay ng relief and recovery efforts. Alam po natin, experience po natin during the 2020 and 2021, nabibigyan po tayo ng mga ayuda ng ating gobyerno para ang ating paghihirap tungkol dito sa pandemic na ito ay maibsan naman ng kaunti. So, ito po ay yung hindi tayo nabigyan ng yung mga nawala ng trabaho, yung mga hindi nakalabas ng bahay. Ito po yung impact na nagawa ng pandemic. And this is being addressed through relief and recovery efforts. And then next, dito rin yung mga LGU natin ay they are encouraged to prepare during disaster and calamities. So meron na po tayong mga programa. Malalaman po natin dito yung disaster risk management and climate change initiatives para naman po mapag-ready po ang ating mga or makapag-prepare ang ating mga constituents in times of disaster and calamities. So alam natin na ang mga bagyo na pumupunta sa atin ngayon ay malalakas. Meron pang ang signal number 4. Ewan ko kung meron pang signal number 5. Sana po ay wala. And hindi na natin po ito mababago. Meron malaki or malakas na bagyo na pupunta sa ating lugar. Ito namang vision for the Philippines by 2022. Nakikita natin ang vision natin 2040. So the National Economic Development Authority embarked on a long-term visioning exercise. So meron pong exercise na ginawa ang NEDA para makita kung ano yung mga aspirations, values, and principles of the Filipino people. So people in the next 25 years or until 2040. So base sa mga survey at saka sa mga iba't ibang focus group discussions, ang ating mga Pilipino or tayo ay gusto natin ang buhay na matatag, maginhawa, at panatag. So ang ating mga aspirations, ating mga values ay inilabas dito sa ambisyon natin 2020, which is matatag, maginhawa, at panatag na buhay. So matatag, ang ibig sabihin po nito ay ng ating mga Pilipino or tayo have an option to live with our families and have time with them and to our friends. So pag matatag, ito po ay meron tayong option na tayo ay sa ating mga pamilya at saka ating mga kaibigan at iba't ibang pang kakilala. And then maginhawa, ang ibig sabihin naman nito ay it is free from hunger and poverty, have guaranteed mobility, secured home ownership, and travel and vacation opportunities. So pag maginhawa ang buhay, ay hindi tayo magugutom, walang pobre na matatawag, libre tayo na pero tayong magbakasyon, meron tayong matatawag na bahay. So yun po yung maginhawang pamumuhay. And then panatag means security of peace, of place, and resources are adequate for daily needs and unexpected expenses and for the retirement. So pag panatag ang buhay, ay masasecure. Alam natin na secure ang ating future. Hindi tayo mag-aalala na hindi tayo nawawalan ng pera if ever there is an emergency expense. So next. Dito naman po ay pinapakita ang 10-point socio-economic agenda. So alam na po natin, 10 ang ating socio-economic agenda. And makikita po natin na lahat po ito ay nabibigyan katugunan ng ating gobyerno ngayon, lalong-lalo na yung infrastructure, yung ease of doing business, andyan yung human capital development, yung tinatawag natin na civil or workforce development, social protection program, andyan po yung mga ano ba yun, yung 4Ps natin, tax reform, andyan po yung mga doon sa build program para doon sa mga infrastructure. So makikita po natin na slowly ay natutugunan ng ating gobyerno ang ating socio-economic agenda na ito. And then, but because of the COVID-19 pandemic, the economy had changed abruptly. So before the pandemic ay makikita natin na mataas ang ating GDP. Pero doong nagkaroon na ng pandemic noong early 2020 hanggang 2021, ay nagkaroon na po tayo ng problema sa ating ekonomiya. Lalong-lalo na maraming nawala ng trabaho, maraming mga businesses ang nagsara. At siyempre, kung naka-quarantine ang mga tao, hindi sila pwedeng lumabas, walang gagasta. At siyempre, kung walang expenses, wala rin kita. So, quarantine restrictions and the fall in consumption translate to a total income loss of around 1.04 trillion pesos. So, yun po ang nawala sa atin noong 2020. And that is an average of 2.8 billion pesos a day. So, yun po ay malaking dagok sa ating ekonomiya. And hopefully, ito po ay unti-unti ang ating ekonomiya ay magiging flourish, magiging colorful, magiging fruitful in the days to come. So, people actually going to work is down by around 25%. So, dahil nga sa nakakulong tayo, naka-quarantine, hindi tayo makalabas, at saka nagsara ang ibang businesses, mga iba't ibang pupuntahan ng mga empleyado, ang nagtatrabaho ay bumaba ng 25%. So, next. Dito rin, living with the virus. So, ang reality ngayon is that these virus do not go away easily. Mabuti nga at meron na po tayong mga vaccine, nabakunahan na po tayo. So, medyo nag-ease na rin ang ating mobility. Hindi na tayo na-quarantine if ever we go to another place. At wala na rin po yung mga hinahanap nila na PCR test, mga swab test, and the like na hinahanap po sa iba't ibang LGU na ating pupuntahan. And we are thankful for that. Pero huwag tayo magkampante dahil itong virus na ito ay nag-grow. Iba't ibang mga variant ang dumalabas. So, hindi po tayo magkampante na hindi porke meron na tayong vaccine, meron na tayong booster, ay sige na lang. Iisipin natin na andyan lang ang virus na yan at pwede tayong lapitan anytime if we are not prepared. So sana we have to work together and adhere to public health standards na sinasabi ng ating pamahalaan. So for this, what are the key lessons? Unang-una, survivability and resilience before economic efficiency. We should plan the ecological environmental threats. Dapat po natin alamin kung ano itong mga threats sa ating environment. build strong LGU immune system rather than short-term profits. Ating immune system na tinatawag dito ay yung ating business, ang ating ekonomiya. Dapat nating pag-aralan kung paano tayo magkakaroon ng isang strong economy to weather kung ano man po yung pandemic na darating sa atin. Engage politics rather than focus on business economic only. So kailangan din po, hindi ibig sabihin nitong politics ay itong election na ngayon. Politics, yung mga iba't ibang stakeholders na dapat na kasama natin sa ating pag-provide or sa ating programa on local economic development. And we can implement these takeaways by the simple step of LED process. So noong Module 1, nabanggit na po natin itong LED process, na sana po ay ating isa-puso at ating alam kung ano ang mga ito. So whenever we speak of LED, ito po ang ating iisipin, yung process niya. So unang-una makikita natin organizing the LED team. Nasabi ko na, ako na rin po ang nagsalita noong last. Dapat i-organize natin ating LED team. Dapat po ay ang mga members ditong team na ito ay mayroong commitment. The trust should be built. Mayroon pong trust, commitment ng bawat isa. And then itong LED team na ito, they will be the LED core team. And of course, pag isang team, ito po ay binubuo ng multi-stakeholder working group. So mayroong representative ng national government agency, mayroon yung private sector, mayroon yung mga non-government organization, and the like. So ito po yung unang-una, organize the LED team. And then susunod po yung profiling the local economy. So dapat nating alamin kung ano yung ekonomiya na ating LGU. I-prepare natin ang local economic profile, the competitive advantage profile, the value chain studies, the assessment and analysis. So i-prepare natin po ang ating profile, kung meron po tayo yung mga LIIC, mga local revenue code, dito po natin i-prepare. And then the LED strategy, dapat meron na tayong LED strategy. Pag meron na tayong na-prepare na natin ang ating profile, gagawa tayo ng ating LED strategy. And that is, ano ba yung LED vision? Ano ba yung mga structure and the systems? Dapat po natin i-strengthen ang mga structure and systems natin. And then dito rin mag-develop tayo ng objectives, the measures, and then ano ba yung mga iba't ibang strategy para itong mga objectives natin ay ma-pursue or magawa natin. So in this stage, mag-prepare ng LED vision, maggawa ng mga iba't ibang objectives and strategies and measures, and then paano natin ma-implement itong ginawa natin na mga strategy. Yun na yung susunod. Implementing the LED. So, mag-prepare tayo ng ating action plan. Ano ba ang gagawin natin para ma-implement natin yung mga binuo natin na mga iba't ibang measures or objectives. And then, pag nakita natin, nakagawa tayo ng isang plano, dapat natin na i-strengthen ang ating mga system din doon. And then the next or the last process is the review, or this is the monitoring and evaluation of the LED results. So i-monitor natin, and then kung malalaman natin kung ito ba ay successful, hindi ba siya nag-prosper, ano ba yung kamali, makikita natin dito through our evaluation. And then after makita natin kung ano man po yung mga pagkakamali doon, or ano ba yung mga ways na nag-prosper, i-modify natin or i-adjust para at the end ay magiging successful ang ating pag-implement ng ating LED. So Para nabanggit ko na rin ito noong last session natin, paano po ang ating bansa ay kailangan na ma-improve niya ang kanyang competitiveness. So, para magkaroon siya ng mga competitiveness, dapat po ay meron siyang mga requirements. May requirements po na dapat na ma-answeran ng isang LGU para siya ay magiging highly competitive, equitable, resilient, and economic region. So, ang ating department ay nagpasa ng isang memorandum circular, nabanggit ko na din noong last, itong MC number 2020-167. Nandoon po yung mga roles ng ating LEDPO or LEPO, LEDPO. And noong Module 1, si Governor Coscuela ay meron din siyang nabanggit ng mga roles ng ating LEDPO. Meron din po akong nabanggit doon sa last module. But then, itong ating sasabihin ngayon ay idadagdag natin doon sa mga nabanggit na mga roles ng ating LEDPO. So, makikita po natin na very broad ang ating roles, ang roles ng isang LEDPO at ang team. Marami pong talaga at marami ang nakapasaan sa kanyang shoulder ng mga iba't ibang responsibilidad. Unang-una, sinasabi dito, analyst. Ano ba ang isang analyst? Kailangan ma-analyze niya kung ano yung mga kailangan ng kanyang LGU. Ano ba yung mga dapat na gagawin, if ever. Advocate, ang isang LEDPO. Ano ba ang gagawin ng isang advocate? Dapat, ang isang advocate ay meron siyang sinusuportahan na isang cause or polisiya. Kung ano man po dapat ang isang LEDPO ay advocate on LED, improvement of LED ng kanyang LGU. So, ang kanyang cause dapat is paano mapalago ang LED sa kanilang LGU. Ang isang LEDPO rin ay isang visionary. Kailangan siya ay may vision. Ano yun mga programa na magagawin nila in the future? Ano ba ang patutunguhan ng kanilang LGU in the future? Kung ganito ang gagawin nilang iba't ibang programs on LED. So, dapat ang isang LEDPO ay may vision. Catalyst. Ano ba itong catalyst? So, pag ang LEDPO ay isang catalyst, siya ay magiging nag-e-encourage siya or nag-prompt siya ng mga iba't ibang sectors para masuportahan ang kanilang programa on LED. And of course, gap pillar. Ano ba ang isang gap pillar? If ever ano yung kailangan ng kanilang LGU, siya ang mag-a-assist at makikipag-coordinate sa mga iba't ibang market, sa mga financing institution. So, siya ang nag-fill ng gap, bale. And of course, as an educator, so, kailangan din ng isang LEDPO ang maging teacher. So, nagbibigay din siya ng mga instruction. So, makikita po natin na very, very madami talaga ang role ng isang LEDPO. Parang Superman na nga ang kalalabasan niya. So, next. So, economic developers can help in businesses, workers, communities. So, LED being a multidiscipline and participatory process involve different actors and stakeholders. So, nandyan po ang ating mga stakeholders sa businesses, sa business sector, ito po yung mga corporations, mga small businesses, financial institution, chamber of commerce. And then doon naman po sa public sector, yung mga workers, yung mga educational institution, yung mga sa labor naman, yung mga trade and labor unions. And then the community and non-government organization Ito po ay binubuo ng mga community leaders, religious organization, women's group, environmental group, and the like, and the general public as well. So with that, nabanggit na ko kung ano tong LED na ito. And sana ay meron na kayong idea kung ano po ang ating sinasabing LED. So with that, thank you very much and good day po sa ating lahat.
Ayan, so thank you so much po, Ma'am Narvi, for introducing to us the local economic development, as well as for giving our participants po some tips on how they could achieve LED, gaya ng mababang cost of doing business and target high sales and revenue. So nabanggit nga ni Ma'am Narvi po kanina that the Philippine economy was down because of the pandemic. So medyo malala po no yung ang effect ng COVID-19 sa ating economy. So sa atin naman pong session 2, we will discuss the policies in LED and the COVID-19 pandemic. So at this point po, I will now turn over the microphone to our former LED alternate regional focal person and former COVID-19 focal person, and now the MLGOO of DILG Malasiki, Ma'am Amelie Dulay.
Ayan. Good morning po sa ating lahat. Loud and clear po bang aming audio? Ayan. So, thank you, Zam, sa introduction. Ayan. So, good morning po sa mga participants natin from the different provinces, Ilocos Norte, Ilocos Sur, La Union and Pangasinan. Special mention lang po ang aking mga kababayan from Bani, Pangasinan. Hello po. Ayan. So, we already, yung unang topic kanina, yung na-introduce na tayo sa LED, what is local economic development. So for this session po, we will be talking about the relevant laws and policies in LED. Ayan. So hindi po lingid sa ating kaalaman that during the onset of the pandemic last March 2020, our economy suffered much. So madami po ang nagsara ng mga business establishments, and dahil maraming nagsara, marami rin po ang nawalan ng trabaho. And on this discussion, we will look into yung mga various policies and issuances in support naman. Siyempre hindi andyan ang ating gobyerno na hindi tayo pinabayaan kahit during the pandemic, especially ang ating mga workers. Next. Okay, so our objective for this session 2, that we will be able to apprise ourselves as to the current situation ng Region 1 on COVID-19. So ano na nga ba ang sitwasyon natin ngayon? Since alert level 1 po tayo, makikita po natin na 100% na yung capacity ng mga venue, workforce, allowed na, yung 100% capacity ng mga sasakyan, ayan. Kaya dumadami na rin po yung mga tao sa labas. And second, we will be able to identify the relevant policies enacted by the lawmakers in response to the effects of COVID-19. Ayan. And third, ma-appraise din tayo, malaman din natin kung ano yung mga issuances or mga memorandum na inisyu ng ating department in support sa ating economy. Okay, next. So nabanggit nga kanina yung quarantine restrictions. During the earlier days of the COVID-19, quarantine restrictions, ayan yung mga lockdowns po natin in all parts of our country, prevented the population, especially the working force, from going out of their abode. So nagkaroon tayo ng mga restrictions and mobility na mention nga kanina na may mga hindi allowed na lumabas. Yung may mga yung mga allowed lang po yung mga upper na tinatawag, yung mga authorized person outside residence. Because of this situation, many lose their jobs, thus losing their sources of income. So, yung quarantine restrictions and the fall in consumption translates to a total income loss of around 101.04 trillion pesos in 2020 or an average of 2.8 billion pesos a day. Yung quarantine restrictions natin, yun nga po, nag-lead to an average annual income loss of 23,000 pesos per worker po siya. Ha? And this varies pa sa ibang workers na nawalan po ng kanilang trabaho. Okay, next. So ano na nga ba yung status natin? Ano na nga ba yung mukha ng COVID-19 sa ating rehiyon? So nakikita po natin ngayon sa screen yung status of confirmed COVID-19 cases in Region 1 as of March 20, 2022. Kung dati po, daily po yung update ng ating DOH, ngayon nagiging weekly na po siya. So ibig sabihin maganda pong pangitain siya na may development. So as of March 20, 2022, may naitala lang po ang DOH na new cases na dalawa, that is from Pangasinan. And as for January 1 to March 20, 2022, may reported cases po tayo na 21,679. And active cases po natin ay nasa 159, kung saan ang Ilocos Norte may 36, ang Ilocos Sur may 23, ang La Union 45, at ang Pangasinan, including na po dyan yung Dagupan City, may 55 po. No. Ayan. So makikita po natin sa statistics na compared doon sa earlier days ng pandemic or COVID-19, mas mababa na po ngayon. And we are happy to share to you na ang positivity rate na inuulat sa atin ng DOH ngayon is at 0.8% na lang po siya. Ibig sabihin, out of the 10 na sinasubmit for testing, wala pa po sa isa ang nagpa-positive doon. And an average case per day po natin ngayon is at 10. Ayan. So, the decrease in the number of COVID-19 cases in the country, especially in our region, could be attributed to the firm stand of the government in the implementation of the PDITR. So ever since na nagkaroon tayo ng pandemic, ito na po yung pinupush ng ating government, yung PDITR. Ano nga ba po ang PDITR? Ito po yung prevent, detect, isolate, treat, reintegrate, at may naidagdag po sa strategy ng ating gobyerno, ito po yung vaccination. Ayan. So, if we say prevent, yun po yung wearing of mask, hindi po naalis yan kahit anong alert level natin, alert level 1 na tayo, but still we observe the minimum public health standard, protocol, yan yung mask, basic po yan, washing of hands, home isolation or home quarantine sa may mga nararamdaman na symptoms, and social distancing. Ayan, wag po sana nating kalimutan yung social distancing kahit po nasaan tayo, lalo na sa mga public places na ngayon, we still should observe the social distancing. Ayan, nakatulong din po yung detect. Ito po yung contact tracing. And our department was able to hire contact tracers. Ayan. In augmentation to the contact tracers of the local government units. Another one is the isolate. Ito po we have yung ating mga local government units nagkaroon ng memorandum from the central office to identify yung mga facilities for quarantine and isolation. And the treat, we have yung mga hospital natin that they should allocate a certain percentage of their hospital beds for COVID-19 patients solely for COVID, solely. Ayan. And yung reintegrate naman, so doon sa mga nag-positive, after recovering, So they are reintegrated in the community. And this one, since the virus is considered novel, talagang ipinush po ito ng ating gobyerno. Nagkaroon pa nga po ng programa ang ating gobyerno ng National Vaccination Days, Parts 1, 2, 3, and 4. Ayan. Ang sabi nila, last na daw yung part 4. We don't know kung ano pa. To meet the target, yung herd immunity. Ayan. So, ayan, we have the vaccination. Okay, next. So, bigyan lang naman po namin kayo ng picture as to the vaccination program status ng Region 1. So, this data came from the DOH-CHD1 as of March 29, 2022. So, kahapon lang po itong update na ito. So, as of March 29, 2022, yung mga individuals with at least one dose, may 3,741,360 na po. So that is 86.6% of the target population na 80%. And ang fully vaccinated naman po ay 3,412,914 or that is 79%. And ang booster po, ito medyo challenge po sa atin ngayon yung booster sa ating government, yung mga individuals to have their booster. As of now, for Region 1, we have 647,001. So that is 22.83%. Ayan. Next. Ayan. So ito po yung performance per province. Excuse me po. Nasa mid lang po ako, huwag kayong mag-alala. Ayan. For Ilocos Norte, ang target population po nila, based on the 80% of the population, ito po yung 80% ng eligible group is 500,196. So out of the 500,196, ang may first dose, at least one dose po, ay 512,449. So ibig sabihin, kaya din po siya naka-green is that they achieved their target. So that is more than 100%. So doon sa target population po nila, ang fully vaccinated ay 450,802. Excuse me po.
So while waiting po kay Ma'am Ami, kung meron po tayong questions, clarifications, or any concerns, pasend na lang po sa ating pong chat box po.
Ayan. Sorry po. And with booster sa Ilocos Norte ay 122,310. So that is red, so that is below the target. Doon sa fully vaccination, kung titignan niyo po lahat yan naka-yellow, so we are fairly performing. Doon sa red, medyo kailangan pa po nating i-push. Ayan. For Ilocos Sur, ang target population po nila ay out of the target population nila na 584,371, 554,279 na po ang may first dose, and 510,742 ang fully vaccinated, and 148,561 ang may booster na. For the province of La Union, out of the 679,279 na target, 579,307 na po ang may first at least one dose. Ang fully vaccinated po nila ay nasa 521,694 and ang may booster na po is 125,804. And for the province of Pangasinan, so hiniwalay po yung Dagupan City kasi different monitoring po yung ginagawa nila for the component cities, independent component cities. Kaya nakahiwalay po ang Dagupan City sa Pangasinan. So ang target population for the Pangasinan is 2,406,557. Ang may first dose na po ay 936,531. Ang fully vaccinated na po is 1,794,663 at ang may booster na po is 230,641. And for the Gupan City, ang target population po nila is 147,974. Out of the target population, ayan, nabit din po nila yung kanilang target. So that is more than 100%. They have 158,824 with at least one dose. Ang fully vaccinated po nila is 135,013 and ang may booster na po is 19,685. Ayan. So, kung makikita po natin doon, kung makikita po natin sa statistics, madami na po ang nabaksinan. Kaya na rin po nasa alert level 1 na rin po tayo because of this vaccination program of the government. Ayan. Next. Ayan. So, ang estimated economic growth po natin for 2021 is 6.5 to 7.5. Medyo nagkaroon lang po ng 0.8 during the onset of this year because of the Delta and Omicron. Nagkaroon po ng increase sa cases natin. But now we are slowly recovering po. And for 2022, 8 to 10% po ang ating ini-estimate nila na economic growth. So ano po ba yung contributory sa ating economic growth? So ano yung enablers of our recovery? Yung reopening ng economy to alert level 1 and expanding the age group allowed to go out. Of course, still with in mind yung ating minimum public health protocols. Ayan, yung washing hands, social distancing, wearing of masks. Yan. And timely implementation of the recovery package. Ayan po. Yung ating 2021 budget and 2022 budget, nadagdagan po siya. At saka yung Bayanihan 2 extension. We also have this create na may meet nyo later, fees at saka guide. And syempre, yung na-mention nga natin kanina, yung timely implementation of the vaccination program. Next. Ayan. Ano naman yung mga policies and issuances to help our economy? So the people who were affected by the pandemic to recover, ito po yung mga recovery program na in support sa atin na binigay ng ating gobyerno. So we have the Bayanihan 1 and 2. Ayan, may extension pa po yung Bayanihan 2 na yan. And ito po yung another one is the Create. Ito yung focus po nito is lowering taxes and giving tax incentives. Feast on addressing yung liquidity problems naman ng mga firms. And guide on addressing solvency problems of firms. And dyan din po yung kahit despite the pandemic, andyan pa rin po yung build program. Ito yung infrastructure natin. And yun nga po yung na-mention kanina, yung 2021 and 2022 budget natin na dagdagan. Okay. So let's go to the first one, yung government policy natin, yung Bayanihan 1. Ito po signed into law noong March 25, 2020. So ang focus po ng Bayanihan 1 na ito is yung pag-provide ng fiscal package for vulnerables. Ito po may naalat po na 595.6 billion pesos. Meron din po tayong cash aid for 18 million low-income households and the social protection for workers. Ayan. We also have the medical response and the credit guarantees to small, medium enterprises and support to agriculture. So ayan. So under the Bayanihan 1, alam ko pong hindi nyo makakalimutan dyan yung social amelioration program. Ayan. Next. Another one is the Bayanihan 2. Ito po signed into law noong September 11, 2020. Ang focus naman po ng Bayanihan 2 is yung mga hard-hit industries. and standby fund. Yan, may standby fund po tayo. And assistance sa mga OFWs na napauwi dahil din sa pandemic. Nawalan din sila ng trabaho sa abroad because of the pandemic. Another is the CREATE. Ito po yung CREATE or yung Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentives for Enterprises, which was signed into law last March 26, 2020. And this CREATE Act is a fiscal relief to domestic and foreign corporations doing business in the Philippines. Nag-took effect po siya last April 11, 2021. So ano nga ba yung nilalaman ng initong CREATE Act? Yung corporate income tax ng mga domestic corporations at saka resident foreign corporations will be reduced from 30% to 25%. Ayan. So nag-retroact po ang kanyang application noong July 1, 2020. Yung SEAT or the corporate income tax will be reduced further by 1% annually in the next 6 years. So still ano pa rin po siya in effect until now, and shall eventually reach 20% by 2027 onwards. So hanggang 2027 pa po siya yung effect niya. And next, for the 2022 budget, ayan po, nadagdagan nga po siya. For the 2022 budget, ang approved budget po natin is 5.024 trillion, which is mas malaki na naman po siya doong 2021 budget natin na 4.5 trillion. Ayan, hindi na lang po siya billion, but trillion na po siya. Ang target po ng ating bakit po ganyan kalaki ang ating budget for today, for this year, is yung target po niya yung people's health, yung strengthening ng social fabric, funding support to displaced workers. Ito, kasi unti-unti na po unti-unti na pong bumabangon ang ating ekonomiya. Food security, digitalization, and pandemic support. So, ayan po, yung distribution ng ating 2022 budget, 28% sa personal services, 51.7% MOE, and 20.3% sa capital outlay. Next. So, yun po. We will go now sa mga financial assistance na offered by the government and private stakeholders. So, there are a variety of government-backed loans and grants available for businesses needing financial assistance. It should be noted that these loans are not operated by the Bureau of Immigration. However, they are available to Bureau of Immigration registered business. So ano-ano nga po ba itong mga to? Let's go to the first one. We have the rehabilitation support to caution unfavorably affected enterprises by COVID-19 or the I-Rescue or the I-Rescue. So yung I-Rescue is the Intel Rescue is a large-scale program of support para sa ating mga small medium enterprises affected by the economic impact of COVID-19. So ano po ba yung sakop nito? So this includes the provision of additional funds as well as loan restructuring on more flexible terms. So ito po ay run by Land Bank. Ayan. So ang ating Land Bank. Another one is the pagbabago at pag-asenso or the P3. A financing program established for microcorporations with assets not exceeding 3 million pesos. So ito naman po is run by the SB Corporation and the Department of Trade and Industry. Excuse me po. Next, we have the MSME Credit Guarantee Program or the Micro, Small, Medium Enterprise Credit Guarantee Program. So a working capital loan program to support small and micro business affected by COVID-19 pandemic. So yung ating mga MSMEs may borrow from financial institutions regulated by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. And this scheme is run by the Philippine Guarantee Corporation. Next financial assistance is the CARES. Ayan. COVID-19 assistance to restart enterprises. Ayan. A loan assistance program for small and medium-sized enterprises. And kung saan pwede po silang mag-loan ng 100 to 200,000 pesos. This is for the businesses with assets that exceeding 3 million. Ayan. So we have this link po. You could visit. You try to visit this link. This is also run by the Small Business Corporations and the Department of Trade and Industry. Another financial assistance program is the Rehabilitation Support Program on Severe Events or the RESPONSE. Ito yung financing support to both public and private institutions affected by COVID-19 pandemic. Yung mga maglo-loan po can loan up to 95% of the amount needed based on the project requirement or minimum cash requirement to help them recover. So ito rin po yung ng Development Bank of the Philippines. Next. We also have another one is the Rice Farmer Financial Assistance or the RFFA. Ito yung one-time assistance offer po of 5,000 para sa ating mga rice farmers na kung saan may mga farm po sila na 1 hectare and below. So kapag 2 hectares na po ang yung lupain, hindi po kayo po pwede dito. Baka pwede po tayo sa ibang programa. So you need to be registered with the registry system for basic sectors in agriculture to be eligible. Run po ito ng pinapatakbo po ito ng Department of Agriculture. Yan. Another one is the SURE or the Survival and Recovery Loan for small farmers and fishers. Ito po wala pong interest. A 0% interest rate loan amounting to 25,000 pesos to be given to eligible borrowers affected by the enhanced community quarantine. Next. Ayan naman, we go to the manufacturing support. Ano naman po yung mga programa para sa mga businesses on manufacturers. So under the bayanihan po, ito yung focus po ng ating bayanihan po. Companies engaged in the manufacturing, importation, and distribution of critical items needed in an effort to eliminate the health and economic impact of COVID-19 can now avail of the incentives and or request their business operations to remain unhampered and quarantine restrictions through accreditation with the Bureau of Immigration. This was made possible through the Joint Memorandum Circular number 20-05. So yung series of 2020, which sets the guidelines on the operations and incentives of covered enterprises engaged in the manufacture, importation, and distribution of certain products and for other purposes pursuant to RA 11494 or ito po yung Bayanihan to Recover as One Act. So ano po ba yung focus nitong JMC na ito? It covers po yung production, manufacturing of goods related to the containment or mitigation of COVID-19 like yung mga surgical equipments, PPEs, mga laboratory and medical equipments, and inputs, raw materials, and packaging materials. Yeah. Next. Another one is the Philippine manufacturers are working with us to help the country and the world in the fight against COVID-19. So repurposing their products to produce the much needed COVID-19 related products recognizing the need of the nation and the world to heal as one. So ito po yung ano noon, yung mga nagkaroon tayo ng shortage sa supplies regarding sa mga PPEs, yung mga masks, ayan. So this one po yung ano, yung may mga manufacturing business po tayo na kung saan nag rechannel sila or iba ng kanilang purpose ng business. So yung dating nagma-manufacture ng mga tela, ay ng mga damit, mga ready to wear nga clothes, nag-venture sila into production of personal protective equipment or yung mga PPS natin. Example lang po yan. Next. Or the BOI. Sa tourism support naman tayo, yung BOI has approved the investment incentives for tourism and tourism-related industries that are COVID-19 proofing their facilities and related services and adapting to the new normal to ensure the health, safety, and wellness of its people. And para ma-ensure din po yung continuity ng tourism industry, industry players, business operations, the BOI is granting an income tax holiday for a period of 3 years. Ayan po. So for 3 years, for a period of 3 years, wala po silang babayaran na income tax. And a duty-free importation of capital equipment where value-added tax will be paid for tourism projects that will renovate to enhance health and safety features and processes. Yung income tax holiday is also prorated according to the amount of upgrade and or renovation. Next. Ayan. So we're done with the policies and issuances na na-issue ng ating government. So let's go naman po sa ating mga DEILG issuances related sa ease of doing business or the RA 11032. So we have number 1. Ayan, yung DILG Memorandum Circular number 2019-177. Ito po yung guidelines in the integration of the issuance of barangay clearance in the permitting process of cities and municipalities. So ito po yung barangay clearances and permits related to doing business shall be applied, issued, and collected by the cities and municipalities in accordance with the prescribed processing time, and the share in the collection shall be remitted to the respective barangays. Another issuance from the DILG is the DILG DOF Joint Memorandum Circular number 2019-01, yung guidelines for the review, adjustment, setting, and or adoption of reasonable regular fees and charges of local government unit. Ito yung sets or guides the LGUs to ensure uniform procedure in setting reasonable fees and charges and to set balance between recovering the cost of services and ease of doing business. And the last one is the DILG Memorandum number 2018-214, or the re-engineering of LGU systems and procedures in compliance to ease of doing business or EODB. Ito po yung it promotes the simplification of government transactions, interoperability of government processes, and strengthening linkages and coordination among offices in the LGU. So meron po tayo yung mga business one-stop shop na tinatawag. Create a more business-friendly and competitive environment, thus encouraging more investors. So yun lang po ang ma-share ko sa inyo regarding doon sa session po natin. So maraming salamat po at magandang umaga po sa ating lahat.
Okay, so thank you so much po, Ma'am Ami, sa pagbibigay po ng update on the COVID-19 situation and yung mga recovery programs of the national government po na malaking tulong po sa mga affected businesses. Okay, so before we go to our next topic po, let us have a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Can I call you baby? Can you be my friend? Can you be my lover up until the very end? Let me show you love. Oh, no pretend. Stick by my side even when the world is caving in. Oh, don't you worry, I'll be there whenever you want me. I need somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst. If you stay forever, let me hold your hand. I can feel those places in your heart no one else can. Let me show you love. I don't pretend. I'll be right here, baby. You know it's sink or swim. Oh, don't you worry. I'll be there whenever you want me. I need somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst. I need somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst.
So time is up. So let us continue na po our discussion. So part of the presentation po kanina ni Ma'am Ami, yung aside from the different recovery programs or enablers of our recovery, na-present din po niya sa atin yung mga different relevant laws and policies in support to tourism, ease of doing business, and among others po. So ngayon naman, tignan naman natin yung tungkol naman po sa Philippine Competition Act. So to present about the topic po, we are honored to have with us our next speaker, who is a graduate of Master of Business Administration at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. And prior to joining the Philippine Competition Commission or the PCC, he managed the research division of Business World newspaper and took part in the reports about the top 1,000 corporations as well as the timely issues affecting the country's business and economy. He has been in the media industry for more than 2 decades, including the stints at Manila Times and TV5, and now the head of the PCC's Communications and Knowledge Management Office and oversees the Knowledge Management and Training Advocacy Divisions. Ladies and gentlemen, Director Arnold Roy Tenorio. Sir?
For that generous introduction. Naimbag nga adlaw. Today, I'm tasked to discuss with you the Philippine Competition Act. This is a new law that was passed in 2015. And I'd like to collapse my lecture into the 5 W's, or what LGUs need to know about the Philippine Competition Act, or RA 10667. Next slide, please. Okay, now why competition law? Why competition law? Because when businesses compete, consumers benefit. Okay, that's the first thing that we need you to know. Next slide, please. Uh, our previous speakers, and even in the previous modules, I've learned you've been talking about competitiveness. Now, competition is directly related to competitiveness because competition drives competitiveness. Later on, one of your speakers will be discussing competitiveness, but let me provide a brief patikim of what it is in the way of explaining what competition is all about. Okay. Now, everyone here would agree that we would like to have competitive LGUs. Is that correct, right? When? And when? Okay? So everyone wants competitive LGUs. Now, to be competitive, according to the cities and municipalities competitiveness index, there are 4 key elements. Okay? Economic dynamism, government efficiency, infrastructure, and resiliency. Okay? Now, let's talk about economic dynamism because this is where competition is directly related. Now, economic dynamism is an important result of having competition. Okay, how so? If you look at economic dynamism, how is it measured? What are the indicators of economic dynamism in the competitiveness index? You look at the size of the local economy, you look at the growth of the local economy. Okay, when you talk about the size of the local economy, you're talking about the local or regional development domestic product or RGDP. Okay, GDRP, gross GRDP, gross regional domestic product. Okay, or that's basically the technical term when you're trying to talk about the economy. So you also talk about the growth of the local economy. Now it's important to have competition if you want to have a growing local economy. Why? Because if there's no competition, where you have only a single provider for a particular service, a single provider for a particular product, then there is no growth to speak of. And the size is likely to remain the same without growth. Okay? And without growth, you won't have another key indicator of a competitive LGU in terms of dynamic and competitive LGU. It's the capacity to generate jobs. Okay? Because if you only have one firm, one business entity, one enterprise providing all the goods in your locality, then obviously the capacity of that entity to generate jobs is not that big. But if you have competition, you have more entities, more firms, more small and medium enterprise, even micro enterprises in your locality, then the capacity to generate employment is greater. So competition contributes to that. Now let's go to another indicator of economic dynamism as a competitive LGU, and that is the cost of living and the cost of doing business. Now, if you have a locality wherein there is only one provider of a key ingredient needed for the production of a certain product, let's talk about Region 1. Region 1 aspires to become the agribusiness and tourism hub of Northern Luzon. Okay? Agribusiness would entail not only the provision of basic commodities, but actually processing of raw materials into something that has more value added. Let's talk about, for example, what is a key farm product in Northern Luzon? What do we produce in Northern Luzon? Can anyone tell us? Anyone? You can type it in the chat box if you want. What is a key product in Northern Luzon? Anyone from the audience? I believe a key product, yes, rice. Okay, rice is a key product actually not only in Northern Luzon, but for the entire country. This actually our staple, the Filipino staple is rice, which is why mainit pong pinagdedebatehan at pinagtatalunan po yung shift to a tariff regime for the rice sector. Yes, onion and garlic. Specialty coffee, maganda po, Miss Mateo. I hope I got it right. Miss po, ano? Specialty coffee is a key product. It's a product coming from a raw material, the coffee beans, na pinaprocess po. Okay? So in order to process that po, you will need other raw materials and equipment. Ngayon, kung iisa lang po yung provider ng equipment, iisa lang po yung provider ng raw materials to make specialty coffee, we can imagine that lone provider, that monopoly, will have no incentive to bring down the price of their equipment when they sell it to you. But if there is competition, there are more enterprises selling the equipment, selling the raw materials for you to produce specialty coffee, then there will be an incentive for all these suppliers to bring down their prices to more affordable, reasonably affordable levels. So again, competition helps bring down the cost of doing business and in turn creates economic dynamism, which makes for a competitive LGU. Okay, another key indicator is financial deepening. Okay, one of the most persistent complaints of our MSMEs is wala po kaming pondo, kulang po aming pondo. This should be addressed by having a deep financial sector in your locality. In the old days, when you talk about rural areas, you're only talking about rural banks or maybe a rural cooperative, right, to provide financing for their members of the cooperative or a rural bank. But if you only have those, and as we have seen in the past several decades, isa-isa pong nagkakamatayan po yung ating mga rural banks. Nagkakaproblema po. For a host of reasons po, hindi po nakapag-adapt po to the pace of business in their locality. And for some, yung second or third generation owners of the rural banks po, hindi na po interesado sa banking, ayaw na nila. Okay, they shift to another. No, in order for your financial sector in your locality to be deep, you need to have more players po. Okay, that is why competition again is very important. So if there are more providers of credit, not only government, not only your neighborhood rural bank, again, there will be an incentive for all the players to bring down the cost of lending to potential entrepreneurs. So that po is financial deepening. Again, competition has a role to play there. Okay, productivity. Productivity is partly a result po of innovation. Kapag yung atin pong mga negosyo ay nag-i-invest in innovation to make their products more attractive and more useful and relevant to their target markets, importante po yung innovation doon po. Okay? Because with innovation, nagiging mas mabenta po yung ating produkto at with that kind of a situation po, productivity goes up. Obviously po, makakabenta ka ng mas marami. Magti-trickle po yun sa ating mga manggagawa po ng ating negosyo. Our workers will be more incentivized to help you produce more of the products dahil lumalaki yung market share natin. So again, importante po yung productivity. Ngayon, kapag kayo po ay nag-iisang negosyo in that locality, I wonder, what is your incentive to invest in R&D, to invest in innovation? But with competition, there is a spur. Merong tatadyak sa likod mo. Kasi kapag hindi ka mag-i-invest din sa innovation, mauunahan ka ng mga kakompetensya mo sa negosyo. Okay? And lastly, the presence of business and professional organizations. Now again, all of these indicators of economic dynamism, okay, would require competition. Okay, and with economic dynamism, it contributes to competitive LGUs. Okay, so I hope na-explain ko po. competition drives competitiveness because competition is important po in each of the different ways we'd like a locality to become dynamic economically po. Okay, next slide please. Okay, why competition matters. Okay, this is a summary of what I just mentioned earlier. If you look at the diagram, it's a set of gears. Yung parang sa makina po yan, ano? So if competition works, it will help lower costs, including the cost of doing business. Okay, and competition drives innovation. Okay, and with lower costs, with innovation, you have high quality products and services and more choices for your potential consumers. Okay, and now we have high quality, more choices. Obviously, makikinabang po yung ating consumers. And remember, under Section 16 of Republic Act 7160 or the Local Government Code, LGUs are mandated to enhance the economic prosperity, to promote full employment among their residents, and preserve the comfort and convenience of their inhabitants. Is it not that with better technology, more innovative products and services, mas conveniente po at mas comfortable ang kabuhayan po ng ating mga constituents. Kaya nga po, okay? Now, with competition also drives the entry of new investors. Because ang baba ng cost of production, cost of doing business in your locality, more investors will be encouraged, attracted to put up businesses in your locality and maybe expand. And with that, what happens? More jobs. More jobs, higher incomes. And then hopefully we can reduce poverty and attain our goal of inclusive growth. Okay? So everybody happy po. Okay? That's what the picture I'd like to paint po. With competition, everybody happy. Hindi lang po isa, hindi lang po dalawa, everybody po. Because there are more players. Of course, there will be challenges as in any competition. For example, in PBA or in any sport. Kapag may competition, syempre, hindi po pwedeng patayo-tayo lang dyan, di ba? Kailangan pong kumilos, okay? There has to be that incentive po. Okay, next slide, please. Now, as government officials and responsible planners, development planners po in your LGUs or respective government agencies po, importante po ang competition. Why? Because competition is the topmost concern of businesses, be they micro, small, medium, or large in the Philippines. Ito po isang ayon sa Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, which since 2003 has been conducting a quarterly survey of business firms in the country. Always po, number one concern nila, the level of competition in their industry po. Pangalawa na lang po yung insufficient demand. Obviously, during the last 2 years of the pandemic, nag-number one daw itong insufficient demand kasi wala nang bumibili. As our previous speaker said, walang makalabas. No one, mobility was constrained. But with the economy starting to recover, the latest survey, that was the fourth quarter of last year, ng Bangko Sentral showed competition again is the topmost concern of investors and business enterprises po. Okay? Despite the importance of competition for our investing and business community po, there is a knowledge gap when it comes to knowledge among LGUs and government entities of the new rules of competing in the marketplace po. And these new rules are contained in the Philippine Competition Act. Okay? Ito po yung batas na dinidiscuss ko po ngayon. Only 3.2% of our respondents po, we do this survey every year po. Only 3.2% of respondents po among LGUs are aware or knowledgeable about the Philippine Competition Act. And only 17.76% are knowledgeable or aware of the Philippine Competition Commission, yung papel pong ginagampanan ng PCC in implementing the PCA. So, importante pong ma-bridge po natin itong knowledge gap na ito in order for us as LGU development planners and chief executives to properly address yung demand from our industries, from our business communities for a level playing field, a level or fair competition po. Okay, next slide please. Now, competition policy may be new to the Philippines. Nabanggit ko po kanina, it was passed in 2015. But competition policy is already a global norm po. Okay? As we speak, more than 140 jurisdictions all over the world already have competition laws or policies in place. Again, it's important because it ensures a level playing field po. In the ASEAN, and the Philippines is a member of the ASEAN, all ASEAN members are supposed to have competition laws or policies in place as of 2015, which is why tinulak po ng ating Senado at Kongreso na ipasa po yung batas noong 2015 po. Okay? So it's a global norm. Ano po ibig sabihin ng global norm? Ibig sabihin, if you want your specialty coffee business to export to ASEAN, to other ASEAN member countries, okay, you will find comfort na kapag kayo po pumasok doon, ay pangangalagaan po, ay patas ang laban with the specialty coffee businesses in that country because of the presence of a competition law. So, importante po yun. Next slide, please. Okay, now the second thing we need you to know about the Philippine Competition Act and the role of the Philippine Competition Commission is that the PCA is the first law promoting market competition in every Philippine industry. Talagang bago po siya sa Pilipinas po. Okay, next slide please. If you look at the history of legislation, in the modern period po, the first mention of any legal provision on competition was contained in the 1930 revised penal code. There were two provisions there, Article 185 and 186. One concerned bid rigging in government transactions. The other one concerned practices in restraint of trade. But that was the 1930s law. Obviously, the penalties had been eroded by inflation. In fact, the penalty under the 1930 revised penal code was as much as 2,000 pesos lang po for every violation po. So, cheap, napaka-chicken po yan. It is not a disincentive for a business not to violate the law. Napaka-baba po. Okay? Fast forward po to the 1987 Constitution. The 1987 Constitution included a provision on ensuring fair competition in the marketplace po. Okay? It ensured that it provided that monopolies are not supposed to abuse their presence or their sole presence in the market, and that businesses are not supposed to engage in any practice that will restrain competition in any market. Okay? But that was a constitutional provision. Okay? So you needed an enabling law po. So 2015 po nagkaroon ng enabling law. But along the way po, nagkaroon po ng mga iba't ibang mga batas. I mentioned the 1995 Public Telecom Act, which also has a provision on competition, but specific to the telecom sector po. Para po dun sa mga kahenerasyon ko po, kung maalala nyo po, there was a time in the Philippines that there was only one telephone provider po. Ito po si PLDT. Okay? Nung panahon po nung kababayan niya po, si FVR, the former President Fidel V. Ramos, inopen up po niya yung telecom industry po to more players. And to solidify that reform, ipinasa po ng Kongreso under the leadership of another of your kababayan po, the former speaker po, Joe Develepment, pinasa po itong 1995 Public Telecom Act. Okay? So after that, the passage of that law po, mas dumami po yung mga telecom companies po natin. Okay, nagkaroon po ng Globe, nagkaroon po ng Islatel, ng many others po, Sun Cellular, etc. po. Obviously po, mapapansin nyo po, in the past few, up until a few years ago po, nauwi na naman po tayo sa dalawang telecom companies po. Ang ibig sabihin lang po talaga nun, hindi po sapat yung 1995 Public Telecom Act provision on competition para siguruhin po na meron pong competition sa telecoms po. So napaka-importante po nagkaroon talaga ng Philippine Competition Act. Another example po is yung EPIRA. Okay? And this is a big issue nowadays dahil nakaamba na naman po yung threat of power interruption. At alam naman po natin, over the past 2 decades, kapag meron pong ganong klaseng threat of low supply or power interruption or brownouts, nangyayari pong susunod dyan, isisipa po yung presyo ng kuryente. Okay? The EPIRA, the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001, also contains a provision on competition. But that did not prevent power companies from jacking up prices po. First in 2013, if you recall po, noong 2013 na nagkaroon po ng kasagsagan po ng brownout noon. And a few years ago lang po, nangyari na naman po yun. Actually, the 2013 incident po is the subject of a Supreme Court case po. Okay? So anyway, ang sinasabi ko lang po dito, these laws, Public Telecom Act, EPIRA, hindi po sapat yung competition provision nila. So napaka-importante po magkaroon ng batas na komprehensibo po at sakop po lahat na posibleng pang-aabuso sa merkado po. That is why in 2015, pinasa po yung Philippine Competition Act po. Okay? And how comprehensive is that law? We will get to that in a while po. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the state policy that I mentioned earlier that is contained in the Philippine Constitution. Section 19, Article 12 states that the state shall regulate or prohibit monopolies when the public interest so requires. Okay? Importante po yan, ano? When the public interest so requires. So hindi naman po bawal antemano ang monopolyo. Okay? Bawal po siya when the public interest so requires. Okay? Now let's go to the next statement. No combinations in restraint of trade or unfair competition shall be allowed. Okay? So ano po ba yung combinations? Ito po yung pagkakakonsaba ng mga negosyo. For example, cartel. Okay? Nabanggit po dito sa ating chat box yung mga produkto. For some of these products po, lumalabas po sa media, di ba, na yung suspecha na meron daw cartel sa ganito at sa ganyan. Okay? Pinagbabawal po siya ng konstitusyon natin at bawal po siya under the Philippine Competition Act. Okay, next slide. Okay. No, the law is only the latest, the Philippine Competition Act is only the latest economic reform po na ginawa po ng ating Estado para siguruhin po na ma-attain po natin yung kinakwento ko po kaninang poverty reduction and inclusive growth. If you remember, again, for those who had been around and maybe longer than me, there was a time po in the up to the 1970s and up to the mid-1980s po, highly restrictive po and very regulated po yung ating ekonomiya. So wala pong incentive for businesses, for investors to come in, especially foreign investors. Okay? Tapos napakataas po nung risk, yung delikado po kapag mag-i-invest kayo sa Pilipinas. Bakit? Dahil napakataas po ng utang ng Pilipinas nung panahon na iyon. Laki po ng nautang ng gobyerno nung panahon na iyon. At alam natin kapag malaking utang ng gobyerno, yung mga investor kinakabahan na baka pag mabangkarote yung gobyerno, baka damay sila. So wala masyadong nag-i-invest. But starting in the mid-80s onwards po, nagsagawa po ng a number of reforms on the economic front po ang ating gobyerno po. Nag-liberalize po siya ng trade, nag-deregulate, nag-privatize po ng mga tinatawag po nating mga GOCCs po, pero hindi pa po ito kompleto dahil meron pa pong GOCCs ngayon. Okay? Tapos in-address po yung political instability. Again, for those who had been around, maalala po ninyo na nung unang the entire term of the president that succeeded in 1986 po ay puro kudeta. At napakatindi po ng mga brownout right around the time of 89 onwards po. Kaya nagkaroon po tayo ng power crisis po noon. Okay? Nonetheless, so ginawa po itong mga reforms na ito precisely to arrest po itong tinatawag na boom-bust economic cycle po. Ano ba ibig sabihin ng boom-bust economic cycle? Arangkada, tapos babagsak na naman. Arangkada, bagsak, arangkada. Walang katapusang paulit-ulit pong ganon. Kaya po nagsagawa ang ating pamahalaan ng mga reforms nito, trade liberalization, deregulation at privatization, para po maputol na po yung ganong klaseng cycle po. Okay? Ngayon, tinuloy po ito nung late 2000s up until 2019 po. So nagpalalim po ng pagre-reforma pa sa ating ekonomiya At kasama po dito yung Philippine Competition Act. Nabanggit ko po kanina, despite the presence of competition provisions in legislation such as the Public Telecom Act, na nung panahon po nung 1990s po dumami na yung telecom, nauwi pa rin po sa iilan na lang a few years ago po. Kasi nga po hindi sapat yung mga dating batas. Kaya po kinailangan yung Philippine Competition Act para siguruhin na fair po yung playing field po natin. Okay? Ngayon, nagkaroon po tayo ng pandemya starting 2020 po. Napaka-importante po na kapag tayo ay babangon po sa pandemyang ito, yung ating ekonomiya, na ini-enforce po, ini-implement po natin yung Competition Act. Mahirap naman po na kapag bumangon tayo sa pandemyang ito, yung ating ekonomiya, ay ang matitira na lang pong negosyo ay mga dambuhala at mga iilan na lang. Ano pong problema doon? Siyempre, dahil sila lang ang nagpo-provide ng produktong yon, sila lang ang nagbebenta nun, wala silang insentibo na pababaan ng presyo. Wala silang insentibo na pagandahan ng kalidad ng produkto nila. Okay? Wala nga silang insentibo na provide ng more choices of a specific product. Okay? Across price points. Wala pong insentibo. So, importante po, habang bumabangon ang ating ekonomiya from the pandemic, importante pong kinikilala at ini-implement po natin yung Philippine Competition Act para siguruhin sabay-sabay, walang maiiwan, kaya micro, small, medium, o large, o big business, sabay-sabay pong aahon. Okay? Meron pa rin pong level playing field. Okay? Next slide, please. Yung Philippine Competition Act po, ito po ay kinikilala po sa ating Philippine Development Plan 2017-2022. This is the first time in history po na nagkaroon po ng chapter on competition policy po yung ating medium-term plan po. Kabisado nyo po yan dahil dinidiscuss po yan. Kinakascade po yan mula NEDA hanggang sa RDC po natin, sa mga regional development committees po natin, and all the way down po. So katulad po nun, itong chapter 16 on national competition policy, dapat po kinakascade po ito. Ano po pong pasok dito? Tatlong bagay lang po. Siguruhin na mabawasan yung mga anti-competitive practices. And we'll get to that in a while po. Okay, I will discuss that po. Ano po ba yung mga anti-competitive business practices? Okay, number 2, to reduce yung barriers to entry of new investors. Again, kung ang pakay po natin in local government is siguruhin masagana at convenient at comfortable ang buhay ng ating mga constituents, importante po na nakikinabang sila sa maraming choices, murang bilihin at magandang kalidad. Ngayon, kung meron pong barriers to entry ng mga negosyo, wala pong insentibo yung mga existing providers na gampanan po yung pagbaba ng presyo, pagpapaganda ng kalidad at pag-provide ng more choices po. Okay? Likewise, number 3, limits to entrepreneurship reduced. Importante po yan, bawasan po natin yan. Kasi po, kung hindi po natin babawasan yung mga restraints or constraints on entrepreneurship, again, mauuwi po tayo dun sa isa lang ang nagpo-provide o dalawa lang. At wala silang insentibo na tugunan yung hiling ng ating consumers po. Okay? So, importante po itong chapter 16 po na ito ay kinascade po natin to for the entire 6-year plan po na actually matatapos na po this year po. Okay? Next slide, please. Now, the third thing we need you to know about the Philippine Competition Act is what's new about this law, okay? Now, the PCA penalizes business behavior that substantially lessens competition, okay? So, what are these business practices po? Next slide, please. Sandali, nakaligtaan ko to. Ano po bang sakop po nung Philippine Competition Act? Okay, sino po bang sakop? Any person or entity engaged in any trade, industry, or commerce dito po sa ating bansa. Okay? So anyone engaged in business po, kahit anong negosyo po yan. Sakop din po ang government-owned or controlled corporations. Why? Dahil ang GOCCs po ay nagpo-provide ng serbisyo pero kumikita po while providing that service. Okay? Also included and covered by the law are trade associations. Halimbawa, asosasyon ng mga rice traders o asosasyon ng mga corn growers. If these associations are used to violate the Philippine Competition Act. Pero kung pinag-uusapan lang naman dito sa trade associations ay kailan ba ang next na party, kailan lang ba ang Christmas party, okay lang po yun. Wala pong violation ng PCA doon po. Pero kung pinag-uusapan po dito ay any of the prohibited business practices na i-discuss ko po in just a short while, ay covered po yan ng Philippine Competition Act. Now, which transactions, both local trade and international trade having direct, substantial, and reasonably foreseeable effects dito po sa negosyo sa loob ng Pilipinas. Okay? So sakop po nito yung mga multinational po na nagnenegosyo po dito sa ating bansa. Okay? Next slide please. Now let's go to the prohibited business practices po. Okay? There are three major classifications. Okay? Three major classifications of prohibited business practices. This is the first major classification po. Ito po yung tinatawag na anti-competitive agreements. Okay? Yung mga kasunduan ng mga negosyante na labag sa kompetisyon. Okay? And one of the examples is shown here. Dito po sa, makikita nyo po dito sa right-hand side. Okay? Kung walang kompetisyon, ayan. Bidder, paano ka naging winner? Okay? Ito pa isang halimbawa ng bid rigging. Okay? Which is an example of an anti-competitive agreement po. Okay, pinagbabawal po yan. Actually, bid rigging is one of two violations that are called per se violations. Okay, bakit per se? Ibig sabihin, the mere existence, malaman lang po namin na merong nangyayaring ganyan, guilty na agad yan. Okay? Hahabulin na agad yan. Wala nang kailangan patunayan o hindi. Okay? Pag may bid rigging, habulin na agad yan. Bidding, lalo na sa gobyerno. Bakit? Again, let's go back to the local government code under section 362 po. When procurement is to be made by LGUs, the provincial or city general services or municipal services officer or barangay treasurer shall call bids for open public competition. Alam po natin yan under the GPRA po, Government Procurement Reform Act. The default mode for procurement in government is competitive, open competitive bidding. Okay? So napaka-importante po ang competition sa bidding po. Again, bakit? Uwi na naman tayo sa bakit. Tulad nung nabanggit ko kanina, to ensure na yung produkto o serbisyong binid out, kapag nakinabang po yung ating mamamayan dyan, ay mataas yung kalidad. Okay? Dahil pinag-isipan na maigi, inaral na maigi yung i-award ng bid para dun sa proyektong yun. Okay? Tapos yung cost sa gobyerno ay mababa. Alam naman po natin at binanggit po ng isang resource person natin kanina na limited po ang government resources. Lalo na sa LGU, talagang magtitipid po tayo. Okay? So importante na yung mga proyektong ina-award ay reasonable po yung cost po nun. Okay? And it's only possible with competition. Okay? Now I mentioned the per se violations. Bid rigging pong isang halimbawa. The other example po ng per se violation, ibig sabihin, malaman lang namin merong ganyan, hahabulin agad namin yan, is yung tinatawag pong price fixing. Okay? Ano po yung price fixing? Kapag yung mga negosyante nagkasundo na mag-peg ng presyo nila, hindi kinakailangan na parehas ang presyo nila. Importante lang ay magkasundo sila sa presyo. Kunwari, sabihin ng isa, presyo ko ganito ha. Sabihin isa, presyo ko ganun. Okay? Magkasundo lang sila. It is the agreement. Yun pong hinahabol po natin dito. Okay? Again, that is a per se violation. Hindi lang po sa presyo. Okay? It also okay? Or components of the terms. For example, anong produkto? Pag nagbebenta ng ng mais, halimbawa, paano po ba binebenta mais? Per kaban po ba? Paano kung magkasundo yung mga traders na bibili tayo or magbibenta tayo, magkasundo tayo na hindi per kaban, kundi ganito, iba-iba ang sukatan natin. That again is an anti-competitive agreement. Okay? So hindi po kinakailangan na ang price fixing ay tungkol lang po sa presyo. It can be also with regard to the terms of the trade or any components thereof. Okay? Ngayon, hindi po lahat ng anti-competitive agreements ay per se violation. Ibig sabihin ay wala na kaming kailangan patunayan, kundi guilty ka na. Meron pong tinatawag natin na non-per se anti-competitive agreement po. Halimbawa, nagkasundo yung mga negosyanteng, uy, limitahan natin yung pagbenta ng asukal. Kasi balita natin, tataas daw ang presyo ng asukal sa merkado. Dilimitahan na natin ngayon, ipitin na natin yung supply. Okay? Tawag po nun, output limitation. Hindi po siya per se violation, pero violation pa rin. Ang burden po sa amin sa PCC ay patunayan namin na yung kasunduan na yon ay nagdudulot ng tinatawag ng kaninang substantial lessening of competition. Okay? Paano po namin malalaman yan? Sasagawa po kami ng pag-aaral. Okay? Aalamin po namin kung mahihirapan yung mga consumer kapag tinuloy yung ganong klaseng kasunduan. Okay? Ngayon, ang anti-competitive agreement hindi po nangangailangan ay sa pagitan lang po ng mga magkakakompetensya sa isang negosyo. Maaari pong may anti-competitive agreement sa pagitan po ng producer, supplier niya, at yung nasa baba pa niya, yung wholesale distributor niya. Kung magkasundo sila tungkol sa presyuhan, bagamat hindi sila mga competitor, kundi part po sila ng tinatawag na supply chain, anti-competitive agreement din po yun kapag nakasasama po yun sa ating mga consumer. Okay, so that's the first major classification po ng pinagbabawal po ng Philippine Competition Act po. Anti-competitive agreements. Pasok po dito yung sinasabi ng mga cartel. Okay, next slide please. The second major classification po ng pinagbabawal po sa ating batas ay tinatawag ng abuse of dominance. Okay, klaruhin ko lang po. Yung batas po ay hindi po siya galit sa mga monopolyo. Okay? Yung batas po, tinutugis po yung mga monopolyong inaabuso yung pagiging monopolyo nila. Okay? Makikita nyo po yung halimbawa ko sa kanan. Ito, usong-uso po to nung kasagsagan po ng pandemya, lalo na dito po sa Metro Manila, and I suppose in other urban areas as well po. Okay? This particular comic strip, nilabas po namin to kasagsagan po ng pandemya sa Facebook. Para lang po maunawaan po ng ating mga kababayan yung mga nangyayari po. Okay? Ito pong isang example po to ng pag-aabuso ng dominance. Paano po? Kasi po yung mag-inang yan ay nakatira sila sa kondo, pero ang internet nila ay yun lang pong exclusive na pinoprovide nung may-ari ng kondo, ng management ng kondo. Okay? Hindi po, tapos tinanong ng mag-ina yung manager, pwede pang magpakabit kami ng ibang internet, sabi niya hindi pwede kasi may exclusive. Ngayon, kung mapatunayan namin na yung ganong klaseng arrangement ay magdudulot sa kapahamakan ng consumer welfare natin, ay ito po ay abuse of dominance po. Okay? Actually, as of last count po, mahigit 100 na po yung reklamong natanggap namin nitong kasagsagan ng pandemya ng mga kondo, ng mga subdivision na pinagbabawal yung kanilang mga residente na kumonekta ng ibang internet. Na napaka-importante po sa pandemya. Bakit? Dahil nung kasagsagan po ng 2 taon na yun, work from home ang karamihan, study from home ang ating mga kabataan. So kailangan po natin ng internet. Kung hindi reliable yung internet ng subdivision, ng condominium, ay paano makakahabol sa trabaho? Paano makakahabol sa pag-aaral yung ating mga anak? Okay? So yun. As we speak po, we are pursuing those cases po. Okay, tinutusig po namin. Okay, so that's an example of abuse of dominance po. Okay, next slide please. Now let's go to the third major category or classification of prohibited business practices po sang-ayon sa Philippine Competition Act. Ito po yung tinatawag nating anti-competitive mergers and acquisition. Ano po ba yung merger and acquisition po or M&A? Yan po yung kapag nagsasanib po yung dalawang kumpanya para bumuo ng isa. Okay? Siguro po namin na kapag meron po nangyayaring ganon, hindi po magdudulot ng kapahamakan ng mga consumer po yung kanilang pagsasanib po. Dito po sa halimbawa makikita nyo, isa po itong resort island. Ano nangyari? Nagsanib yung dalawang nagbebenta ng bottled water. Tapos nila magsanib, ano nangyari sa presyo? Sumipa ang presyo mula 14 pesos, sumipa sa 75. Okay? Obviously, nagdulot siya ng kapahamakan sa consumers natin. So, bawal yung ganyang klaseng merger na pagsasanib ng mga negosyo. Okay? Next slide, please. So yun po yung tatlong major classifications po ng violations. Okay? Ngayon, napakataas po ng penalty kapag nag-violate po kayo ng Philippine Competition Act. Napapansin niyo po, it is in the order of the hundreds of millions po. Okay, first offense, more than 110 million agad, up to 110 million. Okay? Dahil nga po, nabanggit ko kanina, noong 1930 revised penal code, magkano yung penalty? 2,000 pesos. Chicken, peanuts siya para sa negosyo ngayon. Mag-violate na lang siya, bayaran niya na lang yung 2,000 pesos. Pero under the Philippine Competition Act, sumipa na po yung penalty. And we are mandated to adjust the penalty along with inflation. So every time kung sumisipa inflation, ina-adjust po natin yan. Para po ano pong purpose nun? Para yung mga nagbabalak gumawa ng hindi maganda, ay hindi na nila gawin. Kasi pag mahuli sila, 110 million at the least. Okay, for the first offense. At the most pala for the first offense. Okay, ayan pa po yung mga ibang penalties po. Okay, next slide. Now let's go to the fourth. We're nearing the end of my presentation. Dahil 5 po yun, di ba? 5 W's that LGUs need to know. Who's in charge of competition law? Kami po yun, PCC. The Philippine Competition Commission promotes market competition in every Philippine industry. Next slide, please. Ito po functions namin. Next slide, please. Ayun. We investigate here and decide on cases involving violations of the PCA. Ito po, news item galing sa Inquirer. Pansin nyo, inimbestiga po namin yung aligasyon na meron daw cartel sa hanay ng mga cold storage. Na alam naman natin, napaka-importante po sa agriculture industry po natin. Nagpo-produce po ng onions, garlics, corn, etc. Okay? Next slide, please. Gawain po namin magrepaso ng mga mergers and acquisitions. In this particular case, this is a real case po. Hinarang po namin yung merger po ng dalawang nalalabing sugar miller po sa Batangas. Hindi po namin pinayagan yun. Okay, kasi kung mangyari po yun, batay sa aming pag-aaral, sa aming pagsusuri, pag isa na lang ang matitira at yung isang yun, meron siyang insentibo na pahirapan ang buhay ng ating mga sugar farmers. Okay? So hindi po pwede sa amin yun. So hinarang po namin yun. Okay, next slide please. Impose sanctions, fines, or penalties. Nabanggit ko na po kanina yan. Ito pong halimbawa na ito, siguro nabalitaan nyo sa media in recent days. Pinapaalalahanan po namin si Grab. Uy, yung refund mo sa mga customer mo, ano na nangyayari? Dahil po, inorderan po namin sila na i-refund po yung mga pasahero nila. Okay, nung in-acquire po nila yung Uber, yung isa pang foreign ride-hailing company po dito sa Pilipinas. In-acquire po nila yung Philippine operations po. Okay, next slide please. We advocate pro-competitive policies. Siguro nabalitaan nyo na as early as this year or last year, kapag kayo po, yung mobile phone number nyo po, gusto nyo pong lumipat sa ibang telecom provider, pwede nyo pong bitbitin yung number nyo. Di katulad dati na kapag gusto nyo lumipat from smart to globe or globe to smart, you will have to give up your mobile number. Under this law, na amin pong tinulak, tumulong po kami sa pagtutulak po nito, batas na po ito. Okay? Pwede nyo na pong bitbitin yung number nyo kung gusto nyo lumipat ng ibang telecom provider. For example, gusto nyo lumipat sa, kunwari, Globe kayo, gusto nyo lumipat sa Smart, o gusto nyo lumipat sa Dito, kung kanina man. Sa ngayon po kasi 3 lang po yung mobile phone companies po natin. Okay? Pero ang position po namin sa PCC, paramihin pa yan. Okay? So again, we push for that because it is good for consumer welfare. Okay? Next slide, please. We consult stakeholders to understand market behavior. Okay? Hindi naman po pwedeng hindi kami nakikinig. Kailangan po nakabase sa ebidensya yung aming mga pag-aaral at mga desisyon. Kinokonsulta po namin yung mga stakeholders. Katunayan po, nagkaroon po kami ng Memorandum of Understanding with the Philippines' largest business organization po, yung PCCI po. So ano po namin sila, partner na po namin sila in promoting competition po. Okay, next slide please. We also conduct studies to guide industry and consumers po. Okay, so So, nagsasagawa ko ng pag-aaral po. Marami ko may pag-aaral po. You can go to our website po. Ipa-flash po namin mamaya amin po website. Next slide, please. Okay. So, given those functions po ng PCC, ito po ang relasyon po namin sa mga iba't ibang sangay po ng pamahalaan po. Okay. So, we are a creation of law. So, we are accountable to the Congress, to the Senate. In fact, meron pong bicameral oversight committee po sa amin po. Binabantayan po yung galaw namin that we report to at least once a year po. Okay? The decisions made by the Commission insofar as cases are concerned can only be appealed before the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court po. Okay? And we have a relationship with sector regulators kasi alam po namin, ang competition hindi lang naman po sa isang industriya. Remember what I said earlier, the Philippine Competition Act is the first comprehensive competition law. Ibig sabihin, sakop po lahat ng industriya, lahat ng sektor. Kaya po kailangan namin makipag-ugnayan sa mga iba't ibang sector regulators tulad ng Bangko Sentral, Securities and Exchange Commission, Insurance Commission, Energy Regulatory, LTR, FRD, National Telecoms, etc. Meron din po kami ugnayan sa mga national government agencies katulad po ng DILG, okay, of which the Local Government Academy is part of. Okay. So I already mentioned po that we also look into the affairs of GOCCs, and as early as 2019 po, as early as 2019 po, nag-issue po ang Supreme Court ng dawn raid rules po, allowing us to conduct dawn raids. Katulad po ng ginapapansin nyo siguro sa mga balita, nagre-raid yung NBI o nagre-raid yung PNP. Kami po, pwede na rin po namin gawin yan, mag-raid po. Of course, we need to deputize po. So we have the authority to deputize the PNP and the NBI to assist us in conducting these raids among others. Okay, next slide, please. Now to summarize po, these are the functions of the PCC po. We investigate anti-competitive business. We impose fines on anti-competitive business practices that are found to be happening. And we review mergers and acquisitions to ensure na wala pong anti-competitive na kalalabasan po yung kanilang pagsasabi. Okay? Those are the things that we do. We do not promote sports po. Okay? Kasi in some of the forum we encounter, akala may kinalaman kami sa sports. Wala po kami kinalaman sa sports. At wala rin po kami kinalaman sa pagrarank ng competitiveness scores po ng mga syudad at ng mga munisipyo po. Okay? DTI po gumagawa nun. Okay? Okay, next slide please. So now we're on the final W po. So we're to competition law. You can help us promote market competition. How? Next slide, please. The benefits of competition are forthcoming kapag informed po yung public, kapag engaged po yung mga stakeholders, at kapag equipped po yung mga partners katulad ninyo. We look at LGUs as partners po. Kasama po kayo sa pag-implement ng Philippine Competition Act po. Na ipapaliwanag ko po in the next couple of slides po. Next slide, please. Okay. Nabanggit ko po kanina yung National Competition Policy na sinaad po dun sa PDP po natin, yung 2017 to 2022 medium term plan po natin. Okay. Meron na pong National Competition Policy na in-issue po ng PCC tsaka NEDA noong 2020 po. Ano pong nakasaad dito? Okay? Kailangan po ang mga patakaran, polisiya, guidelines ng lahat ng sangay ng gobyerno should be pro-competitive and not anti-competitive. Okay? So ano ibig sabihin nito? Ibig sabihin nito, kailangan po repasuhin nyo po yung mga existing nyo po mga patakaran. Kapag kayo ay maglalabas ng isang bagong patakaran, halimbawa, kung inyong repasuhin yung inyong local investments and incentives code, okay? You have to ensure that it's pro-competitive and it does not contain provisions that will violate the Philippine Competition Act. Okay, the second thing there is competitive neutrality. Ano ibig sabihin nito? Kailangan na yung mga government-owned corporations po natin, hindi po sila nanlalamang sa mga private businesses that are in the same line of business. Okay? Dapat wala pong lamang yung mga GOCCs. Kailangan patas yung laban. Okay? The third thing is the recognition of the PCC as the primary enforcer of competition-related laws and issuances. Nabanggit ko po kanina, there were earlier laws that had competition provisions. Obviously, may mga kanya-kanyang regulator pong create for that particular law. But as per the Philippine Competition Act, and it was firmed up by the National Competition Policy contained in Joint Memorandum Circular 01-2020. PCC po ang primary enforcer po. Okay? Next slide please. Dito na po yung importante po. Late last year po, nag-issue po ang ating presidente ng Administrative Order number 44. Okay, Section 1 of that AO 44 directs all government entities in the executive branch, that includes national government entities, GOCCs, and LGUs, to adopt and implement in accordance with their respective mandates the national competition policy and its key elements as contained in JMC number 01-2020. Okay, so klaro po. Section 2 of Admin Order 44 states that yung pong pag-implement ninyo ng LGUs, NGAs, GOCCs sa National Competition Policy will be a compliance requirement prior to the grant of PBB and prior to the conferment of the Seal of Good Local Governance. Okay? So importante po. This, if you can just go back to the previous slide. Importante po itong 1, 2, 3 na ito. Kilalanin po ninyo, aralin at i-implement in order for you to continue to be grantees of PBB and the Seal of Good Local Governance. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, importante po yan. Okay, that's why actually I was part of the PCC team that's meeting with the AO25. Ito po yung committee overseeing the PBB para discuss po yung mga compliance requirements po for agencies po. Okay? So, dinadraft na po yung guidelines for that and it will be rolled out anytime this year. Okay? Next slide, please. Okay. LGUs po. Okay? Just to firm up po yung sinabi kanina, you are enablers of competition, having been directed no less by the President po under AO 44 to help implement the Philippine Competition Act. Okay, you are enablers of competition by ensuring you have sound ordinances, improve investment codes, na meron pong level playing field. You allow new businesses to entry, wala pong unreasonable na mga balakid po, and you do not limit consumer choice and information. Okay? So, kayo po ay partner po namin dito. Okay. Next slide, please. If you want to learn more po, you can PCC. Okay? P, participate in our webinars. We have a lot of webinars lined up, especially if you want to bone up on the Philippine Competition Act in light of AO 44. Kasi nga po, hindi kayo mabibigyan ng PBB or wala kayong Seal of Good Local Governance kung hindi nyo tutulungan ang PCC sa pag-implement ng Philippine Competition Act. To participate in our webinars, C, check out our publications at www.phcc.gov.ph, and the last C, connect with us through Facebook and Twitter. And soon po, magkakaroon na rin, meron na rin po kaming YouTube, you can watch our videos there, and soon po, magla-launch po kami ng TikTok channel po. Next slide, please. Kung meron po kayong nalalamang impormasyon about a potential violation of the Philippine Competition Act, these are our contact points po. We have a landline, we have email, I mentioned our social media accounts, and this is our address po. Okay, next slide please. That is all po. Maraming salamat, and I hope I've been able to discuss with you the country's new legislation, new law on competition po. If you have questions po, I'm more than willing to answer them. Maraming salamat.
Okay, so thank you so much, sir, for the very informative presentation. So ngayon, we know more about the Philippine Competition Act na and about the Philippine Competition Commission. So again, sir, thank you so much. So sa atin pong mga participants, do we have any questions or clarifications po? So sa ating pong participants from the Provincial Government of Ilocos Sur. Meron po ba tayong questions po, ma'am, o clarifications or any concerns? So for now, none pa daw po.
Anyway, ma'am, part of my presentation will be provided to participants. Makikita niyo po din yung contact details namin. Kung meron po kayong karagdagang katanungan po, feel free to get in touch with us po. Alam po namin na this will become a new requirement for PBB and for SGLG po. So you can reach out to us po. We have a lot of learning resources po. Maraming salamat po.
So, actually for this morning sana ay meron pa po tayong isang topic yung local competitiveness to be presented po sana yung ating pong speaker from DTI, Ma'am Kat, okay lang po na after lunch na po natin itackle yung inyo pong topic.
Okay lang po sa akin. No problem po.
So, since it's already 11:47 po sa aming relo, kaya for now mag lunch break na po muna tayo and then we will be back at 1 p.m. po para may resume po natin yung atin pong discussion. Okay, thank you so much po and have a good lunch.
Can I call you baby? Can you be my friend? Can you be my lover up until the very end? Let me show you love. I don't pretend. Stick by my side even when the world is giving in. Oh, don't you worry. I'll be there whenever you want me. I need somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst.
Okay, so good afternoon po sa ating lahat and we hope po na tapos na po tayong lahat mag-lunch and ready na sa ating pong afternoon session. So before we go to our next topic po, silipin muna natin yung ating pong session tracker para makita po natin kung ano na po yung mga natapos. So supposedly po this morning, we have 4 topics po sana. However, ang natapos lang natin is yung from session 1 to session 2A. Ayan, so yung ating session 1 po kanina which about the introduction to LED na present po ni Ma'am Narvi, in which na ipakita yung kung ano yung mga usual na efforts of the LGUs in support to LED, like yung sa mga farm to market roads, sa pagkandak ng trade fairs and among others. So sa atin naman pong session 2, wherein na-present sa atin yung update on the COVID-19 situation and also the different programs ng atin pong national government to support those who are affected by the pandemic. So for the businesses, andyan yung CARES, yung the COVID-19 assistance to restart enterprises. And naipresent din kanina yung mga different policies and laws in support naman po sa LED. So na-present po yan ni Ma'am Ami kanina. And before nga po tayo mag-lunch, natapos din natin ang ating session 2A, which is about the Philippine Competition Act, in which we've learned more about the Philippine Competition Commission or the PCC, kung ano-ano yung mga functions nila and mandate, and also about the Philippine Competition Act or the RA 10667. Okay, so still po sa usapang competition pa rin tayo. Kaya ngayon, let us hear our next topic, which is local competitiveness. So this will be discussed by our next presenter. She is taking up her Master in Development Administration, Major in Local Government Administration at Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University. She is working at the Department of Trade and Industry Region 1 since 2011 and now the officer in charge of its Industry Development Division. So may I call on po Miss Kathleen Mateo, ma'am?
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon po. Good afternoon po sa lahat. Am I loud and clear?
Okay po.
Okay. So before I start with my presentation, because supposed to be kaninang umaga ako pero na-move ako ng 1 o'clock, which is wala namang problema. Pero kung minsan nakakakaba po mag-present ng mga alauna, kasi sabi natin parang holy hour, katatapos, kumain, medyo busog, medyo inaantok. So before I go ahead and start with my presentation, can I request live check? Live check ang tawag natin, no? Pag sa Zoom, tignan natin kung gising pa ba, buhay pa ba ang ating mga participants, Pwede po bang kaya ang pa-on ng camera or pa-wave? Tingnan lang po natin yung mga kasama natin for today. Yan. Can I see the wonderful faces kahit online man lang po? O, di ba po? Napaka-useful ng Zoom kahit na on the way si Sir Philemon nakakapag-attend siya ng mga meeting. Good afternoon po, sir. Ingat po. Kayo po ba ang nagda-drive, sir? Ingat po. Okay. Nandito na po ba yung mga iba? Can you turn on your cameras? Live check lang. Tignan lang po natin kung on board na po ang lahat. Or kung alanganin mag-open ng cameras, maybe you can use reactions like a thumbs up, a wave. Kasi baka po nagtututbrush pa po yung iba, which is perfectly fine. Okay. Salamat po. Salamat po. Alright. So, thank you for the introduction, ma'am. Ayun nga po. My name is Kathleen Mateo and I am from the Department of Trade and Industry. Dito po ako sa regional office, which is in San Fernando, La Union. I will be discussing a few topics or information regarding local competitiveness, which is anchored sa mga pillars natin sa CMCI or yung ating Cities and Municipalities Competitiveness Index. I've been handling the program for quite some years. So maybe yung mga iba sa inyo na-encounter ko na po or na-encounter nyo na po ako, yung mga iba na bago po, good afternoon po. So let me start by sharing my screen. Wait lang. Nakikita niyo na po ba yung screen ko? Sandali. Ilagin ko lang din yung isa para makontrol ko po kung nakikita niyo. Okay. Am I loud and clear? Maayos naman po yung reception ng aking microphone.
Yes po, ma'am.
Yes, thank you po.
Ating pong PowerPoint presentation, ma'am, nakashare na din po.
Okay.
Nawala po.
Tinanggal ko lang po saglit. Wait lang, ma'am. Okay. Sorry. Nakikita na po.
Okay na po, ma'am.
Ay, kaso pati yung presenter view nakikita. Sorry po. Medyo may kodigo lang po kasi tayo ng konti. Pero kung hindi naman, pwede naman din ganyan natin. Alright, so session 3 na binigay po sa atin is about local competitiveness. So ano po ba yung local competitiveness? Ano po yung gusto nating malaman? Ano yung gusto nating ma-achieve? So as per the objectives for this session, ang gusto natin is to be able to name the drivers of local competitiveness. So gusto natin na ma-explain natin kung ano ba yung mga role or enabling roles ninyong mga LGUs to drive local competitiveness. Ma-describe po yung characteristics ng isang competitive LGU. So ano po ba dapat ang characteristics ng LGUs ninyo para masabing competitive kayo? And then at the end of this session, I understand na parang meron po tayong output na gusto, which is to be able to prepare a competitive profile. So with the time, being na medyo nakain po yung oras natin this morning, I'm not sure kung matatapos po natin, pero we'll try. I'll try to make my presentation as short but as very short pero kumbaga very explainable and as understandable as possible. And then kung may time po tayo, baka pwede po tayong gumawa pa ng competitive profile ng mga LGUs nyo. And then if may time pa po, supposed to be 1 or 2 of you would be presenting yung profile na yon. So tignan po natin kung kakayanin po ng oras natin. Ano po? Okay. So competitiveness, yan pong gentleman sa ating harapan, yan po si Michael Porter. Siya po yung parang ano ba tawag dito? Siya po yung parang bumuo ng konsepto po, nung parang structure ng competitiveness. So sabi po natin, ang competitiveness, it encompasses all sectors of society. So ang goal nito is to improve yung productivity that allows cities and municipalities to improve their standards of living and thus give prosperity to its citizens. To make competitiveness work, people and culture must also catch up with the mindset. Yung sinasabi rin po or yung pinofocus po ng competitiveness ayon doon sa perspective po ni Michael Porter is nakadepende po siya highly on productivity. Ano po yung gusto natin sabihin sa productivity? Ang gusto po natin sabihin dito is parang sa inyong locality, gaano karaming inputs ang kailangan to come up with an output. So parang in ratio, parang kahit konti yung inputs mo, it will parang produce an output na marami po ang nakikinabang, na hindi masyadong malaki ang nagastos. Yung bang tipong parang kahit konti lang ang ilagay mo, maganda, malaki at efficient po yung mga produkto pong na ibibigay po nito. So in parang relation to that, ano yung mga programa ninyo? Ano po yung mga activities ninyo na gusto nyo gawin sa locality ninyo na ito at ito lang ang kailangan pero marami po doon sa mga constituents niyo po ang makikinabang. So pag sinabi po natin na makikinabang, since sabi nga dito it encompasses all sectors of society, hindi lang po yung parang mga employees po ang pinag-uusapan natin dito. Halimbawa, yung recipients po ng health sector services ninyo, yung recipients po na mga estudyante po doon sa public services ninyo, yung mga direct clients po ninyo sa mga LGUs ninyo, sa lahat ng aspeto po, yung mga magsasaka natin para sa mga agri na mga services po natin, yung po yung sinasabi natin, may iba-ibang pillars po and gusto natin as an LGU, competitive po tayo sa lahat ng aspeto po. So competitiveness is yung capability of local governments to provide an environment that nurtures dynamism of its local enterprises and prosperity of its residents. So ang gusto natin, parang kumbaga kung nakikita niyo po, 'di ba, meron mga sinasabi na most livable cities or kahit sa mga municipalities po, parang ano po ba yung katangian po ng mga LGUs ninyo na masasabing gusto ng taong tumira doon kasi napaka-healthy ng environment. Kasi marami po kayong nai-offer sa ekonomiya po, sa mga end services po ng mga programa ninyo. Yun bang mafe-feel ng ng tao na gusto kong tumira dito, livable po dito kasi prosperous po yung lugar na ito. So it all starts with a small step, with small activities na tinututukan natin para po mag-prosper yung activity at ang mag-benefit po is yung mga local constituents po natin. So, iaangkla ko po ito doon sa CMCI pillars because mas spell out po natin yung parang idea of competitiveness kung titignan natin per pillar. So, kumbaga, ang isang LGU, doon sa CMCI survey na sinasabi, ang tinitingnan kasi natin doon is yung score or ranking ng competitiveness ng bawat LGU per pillar, pero ito ay on the competition side. Pero aside from the competition, pwede rin kasi natin tignan yung mga data natin or yung mga faring or yung position natin in terms of competitiveness to come up with action plans po. So it's not all about checking kung gaano ka-competitive para masabing ikaw ang number 1 nationwide, ikaw yung number 2 sa region-wide. Pero ano po yung gagawin natin sa mga data na ito para ma-improve yung mga kailangan ng improvement at para ma-maintain po yung mga pillars or yung mga positions na matataas po tayo. So sa CMCI survey po, meron tayong initially 4 na pillars. So I know you are very aware of the economic dynamism. Kanina po nung nag-speech si Sir Arnold Roy Tenorio, napahapyawan na nga po niya yung mga pillars na ito. So he mentioned economic dynamism, government efficiency, infrastructure, resiliency, and then nasabi niya rin na yung isang driving force ng ating economic dynamism is highly dependent na sa innovation. So ito yung ating 5th pillar, ito po yung pinakabagong pillar sa CMCI na tinitingnan natin or sinusukat natin gaano ka-ready yung isang LGU in terms of innovation, gaano niya wini-welcome yung innovation sa inyong locality. So ayan po, 4 plus the newest pillars, 5 po yung pillars natin. So sa screen po ninyo, sa harap po ng mga monitors ninyo, you would see na yung overall competitiveness ng inyong locality ay nakaangkla doon sa 4 na pillar lang ang nilagay ko dyan because the innovation pillar is the 5th and the newest. And wala pa po kasi yung final na mga subcategories po ng innovation pillar natin, kaya hindi ko po muna nilagay. Pero ito po, based doon sa 4 na pillars, yung sa economic dynamism, masusukat po yung mga yung competitiveness nyo based sa halimbawa sa size ng local economy ninyo. Kasama po dyan yung income, yung mga revenues na generate ninyo, doon masusukat yung growth ng local economy ninyo, magkano ba yung cost of living, gaano karaming jobs ang na-generate po doon sa locality ninyo, how productive po yung locality ninyo. Sa government efficiency naman, nasusukat po natin dyan yung serbisyo po or gaano ka-efficient ba yung serbisyo po sa LGU ninyo. So, isang halimbawa po dyan is, meron po ba kayong isang unit na tumututok sa mga investors na gustong mag-invest sa locality ninyo? Pag may pumunta po bang investor sa inyo at sinabi na parang interesado po akong mag-invest dito or sa ganitong sector, ano po yung mga programa ninyo? Yung iba naman, baliktad naman po ang tanong. Sasabihin nila, I have this and this much money. Ano po ba ang magandang pag-investan? So, meron po ba kayong unit na naka-ready na yung mga information na yun na sabihin, ito po yung parang nakikita naming magandang pasukang negosyo, ito po yung capital na kailangan, and then from then on, mag-uusap po kayo ng investor. Tinitingnan din po sa government efficiency yung efficacy ng health services ninyo in terms of the private sectors, pero ina-account din natin yung yung public, pero ina-account din natin yung private. Tinitingnan natin yung capacity ng mga school services ninyo. Tinitingnan po natin yung inyong compliance sa business permits and licensing system. Tinitingnan natin yung level of peace and order kasi usually, di ba, hindi lang naman yung investor, pero kahit naman yung mga ordinaryong tao, ayaw po natin tumira sa isang lugar na maraming kaguluhan. Tinitingnan po natin ang level of social protection na binibigay niyo po sa mga constituents ninyo. Sa infra naman, tinitingnan natin kung gaano kayo ka-competitive in terms of basic infra doon sa roads. May mga ports po ba kayo? May mga public transport vehicle na po ba kayo? Ilan yung mga education structures na available po sa inyo? Pati po doon sa tourism sector, ilan yung mga accredited or DOT accredited hotels na meron po sa mga lugar ninyo. And then yung isa sa pinaka mainit po ngayon is tinitingnan natin yung IT capacity or yung ICT capacity po ninyo. Like gaano ka-strong po yung internet service, ilang internet providers ang available po sa inyo, ganyan po yung mga tinitingnan natin. And then yung isang pillar naman po is resiliency. Kasi sabi namin before, kahit gaano kayaman, kahit gaano kagaling ang isang government office, kahit gaano karami siyang structure na available, pero pag dumating po yung delubyo, pag nagkaroon ng mga natural calamities or sa halimbawa na lang po natin ngayon at present yung COVID situation natin, pag po na-struck po tayo ng problema health-wise or natural or man-made, kung hindi resilient ang isang locality, parang useless po yan. Kasi pag nagkaroon ng problema at hindi kayang tumayo at mag-bounce back ng isang locality, everything is deemed useless. Now, fortunately for Region 1, very resilient po tayo because as per survey, as per the results, sa resiliency pillar po talaga nangunguna ang Region 1. So sa resiliency, yung mga sub-indicators dyan, tinitignan natin yung mga indicators on land use plan, yung mga disaster risk reduction plan natin, nag-annual disaster drill ba, ang LGU, ano yung mga available na infra niya na halimbawa nagka-emergency, ilang ambulansya ang meron dyan, ilan po yung mga trained responders ang available na mag-rescue sa atin, yan po yung mga bagay na tinitingnan natin sa resiliency pillar. Now, doon sa presentation materials na binigay ni LGA, na i-discuss sana is, ang case study na binigay is that of Iloilo. So, since Region 1 naman po tayo, medyo inedit po natin. Ang kinuha kong sample is kay Pangasinan Province na lang, total Pangasinan ng Ilocos Sur po yung mga participants today. So, sample lang, si Pangasinan po. Ito po yung ranking ng competitiveness ng province of Pangasinan, and then side by side, ang kinuha lang natin na sample is si Dagupan City. So makikita nyo po, noong 2015, si Pangasinan is pang 34 siya out of the 68 provinces na sumali. Now, last year, from that 16, 81 ang naglaban, out of the 81 na naglaban-laban dahil marami na pong ibang provinces ang nag-join sa survey, pang 16 po si Pangasinan nationwide po. And then si Dagupan, from being 19 out of the then 108 component cities na sumali, as of last year, number 16 na rin po si Dagupan nationwide out of the 113 component cities po na sumali. So doon mo makikita or doon mo ma-assess na parang si Pangasinan and si Dagupan City are faring very well po at a national scale. So yung 2013 and 2014 nga po pala, those are the years na nag-start na ang CMCI survey, pero wala po kasi tayong data dyan, pero nilagay lang po natin. Ang available data po kasi natin doon sa portal is starting from 2015 po. So just for the information of everyone, ang provincial rankings natin are based on population and income-weighted average ng overall scores ng cities and municipalities under a province. So for example, si Pangasinan, lahat ng mga LGUs na nagko-compose kay Pangasinan, yung kanilang yung average ng kanilang population and income plus yung overall score individually nila, yun ay contributory doon sa sinasabi nating competitiveness ng probinsya po. So I'm not sure if clear po sa screen ninyo, parang maliit po yata siya. Pero ito ay available po doon sa portal natin. Mamaya idadayo ko po kayo sa portal para lang po makita ninyo. And then there you will see doon sa bandang upper right na si Pangasinan ay 16th po siya nationwide. So, yung mga next slides po natin will be snippets ng mga results and graphs po noong 2021 CMCI survey. So, later on, I will be showing you how are we faring or how is the region faring in terms of yung national scope. And then, while we are taking a look at that, ito po yung parang mga questions na pag-isipan po natin. So, kasi yung mga LGUs po na kasama dito today, sabi kasi meron tayong 9 target LGUs. Vivisit po natin yung mga scores and rankings nyo isa-isa. Ibigay ko lang po sa inyo yung overview para makita nyo po doon sa graphs or doon sa information or data na makikita nyo. Ano kaya yung top 3 indicators na palagay nyo kailangan yung i-work on strategically para masabing mas maging competitive kayo. And then while looking at the screen also, pag-isipan natin, if these chosen indicators are currently doing well, will they be critical in raising the scores for the other indicators that are not doing well? Parang ang sinasabi po natin, kung yun yung mga indicators na pinag-iisipan natin dapat pagbutihan, palagay niyo po ba ma-affect po yung mga scores din ng mga hindi gaanong kataasan po yung scores natin. Halimbawa po, kunyari sa mga hotels, konti lang, kunyari nakita nyo na yung score nyo doon sa mga tourism infra is mababa. Mababa siya kasi yung mga hotels ninyo is hindi DOT accredited. So, ang gusto nyong gawin is tignan natin kung ano ba yung dapat nilang ma-comply para ma-accredit sila ng DOT. Pag tumaas ba ang score nila doon, does it also improve the scores of the other indicators? The answer is yes, because pagka na DOT accredit yung mga hotels ninyo, yung indicators for the number of rooms na kasama din po sa ini-scorean, tataas din po kasi masasama sa bilang yung mga available na rooms na pwedeng ma-cater doon sa mga gusto pong mag-visit sa probinsya ninyo. That is in terms of the survey lang. Pero of course, kung hindi naman din sila DOT accredited, hindi naman ibig sabihin na hindi available po yung mga establishments ninyo. But kasi pag DOT accredited, may certain level of confidence po kasi tayo dyan at may habol yung mga tao kasi alam nilang dumaan under government inspection po yung mga establishments. And then we also like to look at if these chosen indicators are currently not doing well, halimbawa, nakita nyo mahina po kayo sa bandang health sector, halimbawa, will choosing them be a realistic and strategic approach in achieving competitiveness? I personally would say yes, dahil sa current na pandemic natin ito, alam natin na yung healthcare system, facilities, yung mga supplies natin related to medical health care services, yun po ang kailangan natin na i-improve para, kumbaga, magkaroon tayo ng effort or magkaroon tayo ng parang participation sa pagtulong po na masuko yung stage natin na parang nasa pandemic level tayo na sana po mag-downgrade tayo into parang endemic level lang. So, since yung mga 9 LGUs na kasama po natin ay under the first and second class municipalities, yung category lang po na yan yung nilagay ko po sa presentation. So, sa Ilocos Region, mayroon tayong 37 first to second class municipalities out of the 508 na naglaban-laban po last year. So, makikita nyo po, ang nakalagay dyan is best and good or actually parang top and bottom po yan. Ang ibig sabihin yan, tinitignan natin kung yung mga LGUs natin dito sa Region 1, kasama ba sila sa top 50% or bottom 50%. Fortunately, doon sa slide na nakikita niyo po sa harapan ninyo, you would notice na majority of our LGUs in the first to second class municipalities are at the top 50% po. So, konti lang, except for the infra. yung medyo marami po tayong LGUs na not so faring well, pero meron pa pong ilalaban. So doon sa overall competitiveness, ang mga first to second class municipalities natin, from last year, nag-improve tayo dahil from the year before last year, 25 lang ang LGUs natin na nasa top 50. Last year, 32 na po yung nasa top 50 natin. So nag-increase from 68% to 86%. And then doon naman sa economic dynamism or yung capability po ng LGU na mag-generate ng income, from 24 LGUs noong 2020 na nasa top 50, nag-increase po ito to 29. So nadagdagan po ng 5. And then for government efficiency or yung sinusukat natin, gaano ka-efficient yung mga serbisyo po ninyo sa inyong locality, from 20 LGUs sa 2020, nag-increase siya ng 32 LGUs out of the 37 po doon sa Region 1. So 54% lang noong 2020, naging 86%. So that is a good indicator na yung mga services natin sa Region 1 ay gumaganda po. Sa infrastructure naman, although medyo mababa pa rin yung ating hatian ng mga good performing and not so good performing, at least nag-increase siya from 14 LGUs to 20 LGUs po by 2021 or last year. And then dito naman may drastic na improvement din na from the 27 LGUs noong 2020, 34 na po yung LGUs na nasa top 50%. So tatlo lang pong LGUs from the first to second class municipalities yung medyo hindi umabot doon sa kalahati. Yun naman ay sukatan natin from the national category po. So may tatlo po na baka kailangan po nating tulungan na i-improve yung mga scores nila doon. I have the list, so hindi ko lang sure kung isa po sa inyo yung kasama doon sa bottom 3, pero pwede rin po nating silipin from the list later on. So ito po. Ito po yung list ng mga LGUs na participating today. Tignan po natin yung score ninyo para doon natin ma-visualize kung ano ba yung pillar na malakas tayo, saang pillar ba yung medyo mababa tayo, at ano ang pwede natin gawin to improve yung status natin in terms of that pillar para masabing maging competitive po yung mga localities ninyo. So, sampulan po natin, sino po kaya? Sige, start tayo kay Narvacan. Check po natin si Narvacan. So, ito po yung sinasabi nating CMCI portal. So, all you have to do is to log on to cmci.dti.gov.ph. Dito po niyo makikita yung history ng rankings ninyo, ng scores ninyo sa lahat ng indicators at sa lahat ng pillars po. So, I don't know if I can zoom this. Check po. Ayan. Okay, palakingin po natin ng konti. So, sampulan lang po natin. So, kay Narvacan halimbawa, nung year 2021 or last year, medyo nasa 191st po yung ating rank. Okay, so 191 po yung rank natin doon sa overall. And then 279 rank po tayo doon sa economic dynamism. So last year ang naskoran is 4 na pillar. So tigta 25% ang kinukuha per pillar, and then yung sum nun, yun yung ating overall competitiveness. So makikita niyo po dito halimbawa, sa data ng Narvacan, makikita niyo po dito na sa bawat pillar, makikita nyo rin kung ano yung ranking nyo. So sa economic dynamism halimbawa, check natin. Safety, compliant business. Makikita nyo po na medyo malayo po yung ranking natin. Pero makikita nyo rin po dito na under the economic dynamism, yung cost of living, mataas po yung ranking natin. So does that mean na okay or maganda ang cost of living kasi mura? Diba? Yun naman usually, or mura tapos yung sinesweldo po ng tao is kaya niyang i-cover yung gastusin po sa locality ninyo. Makikita nyo rin po dito na mataas yung ranking nyo sa cost of doing business? Is that because mura mag-invest sa inyo? Or kumbaga affordable po, kaya po ng ordinaryong investor na to go into business sa locality ninyo? So yun po yung mga question na kayo rin po ang makakasagot. Unfortunately, makikita po natin dito na halimbawa, ano pa po yung isang indicator dito na medyo, local economy structure, medyo malayo po yung ranking natin. So ito po yung magiging basis ninyo to think kung ano yung pillar na palagay nyong dapat nyong i-improve. Although sa economic dynamism kasi, hindi naman din po ninyo control kung gaano karaming investors ang mag-i-invest sa inyo or kung ilan yung magpaparehistro po sa locality ninyo. Kasi doon po kayo kumukuha ng income na na-generate po ng locality. But you could try to come up with a parang ano tawag nito, pwede po kayo gumawa ng parang patakaran po sa inyo through your LIIC or through yung mga pinapasa po nating ordinansa ng paraan kung paano kayo makaka-attract ng investors nang sa gayon tumaas po yung economic activity po sa locality natin. So, check po natin si Narvacan. Sa government efficiency, as compared kay economic dynamism, mas mataas po yung ranking natin, 198 po tayo. So, makikita po natin dito, click nyo po yung data tab dito, makikita nyo, presence of investment promotion unit, meron. So, 2.5 agad yung score niyan. Compliant ba kayo sa national directives? Nasa 9th rank po yan. So, makikita nyo yung mga equivalent score. So, halimbawa, ito, alam nyo namang may presence of investment promotion unit kayo, hindi nyo naman kailangan i-enhance per se yung structure. But what you can look into, what you could look into is, ano ba yung galaw ng investment promotion unit ninyo? Kumbaga, may unit ng available, pero is someone availing of the services po ng unit? So, yun po yung mga pwede natin pag-isipan. Capacity of school services. Yan po, medyo malayo po tayo. So, meron po pa tayong budget sa LGU para i-improve ito or purely dependent lang ba ito kay DepEd? Ito po yung mga sistema na pwede nating tignan, kailangan niyo po bang sumulat sa kanila, makipag-tie up sa kanila to see kung paano po natin pwedeng i-improve yung edu system services po natin. Sa peace and order, 78. So it's a pretty good score, pero if there is something else that you could do, at kung yun naman ang goal ng locality ninyo, yun po ang i-check natin. So sa infra hindi tayo masyadong malakas sa Region 1. So kung yun po yung gusto nyong patatagin sa mga localities ninyo, yun po yung ilagay po natin na parang profile at yun po yung gagawa natin later on halimbawa ng investment profile para yun po yung i-offer nyo sa mga prospective investors. So sa infra, ayan, makikita nyo halimbawa dito, distance to ports. Nasa medyo 323 po yung rank natin. Duly because malamang po malayo po yung distance natin sa mga ports. Although, kung minsan tatanungin niyo po kami, pagka malayo ba sa port, ibig sabihin hindi na competitive? Maaaring opo, kasi nga yung ways of transporting yung mga goods and services or even tao, parang mahirap po. So yun po yung mga tinitingnan natin. So kung ganun ang kaso, ano ang dapat gawin ni LGU? Yan po yung titignan natin. Titignan natin din dito halimbawa yung accommodation capacity nga po. Paano po kayo makaka-welcome or makaka-accommodate ng maraming turista kung kukunti naman yung mga accommodation establishments na available. So yun po ang titignan natin at yun po yung gagawa nyo ng programa. Yan. So ganyan po yung makikita nyo sa portal. Everything is available po sa inyo. This is a public account. So kung mapapansin nyo, hindi po ako naka-login. So I am accessing the website as a public. So kahit wala po kayong account dyan, makikita nyo po yung data na yan. So that is for Narvacan. I actually have here the tabs for all the other LGUs na kasama po natin. So si Santa Cruz, andito rin po. Pwede nyo pong puntahan yan ngayon. para makita nyo po yung mga rankings po ninyo, yung scorings ninyo. Actually, 2021 lang ito. You can see all other informations from way back. O yan, may 2014 pa dito. Pwede nyo pong i-check. I also have Tagudin. Si Tagudin, rank 62 po siya overall last year. And then si Asingan, you are rank 159 last year. So makikita niyo po lahat ng data na yan. Everything is available at your fingertips para magamit po ninyo to come up with strategies, to come up with plans, to come up with proposals para po ma-improve po ninyo or mag-suggest po kayo ng mga activities or programa po sa locality ninyo na sa palagay nyo po makakatulong po na iangat yung competitiveness level po ng lugar. Si Bogalyon, 342, Siswal, 283rd siya. Yan. So yan po yung mga websites. Pwede po ninyo siyang puntahan para po ma-check ninyo yung data. Para yun po yung maging basis nyo later on to come up with your competitiveness profile. So balik po ako sa presentation. Yan. I-discuss ko lang yung sample LGU analysis. So, halimbawa, naisip nyo na yung dimension or indicator na mababa sa inyo na gusto nyong tutukan is economic dynamism. Halimbawa, napansin nyo, parang konti lang yung na-generate ata na income ng LGU. Ano kaya yung gap nun? Is it because poor ang business performance and growth prospects po ng mga businesses dyan sa inyo? Is it because hindi nagnenegosyo kaya yung mga tao sa locality ninyo because kulang sila sa access ng financing or ng pondo, walang silang halimbawa mapag-utangan kasi syempre naubos yung pera nila during the pandemic and kailangan nila ng means to be able to bounce back through having their financial or yung capital po nila. So yun ba yung kulang kung bakit parang walang nagnenegosyo? Or is it because walang public-private partnership na pwedeng mag-push sa mga proyekto or activities na nakapila na po doon sa mga localities ninyo? So ano yung cause ng gap na yun? Weak or declining markets kaya? Walang nag-i-invest at wala kayang mga credit or microfinance services na available na siyang magpapautang para magkaroon ng access to finance po yung mga tao? Or is it because doon sa absence ng PPP is hindi gaanong malakas yung partnership nyo with the private sector? So now that you've identified, halimbawa, nakita nyo na yun yung gap, yun yung cause, ano ngayon ang agenda ninyo? Ano ngayon ang strategy nyo to address that gap? So, magkakaroon kayo halimbawa, yung weak or declining market, ang agenda nyo pwedeng sector competitiveness planning, magmi-meeting kayo, pagplaplanuhan nyo, ano ang mga dapat gawin. Or walang investments kasi yung investments promotion planning nyo hindi masyadong active. Or yung local investments and incentives code ninyo na siyang manghihikayat ng investments outdated. So, yan ang tututukan ninyo. Doon naman sa walang credit or walang mapag-utangan, syempre dapat mag-a-attract kayo. Paano nyo i-attract yung mga financing facilities na yan? Yun yung pag-uusapan nyo during competitiveness planning or mga meetings ninyo. And then if hindi ganun ka-strong yung mga partnerships nyo with the private sectors, kailangan bumuo po kayo ng public-private partnerships, i-convene ninyo. If you have to convene it on a quarterly basis, do so kung yun yung paraan to strengthen po yung partnership. So the exercise supposed to be is for you to come up with a competitiveness profile. Ano po? So ito po yung parang form na binigay po ng LGA. I will be forwarding itong form na ito. It's in a Word document. I-share ko po sa chat box later on dito sa Zoom po para po ma-access ninyo yung form. And then, I'm not sure. Depende po kay ma'am sa DILG if they have to, kasi 141 na rin, if they have to finish it in a few minutes and present it or magiging assignment na lang po ba nila. Nasa pag-usapan na lang po siguro natin. But I will be forwarding you the form. na ito para yun po yung gagawin nyo para po makagawa kayo ng profile ninyo. So, the way to prepare your competitiveness profile is for you to discuss doon sa mga selected dimensions and indicators nyo gamit yung CMCI index. So, napakita ko po kanina na yung data is available sa cmci.dti.gov.ph. Yun na lang po yung gawin yung basis kasi andun na po yung data. Hindi nyo na kailangan pag-isipan na saan po kaya kami mahina, ano kaya saan ba kami strong. Hindi nyo na kailangan pag-isipan because the data is available. Pero pwede nyo siyang gawing basis kung meron na kayong goal, meron na kayong target na ito yung gusto nyong palakasin, doon nyo na lang i-anchor yung mga data po ninyo. And then identify kung ano yung current and ideal state of each dimension para ma-determine nyo yung gaps. So halimbawa, nakita nyo sa data nyo na nahina kami dito sa pillar na ito. Pero ideally, dapat ito yung makuha namin. So doon, magma-minus kayo and makikita ninyo kung ano yung gap na yun at yun yung hahanapan nyo ng strategy. And then later on, hindi lang naman dito sa meeting na ito magagamit. Pag nag-meeting po kayo with your local chief executives or yung mga MPDCs po ninyo or yung mga kung sino man po ang chiefs ninyo, I think you're always welcome to propose or to present po yung output ninyo if it means na makakatulong siya or makakaambag po siya sa competitiveness or sa ikauunlad po ng mga programs ng LGUs po ninyo. So that's it for session, is this session 3? Session 3 po, yung local competitiveness. Medyo ni-rush ko na lang po yung discussion since medyo kulang po tayo sa time. But if you have any questions, you can put your suggestions, comments, questions in the chat box, or you could also email or text me po. I'll be giving you out my numbers po. I'll be giving out my numbers. Send ko lang po yung form sa chat box. So, yun po. That's the end of my first presentation po. Okay, so makikita niyo po sa chat box, andun po yung file, LGU Competitiveness Profile. So yan po yung expected po na i-complete po ninyo na part ng output niyo for this 2-day, or it's not a 2-day training. 2-day training for module 2, pero I think you have 3 modules. So part po yan ata ng output na i-expect ko na ipasa po ninyo. So download na lang po ninyo from the chat box. So if you have any questions po, feel free to ask. Otherwise, you could just leave it in the chat box. And I'll be providing you our email address and my official cell phone number po. Thank you po.
Okay, so maraming salamat po, Ma'am Kat. So one tool to measure the local competitiveness natin ay yung CMCI survey, or the Cities and Municipalities Competitive Index, in which based on the 4 pillars, yun po yung government efficiency, economic dynamism, infra, and then yung ating resiliency. So yun nga po yung sabi po ni Ma'am Kat kanina, we have supposedly dapat meron po tayo tong workshop, pero ita-take home na lang po natin ito. So pwede pong bukas na lang po natin po i-send. I-submit. Ayan. Okay, so kung kanina we learned about the local competitiveness, ngayon naman po, let us look on what is local economics. So, and what are the different economic assessment tools. So, let us hear po from our speaker, one of the respected professors of the Mariano Marcos University, Ma'am Margarita Hilario.
Okay, so good afternoon once again, and to our participating LGUs from the province of Ilocos Sur and province of Pangasinan. Welcome back. Okay, so I know we are overwhelmed with the information that came from the Department of Trade and Industry and the Provincial Competitiveness Commission. You know, our speakers, high bold and highly competitive speakers for today. Okay. This afternoon, I'm going to present to you the the frameworks in analyzing competitiveness, particularly sa business sector or business or industry level. So before I proceed, please allow me to present my PowerPoint. Okay, so I hope nakikita na natin yung PowerPoint. So once again, I would like to welcome everyone, and the topic that is assigned to me is an assessment of the competitiveness of the business, if I may say, and my business level or industry level. So the flow of presentation is I have included here to give you a complete picture about the competitiveness that we are talking about. I just place here a walkthrough on the different indicators or determinants of global competitiveness, national competitiveness, which was just discussed a while ago, and then the industry or business determinants of competitiveness using three models. No, although I will concentrate on value chain and resource-based view, the others will be a quick view about these five competitive forces by Michael Porter. Okay, so the expected outcomes is that participants will be equipped with the different determinants of competitiveness that they can use in competitiveness planning, in the different levels, gain deep understanding of the different frameworks, and then prepare a competitive development plan. I think this is the requirement that was presented a while ago, and I hope this will contribute to the competitive development plan. So as an introduction, I would like to say that in developing LED strategies, you always begin with the vision, mission of LED, and it was emphasized by Ma'am Narvi kanina that LED is meant to develop a prosperous community or economy, that the activities that must be, or the vision and mission of the LED must also be anchored with the developments of with the development goals of our nation, as emphasized ang vision natin 2040, which is the matatag, maginhawa at panatag na buhay. So with LED, we will be able to create jobs and make people live in a comfortable life. But how can we realize the vision of LED? So mayroon na ba tayong mga LED? I think this will be crafted tomorrow or the succeeding sessions. Ang gusto ko lang i-emphasize dito is that ang challenge po sa mga local government units is to gain competitive advantages. So saan ba nakukuha yung mga sinasabi nating competitive advantages? So tingnan po natin mamaya, because it will come from resources that are found, internally, activities, capabilities of a certain place. Okay, by the way, ito yung gusto ko sanang sabihin sa inyo. I think alam na natin ito na lahat ng activities natin, mga LED activities or agriculture, health related, itong patutunguhan natin as emphasized in Executive Order number 5, 2016. Okay, and as shown in this LED is the key to attain the globally competitive economy as indicated or reflected in the Philippine Development Plan. So we are still on our way for the globally competitive economy in which the Philippine administration laid down, the Duterte administration laid down a very strong foundation. Okay, so habang tayo ay nag-prepare ng mga strategies and strategies to attain yung mga LED vision and mission natin, alam natin that there are challenges and opportunities along the way. And ito rin yung pinakita ko sa inyo noon with emphasis on COVID-19 at mayroon na rin mga interventions ng ating government as explained a while ago with all the laws, the Bayanihan to Vilas 1 Act, the Bayanihan to yung 2 and many other laws na nakakatulong sa atin because that's one of the requirements of competitiveness, health, education, etc. So along our way, we expect still, so we need to be resilient and how would I say, competitive, so that our economy, our local economy will thrive and survive despite of these challenges. So hindi ko na kasi pinakita ko na rin ito. So given the many challenges and opportunities that come our way, or that we may encounter, we need to be competitive. So what is competitiveness? What are the determinants of competitive advantages? What we mean by competitive advantage or sustained competitive advantage? So yung competitiveness would mean the attributes and qualities of economy that allow for a more efficient use of factors of production. So ano ba yung mga factors of production? Alam natin yung men, money, machines, or land, labor, capital, or maybe stated in another way, ito yung mga resources natin, mga tangible resources, intangible resources, like financial resources, human resources. So may mga dito, ito yung mga attributes or qualities ng local economy na titingnan natin so that we can use them efficiently. Now, with the efficient use of our resources and effective use of our resources, we may become more competitive. So, one of the indicators of competitiveness, as it says here, is productivity. It remains the most important determinant of a long-term growth. So we will see how we're going to make our businesses productive, our industries. So in the province of Pangasinan, ano ba yung mga potential industries, and how can we make them more productive? Alam ko, andun yung mga fishing industry, agritourism, farm tourism, resorts, maraming mga dito. So before I go further, may I just present to you just a little about the determinants of global competitiveness. Alam ko, you have come across with this before. Kasi yung national competitiveness, I think, is also inspired or anchored with the global competitiveness report. So this is not the latest because mayroon na rin mga 2020, 2021, pero I think mas tayo dito. That was the time na wala pa yung COVID-19. So ito yung the Global Competitiveness Index 4.0 framework. It has 12 pillars and categorized into 4. Enabling environment, na palagi natin pinagdidiskussan the support that we could give to yung mga small, medium enterprises and businesses that would want to invest in our locality, like institutions. That's pillar number 1. Infrastructure. So, I just use it. Sandali lang po. Okay, moving on tayo dito sa slide, I was talking about the determinants of global competitiveness na ito yung competitiveness ng isang country may also be attributed from the performance Okay. Going back po sa ating presentation, sorry for the physical noise around. Okay. I still get your attention from this slide that is presented to yung mga pillars, no? Maybe we can also think and ponder upon for us to further improve yung competitiveness ng local level natin, like infrastructure. I think that's the build, and the rise of communication or telecommunication companies, just in order to provide the logistics to our to the constituents, to our people, the residents, as well as the business owners. And also with the ICT adoption, we have already integrated yung mga online platforms in our services, e-services, and that would also facilitate yung that's also another source of competitiveness, macroeconomic stability. For the human capital, it was emphasized a while ago na yung health ng isang community is a good source of human capital, and the skills, the competencies, and the other categories would include markets like the product market, the labor market, financial system, and the market side. So, yung innovations ecosystem actually, pag na-reason natin, may mga levels kasi ng competitiveness ito, yung basic requirements as the first level of competitiveness, the efficiency driven, that's the second stage, and the third stage is yung innovation. Pag na-reason natin yung part na to, high na yung mga pillar 11 and 12, then we could say that we are globally competitive. So, okay, based from the Global Competitiveness Index 2019, ito yung result out of 141. Singapore is number 1, but prior to 20, in 2018, Singapore is number 7, the entire world. But in 2019, naging number 1. Ano bang nasa Singapore? Di ba nag-benchmark tayo sa Singapore when it comes to their strategies. Philippines is number 64. It's also a good performance somehow. And then rank 141 SICAD. So at the national level, ito yung present kanina ng ating from the Department of Trade and from National Competitiveness Commission, and it defines competitiveness as the capability of local governments to provide an environment that nurtures dynamism for its local enterprises and prosperity of its residents. So ito yung pinakita ni Ma'am kanina at na-assess din ng ating lahat ng mga LGUs na-assess, and nakikita natin kung ano yung mga strengths at saka weaknesses natin. So I have noted a while ago that I think Pangasinan, maganda yung cost of doing business and the cost of living, mababa. So we can really invite people there to invest and invite people to visit, visit your place, yung mga local tourists, foreign tourists, hindi sila because sa tourism kasi may mga places na expensive mag-stay. But with this, I see this yung cost of living as an opportunity to invite tourists to experience the beauty of the natural beauty of your place. So I don't think I need to discuss because it was explained a while ago yung mga indicators ng national competitiveness. Ano lang ito, this is just a reiteration. Alam ko naman na you are doing a thorough analysis on every indicators of this competitiveness. Lahat kasi ito source ng mga competitiveness ng isang local government unit. So we need to work on it. Sa performance, napakita na rin kanina. But just to reiterate, the top 10 provinces, the number 1 is Rizal. Second is Davao, Camiguin, Laguna, and others. For the top highly urbanized cities, we have the first is Quezon City, followed by Manila, and number 10 is Cebu City. So it's worthy to, ang dibang mga strategies ng mga DILG is yung mga government officials natin, barangay or municipal level would go to a certain place and study kung ano yung mga best practices nila, and then pagdating may re-entry plan na sila. So magandang punduhan or maybe virtual visit kung may mga restrictions tayo sa pundo, may mga restrictions sa COVID-19, pwede naman tayong mag-virtual tour sa mga places na ito and learn the source of their competitiveness. Okay, so hindi ko na sasabihin ng mga to because alam ko na at the back of your mind, iniisip niyo na paano kaya makakasama next year or maybe next years, no? I mean, kasama na kami dito. So the question now is, that's for the local, national level at saka yung global level. Let's go down to the level of the businesses who would compose the industry. So, paano ba yung mga local enterprises natin that will be developed, no? Yung mga that will be organized, organized and play business in our respective place. So, the question will be how to make industries and businesses competitive. So, yung tinanong ko kanina, may may I go back to my question, ano ba yung mga potential businesses or industries in your own LGU? So, may I encourage you to write your answer in the chat box at babasahin po natin. I know every LGU, may one town, one product, may mga, and ano ba, hindi na yung, aside from the one town, one product, meron na rin kayong mga ibang pet projects, no, or businesses na dinidevelop ninyo, no, at your own level. Okay, so may I have the Pangasinan bago natin i-discuss kung paano maging competitive na ito? Pangasinan or Ilocos Sur, ano ba yung pinaka potential na industry or business sa inyong locality or sa inyong LGU? Meron po ba? Kasi ang challenge po sa atin dito is to create value, no, with this. So, di ba okay. Di po ba na that in Pangasinan, alam po natin na it is a home of many industries. Okay, andun yung fishing industry, yung fishing industry or agri-industry or farm industry, andun pa yung mga meron sa Pangasinan. Baka hindi ko ma-mention but maybe during your presentation. So, ang natin, to make our businesses competitive, we have to create value. No? How we're going to do it? Pag in value creation by creating a unique advantage over your competitors. Although it was emphasized kanina na kailangan it's a health competition, kailangan pa rin mayroon tayong unique advantage to distinguish our businesses or industry over the other. So for instance, yung Pangasinan ba, di ba? Yung Pangasinan maraming mga hotel, resorts, may mga beaches. So ano bang meron sa kanila? Sa Boracay, bakit yung Boracay pinupuntahan yung mga tao? Why in Pagudpod? Because of the five sand beach. And parang ano ba to yung At saka at maganda yung binigay ni Lord sa amin na natural resources. Pero I know you have to. So differentiating the offering, the service, the product is, could be a means of creating competitive advantage. And take note, as customers are willing to pay more, so we need to create value. So paano natin gagawin? How are we going to see the source of competitiveness sa businesses, sa industries, ganon. So first, we are going to identify, analyze, and integrate value-adding activities. So saan tayo makakakuha yung mga, what are the source of competitive advantages? So here, we have 3 frameworks na gagamitin natin for the assessment of the industry or business competitiveness. We have the value chain analysis by we have So we have here the value chain analysis by Michael Porter. We also have a resource-based view, and the 5 competitiveness forces model still by Michael Porter. So what is value chain analysis? So value chain analysis views the organization as a sequential process of value creating activities. So later, papakita ko yung mga, according to Michael Porter, there are 2 categories of activities, value creating activities. So may primary activities, meron din tayong mga support activities. And with the model, our intention here is to identify ano ba yung mga source nito, how are we going to create value. And these value-creating activities are used in understanding the building blocks of competitive advantages. So that is just a reiteration. And we need this information in designing strategies to make our businesses or industries competitive. So before anything else, okay, so this is the model that was designed by Michael Porter to analyze, to identify to identify activities that are value creation. So primary activities includes inbound logistics, operations, outbound logistics, marketing and sales, and service. So there are 5 under primary activities. So isa-isayin natin mamaya. And then the support activities, we have 4: general administration, human resource management, technology development, and procurement. So let's start with, by the way, in primary activities relate directly to the physical creation, sales, maintenance, and support of a product. Meaning, lahat ng mga activities that are directly involved in transforming a certain product. Say, for instance, in processing for fish sauce processing, paano ba yung mga activities, how it is being transformed before it is sold to the customers. So saan ba manggagaling yung fish, paano ba natin rini-receive when they are within us, mismo sa processing plant, and then how it is being processed, and then how it is being distributed, okay, etc., etc. So may mga activities dito na nakikita natin. Ito yung inbound, yung primary activities na sinasabi ko, which are used or performed in the production of a certain product. So one is inbound logistics, which refers to the processes related to receiving. Okay, so how goods are being obtained from the supplier. Say, for instance, going back, so alam ko marami kayong Sa Pangasinan, marami po tayong ano ba to, yung fish, no, particularly yung milkfish or bangus. So, and marami na rin tayong mga value-adding activities kasi nag-create na rin tayong mga fish, yung boneless, bangus, and others. So, but bago tayo pupunta sa mismong produkto na yon, titingnan muna natin mga activities. How did you receive the raw materials, the bangus itself or the fish itself? So saan sila naka-store? Okay, that is part of inbound logistics, is storing, no? Saan ba sila naka-store? Is it placed elsewhere, nakarutay lang sa kung saan, in a certain area, or does it nakalagay na siya sa isang balde na which is stainless? And how it is being distributed internally, meaning dito na po sa pag-internal kasi we're referring to how it is being used in the production process. So in relation to inbound logistics, ang key to creating value is supplier relationship. Dapat po yung supplier natin, inaalagaan niya yung raw materials bago ibigay sa inyo. Now kami, we are into food processing also, and we got our raw materials from our friend na vendor din siya, no? Meat vendor. Sa amin, ako ako kasi nangangailangan, pero ay na kumukuha ng raw materials from the meat vendors. I set standards na kasi ini-imagine ko kung anong nangyayari sa warehouse ba yun, sa slaughterhouse, kung anong saan nila in-store yung mga raw materials na yan, yung meat, raw meat, and then paano grind kasi kailangan din namin kailangan i-grind din yung raw mat before po pumupunta sa amin. So I ask my suppliers na kasi may karapatan pa naman natin, meron naman tayong karapatan to set standards, especially pag naka-ISO ka. If your organization is ISO accredited, mayroon din ka rin karapatan na to ask from your supplier na mag-ISO din to ensure na the quality of the raw materials is mataas yung quality niyan, especially when it comes to food. Okay? So sa food kasi it's very perishable, na konti lang yung shelf life, napaka short, tapos hindi pa high standard yung sanitation at saka yung place of preparation. So we can add value in the outbound logistics just by the receiving alone, how it is being stored and how it is being used internally. Kanina while I was searching from value adding activities sa fish processing like sardines. If you are familiar with mega sardines, ang technology nila is from catch to canning. So sa catch na lang ng fish catch, nandun sila sa sea. So andun yung ship nila, and andun na rin yung upon catching the fish, process na kagad, and then I think the canning pati na rin diyan. Hindi ko pero nakita ko how canning is being done, and distribution na lang and then distribution to the different stores. So but I know that requires huge amount of resources. Maybe we could explore perhaps public-private partnership, or partnership, or maybe shared facilities from the Department of Trade and Industry, etc. So ang daming mga free services or programs ng ating gobyerno na pwede natin i-ask, para somehow we can improve yung mga value ng ating products. So this one, the second activity, primary activity, after receiving all the inputs, ito na yung mga conversion of yung mga processing or actual transformation of inputs or inputs into finished products. Okay, so ano naman kayang maiisip natin dito during the processing? ano bang level ng technology ang gagamitin natin dito? Are we going to adopt the new technology? Or sa raw materials natin, do we use organic raw materials? Ano ba yung things like those? So actually kayo pong nakakalam kung ano mismo ang yung operations ng mga businesses. So it's worthy to explore possible means on how we could really improve or add value sa ating operations. Of course, I would just like to mention na, by the way, dun sa supply, inbound logistics, ang ginawa sistema na ginamit ng Toyota, which is known for it, is the just in time. Now, when they receive the inputs, it only arrives only a few hours or a few days before it is needed. So, nakaka-reduce sila ng warehousing facilities, maintenance, etc. Now, going back dun sa operations, if you are familiar with gardenia bread, they are capable of producing, I think, 600,000 loaves of breads every production, and it's untouched by human hand. They also employed robots, 2 robots nakita ko dun sa video nila. So, mga ganun, pero I know that is medyo that is for the large enterprises, but mangarap lang tayo, no? But we start from small, no? Yung my small medium enterprises. Okay, and another primary activities is the outbound, no? Outbound logistics, which includes activities associated with collecting, storing, and distributing the product to the buyers. So paano ba yung finished product nito, paano ba natin i-deliver, no? How are we going to store the product, no? How are we going to collect, how are we going to store and distribute the product to the buyers? Baka mamaya tapos na yung production, ibagsak mo na lang, hindi meron pa tayong mga gagawin dito kasi kailangan mag-add value muna din tayo dito. So, saan natin i-store? No? Ano bang gagamitin natin? Pag fish, no? yung bangus natin, ilalagay ba natin sa crates? And then, lagyan ba na, or maybe in a styrofoam? And then, sa distribution, paano ba? Is it in a van, a freezer van, or what? Okay? So, ayan, mga source, and the other primary source of competitiveness, competitive advantages, no, that is related to yung primary are marketing and sales. So it was emphasized before how important marketing as an important aspect of management. So pag marketing kasi, the 4 Ps, well, always guided with the 4 Ps. Dapat may product kayo, may product, may branding, may labeling, may packaging. Na product, may quality. No? And then the other Ps, of course, the price. It must be priced attractively. Okay, it must be distributed at the right place. It must be accessible, no? Kasi may masarap kang produkto is not available naman. So paano kayo paano kayo mag-establish? So maybe we could also follow yung mga practices ng mga malalaking kumpanya. Yung San Miguel Corporation, nagte-telemarketing sila, nagde-demonstrate kung anong menu na makagamit natin out of that brown egg, na yung organic egg or free-range egg. Actually, yung San Miguel Corporation, hindi lang brown egg, free-range egg. And you know, free-range chicken is easy to raise, di ba? Kailangan lang natin siguro positioning the product, no? How are we going to position that product into the minds of the people that such is organic. Pag organic kasi pinapatulan ng mga tao, no? Kasi because of that health and wellness trend. So that's part of marketing. And yun nga, sabihin natin kung mga benefits of the product that we offer. No, it must be positioned into the minds of the people that what you offer is different, it's more healthy, no? It's better quality, and you have to communicate it, no? Yung importante yung communication tools na sinasabi ko noon. Ang dami ng mga mura, no? Murang IMC tools, no? Pag sinabi natin IC, Integrated Marketing Communication Tools. Okay, so we can use the social media like, syempre, Instagram, Facebook, ano pa yung mga ginagamit na YouTube. Mura na to, madali na lang to. And these are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Okay, so it's good meron ng mga ganun na technology, internet na technology, dahil nakakatulong ito sa ano. Ang kailangan lang natin, ICT experts, tapos marketing experts, pag combine mo yan, makakagawa ka na ng magandang IMC. So, and the last primary activity is yung service. So, these are activities related to maintaining your product or service to your customers. So how are you going to keep your customers? So after providing the product, meron din mga after-sales service. Okay, or maybe asking kung ano yung feedback, ano pang pwedeng ibigay, something like that. So those are the primary activities, which I said a while ago, these are the building blocks of competitive advantages. Okay, so identify dyan, you have to analyze kung ano ba yung mga industries ninyo ngayon, and then looking into this model, how are you going to improve? So yan ang challenge sa atin. So, okay, ito lang kasi napulot ko sa slide ni Sir. So this is an example also in the before kasi di ba mahilig tayo sa fruits. So like this one, maraming mga value-adding activities na nangyari na, no? Because of the strategies of big corporations, kasi ang mga nandito mga Dole Corporation, Dell, ganyan. Pero itong Philippines, I think this is our own, no? Dole and Del Monte, ito yung mga nakikinabang sa ating mga resources na kaya natin. These are, I think, US-based, US companies. So they're here already in the Philippines taking advantage of our resources. So wag natin hayaan sanang ganito lang, no? So pag may mga resources tayo, we can ask the DOST, we can ask the DTI to add value to our resources. We can transform them to be a globally competitive products. Okay, so this is just an additional inputs in relation to these are the primary activities pala. Is still under primary activities. How can we reduce cost? Kasi yung magiging competitive ka, according to Michael Porter, if you can reduce cost in your activities or I should say, differentiate your activities. So dito sa let's take it yung reducing cost or pursuing cost efficient activities or efficient activities, I should say. So sa inbound logistics, titingnan natin, isipin natin the location of the facilities so that we can minimize shipping times. So we are going to put up Fistos, okay, processing plant, or maybe ano pa nga bang mga how do we transform, ano pang pwede natin gawin sa bangus natin now, which is very abundant, no, in your locality. Could it be yung parang sardines na canned sardines in Spanish sardines, pwede rin na ganyan pwede rin gawin na ganyan. But going back doon sa yung distribution facilities, ideally it should be near. It should be near to the source of the raw materials. Tulad ng sinasabi ko sa inyo kanina, ng mega sardines, talagang yung operations nakakandak na mismo sa baybay, no? So I'm not saying na pwede nyo gawin. Maybe it's near the place to minimize yung transportation cost, transportation time, ganon. Okay. Of course, additionally, yung mga warehouse layout and design, syempre ang gumagawa yan, yung mga engineers, no, yung gumawa ng efficient operations, okay, and others. So dun sa operations, how can we minimize cost, efficient plant operations? Yun nga, sabi ko, we need someone who could design. Kaya naman ng mga engineers natin, mga to, no? Pero mas naunahan tayo ng mga other countries, yung mga technology, even like for instance sa ice cream, no? Sa ice cream production. Yung engineer namin sa immersion noon, nag-aral siya sa other countries. And then when came here, nakagawa siya ng sarili niyang planta, I mean, yung planta niya, no? So yung manufacturing plant for that. So kasi I mean sa China kasi may marami silang I mean magaganda yung mga I mean, the products are so simple na hindi natin magawa, no? And they have perfected the art of designing technology, even simple na produkto na kailangan pala na I mean simple produkto na ma-realize mo na ay kailangan pala to, like mga kitchen items, mga tipong ganyan. So anyway, going back dito sa operations, it talks about efficient plant operations, the layouting and the workflow, and incorporation of appropriate process technology. So, ayan. Okay, kasi pag yung state of the art na sinasabi ko, very expensive naman, you start from small. Okay, and then outbound logistics. So, we need to adapt effective shipping processes and shipping of goods. Okay, sa marketing and sales, yung advertising and segmenting perhaps your customers, yung mga customers ninyo, natin. Okay, we can do some market segmentation, classify them, and then give them an appropriate product that's fitting to their needs, no? Just like yung Pinggang Pinoy, di ba? Yung plate for every person. Di ba? May mga ganun na programa ng ating gobyerno. Actually, yung Goldilocks, ginamit niya as an inspiration to frame up its menu. Hindi ko lang alam kung nag-tribe siya. Yung plate for every table na, kasi yung plate natin, the nutritional value that we need depends on yung age range, whether you are a kid or you are a senior citizen, an adult, etc. So, creativity lang. No? Ito yung key sa marketing and sales is creativity, maintaining customer relations, creating customer awareness about the product, and there's a service, quick service to customer needs and emergencies. So ayaw natin, alam natin, di ba, if you go somewhere else and eat out, ang tinitingnan natin yung number of, yung time sa pagsuserve. Okay? Even for McDo, for instance, ang vision niya is quick service restaurant na pinapanindigan. Pero kung minsan, hindi na panindigan, sabi ko, because sometimes hindi quick yung kanilang pag-respond. So yan, we can improve our activities, no? We can create our competitive advantages from all these things. So let's proceed with the support activities. Ano naman yung support na to? So yung primary, transformation of goods to finished product. Itong support, these are activities that add value through important relationships with both primary and other support activities. So there are 4. Okay, number 1 is procurement. So this function is related to purchasing of inputs like raw materials and other supplies. Okay. Okay, so paano ba yung procurement process natin? Napakabagal ba? Ano bang gagawin natin? Things like those, especially sa government buying, may back, etc. And sometimes it's causing us too much delay before it before it is needed. No? So yung technological development, na-emphasize na natin kanina how important yung technology, yung mga new processes, new system, okay, new procedures that we can adapt, no, in our in our business. So HR here, human resource management, is considered as a support activity. No? So it's how you're going to recruit, hire, train, develop, compensate your personnel. So you know, in the tourism industry, sabi natin noon, is so broad and encompasses many people who will be receiving tourists, who will be entertaining tourists, guiding tourists, managing tourism development. So kailangan maganda yung mga strategies natin, how we recruit, how we hire, train, and develop, no? To become human capital. No? To become human capital, hindi lang human resources, human capital kung pinag-usapan natin dito. Competitive din tayo because siyempre sa Pilipinas, especially sa Ilocos Norte, okay, diba, hospitable tayo. I think, and also with other places in the region, no? Yan ang isa sa mga competitive advantage natin. Kasi yung BPO, kaya pumupunta, nag-divert ng change ng location ng BPO industries from India to Philippines. Because of our speaking ability or proficiency. Added to that is we are trainable and hospitable. So, ayan, competitive advantage natin yan. Think of some ways on how we could really transform our personnel to really attend to our varying customers or tourists. Sa tourism, may mga local tourists, may foreign tourists. Kapag hindi nagkakaintindihan, no? Magiging negative yan. So, sa aking mga estudyante, since sinasabi ko sa kanila, why not going to multilingual? No? Practice the basic courtesy words of Korean, Japanese, mga tipong ganyan. No? Kasi pag wala kang ginagawa, itong gawin niyo. Kasi if you would see people who could speak on this, in the language, you're talking to people na Koreans, especially Arab countries daw. When you speak in Arab, they will see you highly. So anyway, ang daming ways, no? Hindi lang yun, languages, but how you treat people, yung mga customer relations ba, no? Customer relations, responding to customers' needs, customer wants, ready po tayo. In fact, sa tourism, even yung mga drivers or yung mga kalesa kumaya, they should be trained also, yung mga tricycle drivers, lahat ng mga players sa transportation industry. Maybe I think kasama rin this when I went to visit Cebu or in Iloilo na if you approach somebody, kabisado niya kung saan yung tinatanong mo. Okay, so let's say for instance, yung mga drivers ng tricycle, yung mga kalesa, alam na nila kung ano yung ano. So parte ito sa tourism. So anyway, another support activity, okay, this is I think the last, is yung general administration. So kung minsan, it's in the leadership, or most often than not, how you run a business, how to run an industry is a matter of leadership. It's how you administer. Okay, how you plan, no? Sa planning, nakikita mo, no? Sa isang LGU, nakikita mo na very competitive yan, mga empleyado competitive, nang ma-manifest yan sa mga activities nila. Okay, ito, itong LGU na to, economically vibrant yung kasi yung local chief executive, yung mga local legislators sila are business oriented, something like that. So ayun, but in the business level, ganun pa rin na how important planning is. And planning, as discussed before, we do SWOT analysis, we do value chain analysis, we do maraming mga frameworks kasi na mga bago na rin, yung value chain analysis is not, I think 1985 in-introduce ito. but it's embracing by many businesses, including government institutions. Okay, so yung quality management, no, accreditation, information system, all of this would support the primary activities, and they are really, contribute to competitive advantage. So, wag na lang yun. So, since I was talking about fishing industry, because yan ang pinaka-dominant na industry in Pangasinan, no? Okay. I just may I just show you some data or information, as a point of analysis. And Philippines is a fishing nation, in fact, top 25 in the world. It's according to the United Nations Food and Agriculture na napapabayaan. Hindi ko lang alam kung napapabayaan because may mga fish kill. Bakit may mga fish kill? Kulang ba tayo sa pag-process? Okay, ano bang kulang para magamit lahat ng mga resources natin? Because sayang, no? Especially during peak season, pati na rin sa amin, no? During peak season, yung tomatoes, ipadawat mo, no? It's even worth 2 pesos per kilo. Okay, no, kung minsan ipapamigay, pagidaan pa yan, ano pa pagan So, ano kayang way how are you going to add value with this? So, mga estudyante gumawa sila ng business plan in relation to parang tomato. I mean, it's yung main ingredient nila is tomatoes, tomato pasta, tomato related businesses. I could not hardly recall how is this. So anyway, dito many people are dependent with this, and I'm sure in Pangasinan, and there are 2 million in the country says here has 2 million small scale fishers or fishermen. So paano natin iaangat ang kanilang pamumuhay? Okay, so can we teach them how to add value? Meaning, with the fish na nasa sa kanila, anhin pa, saan ba nila inilalagay? So, by the way, ito nga pala yung na-research ko lang kanina, na yung Pangasinan generates around 60,326 metric tons, no, in the fourth quarter of 2018. That's the bulk of production, volume of fishers production in Pangasinan. So talagang yan ang nangunguna. Kaya nga we have to be focused on that. So dito, hindi ko alam kung Pangasinan ito. So once mayroon na tayo. No? I think dito nakikita ko na rin kanina habang ini-study ko. Pwede rin na tourism ito because there are people who would want to experience kung paano yung fishing, ganon. Pero I do not know na what may happen in the picture. You charge them a certain amount, like the strawberry farm. So anyway, once na nakuha na natin yung fish, saan ba siya? No? Nakalagay na dito. So tignan natin, baka pwede rin natin i-level up. So that's again another value creation. Okay? So dito, baka diretso na to sa planta, okay, or what? Okay? So, or sa public market. What I'm trying to say, even when I go to the public market, na nakikita ko ang daming produce ng papaya ng aming ng mga homegrown lang or backyard locally grown na papayas. Gusto kong sabihin sa vendor, no? Na if you would add value into that, ma-slice mo lang, ilagay mo sa isang yung parang ginagamit ng milk tea na plastic cup. Kasi when I went to Thailand, nakita ko na ganun yung way of selling their product. Ay nana ko na kumakit na ano nga tayo pamayam dito, you get slice them and then you go in mobile card. Okay, if you go into a place na aduti tao, parang kasi even sa modern retail market like hypermarts, Robinsons, may mga ganun na inintroduce nila noon, no? Yung mga products ng local farmers natin, na slice siya and then pili ka lang. Things like those, I think that's value adding. So with this fish, I think you know what's best. DOSD knows what is best. may mga ano, I think there's a need to improve value chain. Pasensya na yung sardines, hindi ko na-erase. Value chain, adding value. Okay? I think ito yung mga value adding initiatives ng mga taga doon, taga Pangasinan, I think. And also in Ilocos Norte, maraming nagve-venture ng mga ganitong businesses. Hindi lang ito. Ano pa yung pwede? Yung relian ng bangos. Okay? Maraming variety eh. And if you can place it in one area, maybe in a commercial area, di ba, sa Pangasinan, meron kang nakikitang yung commercial area na lahat ng mga food delicacies, furnitures. Noon hindi ko lang alam kung nandun pa rin. Okay, so baka pwede rin natin i-level up yung distribution. Okay? So ito yung modern technology na ginagamit ng mega sardines na sinasabi ko. This is, I think this is dun sa mismong planta na. Pero yung planta nandun sa ship, no? So it's being run by Mega Fishing Corporation. So maraming technology na inano nila dito, in-infuse para magawa nila yon. Kaya favorite ko yung Mega Sardines dahil it's fresh from the sea and it has a lot of benefits. So another value adding itong packaging nito because that's one way of building shelf life. Okay, ito rin yung mga other so yan po yung mga pwede nating those are activities under the value chain in which we could gain competitive advantage. Idadagdag ko lang po ito yung resource-based view. Kasi another source aside from activities, another source of competitive advantage are resources. Okay? So this is in accordance to J. Barney. So if you're familiar with J. Barney, parang Porter Porter yung industry analysis, Porter yung value chain analysis. This time we have Barney naman. Ano namang sinasabi ni Barney dito? So resource-based view as a model of gaining competitive advantage involves developing strategies. Identifying resources that are possible source of competitive advantage. Ito yung sinabi niya, there are 3 types of resources and capabilities. 2 types of resources and capabilities. Okay? May nagtatanong kasi noon, ano ba yung mga types of resources po, intangible at saka intangible? You are right, and these are ito na. Intangible resources, intangible resources, and saka organizational capabilities. So specifically, sa mga tangible resources, we have 4. Okay. So we have 4 tangible resources, which includes financial resources, physical resources, technological resources, and organizational resources. Mga ibang author pa nga may they also include yung information resources. Yung information kasi is also resource yon, no? If you have a database management system, that's also a good source of competitive advantage. Doon sa institutional ng government natin. So sa financial, ito yung mga indicators, no, to say na you have these resources, yung cash accounts and equivalents, your capacity to raise equity, okay, yung borrowing capacity mo, diba? Ito yung mga these are classified as financial resources. So sa financial naman, yung mga modern plant facilities, favorable manufacturing location, state-of-the-art machineries and equipments. Okay, so imagine lang natin how we can develop our facilities. Kaya andun naman, actually andun yung DOST, nagbibigay sila ng mga grant, tinitingnan, may requirement lang, di po ba? I think ang kailangan lang naman is yung service area kasi noon we are identified as beneficiary, kaya lang we are not qualified because of service area. So sabi ko sa aking asawa, ano kaya pag mag-invest tayo sa service area kasi may certain, I think, area, no? Certain area na tinitingnan in your equipments, tapos yung counterpart yung bibigay ng USP, ganyan. So, okay. So, technological, ano ba yung mga trade secrets natin? Okay. And sa amin, meron kami sa trade secret, but it remains as a trade secret. Longganisa production lang po sa amin. Okay, so innovative production processes, and then patents, copyrights, trademarks. Okay, so umaangat kasi yung value ng product, no? Brand value ng product, no? If they are patented, copyrighted, or may trademarks. And sa organization naman, okay, yung sinabi ko, this is tulad din, no, medyo magkaparehas sa value chain. Iba lang yung pangalan, activities lang. Dito, resources ang ginamit. Okay, so yan, sa organizational, effective strategic planning process. So, alam nyo na paano mag-strat planning. So, the strategic planning process, I think pag-aaralan nyo yan. Pag, the succeeding topics, no? So yung strategic planning process, okay, and the presence of excellent evaluation and control system. Kasi kung minsan, we fail to monitor or evaluate whether our strategic plans are executed properly. This is one of the most neglected function, no, ng administrator or a manager. But I think DILG has designed a very good monitoring system, evaluation system, also with NEDA to really ensure that our plans are executed well and to ensure that gaps are addressed. Okay? So, dun sa intangible resources, in human resources, innovation and creativity, reputation. So, lahat ng mga ito, no, are possible sources of competitive advantages, so reputation. So, organizational capabilities, we're referring to the firm's competencies or skills that the firm employ to transfer inputs into outputs. Okay, so that's the capacity to combine tangible and intangible resources using organizational processes to attain desired end. Like, for instance, outstanding customer service. Okay, babalik at babalik ka pag maganda yung servisyo na ibinigay sa iyo. Pero pag dinedma ka ng yung mga crews and other staff, that will not, wala na yung mga repeat purchases, wala na yung mga customer loyalty. So, yan. Okay, excellent product development capabilities. So, yung government namin, I think your provincial government also offers product development training or skills training, innovativeness of product, yung sinasabi ko kanina about global competitiveness. Pag highly innovative, yung isang highly competitive ka na rin, kaya that makes Singapore. Next is USA. So, and then ability to hire, motivate, and retain human capital. So this time, i-apply natin yung resources na sinasabi natin. Ano na yung mga resources? Tangible resources and intangible resources. So, when can you say that the resources, okay. So ito yung mga, okay. So these are the criteria to see whether your resources are valuable, rare, and not. So according to Barney kanina, yung resource is considered as A sustained competitive advantage pa ito ang ginamit niya eh. Competitive advantage, that's unique advantage. And sustain if it is long term, no, and it's not comparable to other fields, it's not present to other fields. So going back dun sa mga resources, no, tangible man, human resources, technological, etc. Paano natin masasabi na competitive advantage mo yon or sustained competitive advantage? So if the firm possess and employ a resource like human resource or technology that is valuable, that is rare, that's difficult to imitate and difficult to substitute, then you can enjoy a sustained competitive advantages. So by the way, ano ba yung valuable resources? So valuable daw yung resource mo if it has the capacity to neutralize threats and exploit opportunities. So for instance, the threat of the ongoing war between Ukraine and Russia. So threat ito dahil ang impact sa atin sa ekonomiya, tumaas yung presyo ng gasolina at it followed. Lahat ng mga ano natin. So would that be a threat or can we consider that as an opportunity? The opportunity to engage in mass production of fish, no? Or what? So if that's the case, I mean, pag valuable siya, then okay, that's good, no? Is it rare? Rare ba to as compared to other companies or other businesses within the industry? Okay. So maraming mga engaged into fish processing, for instance. But your resource, like technology, is not. I mean, not many firms possess that technology. Yeah? So for instance, sa amin, mayroon kaming, we are into lang kami sa production. Maraming mga engaged dito. Sabi ko nga sa amin, we should not be threatened because we have a competitive advantage. Anong competitive advantage mo? So it's on the, pinangmamalaki ko na maliit lang yung production area namin, but I see to it na malinis siya. No, because siyempre, I'm teaching total quality management, I'm teaching marketing and all. So dapat ang standard, ganito ang standard. So ganito ang dapat gawin. Huwag kang mag-produce during daytime. Huwag kang mag-produce, dapat yung temperature is cold yung temperature. Something. Tapos mabilis lang yung production. Kasi pag food kasi, tapos you take your time in the production process. Yung shelf life ng food, napakaliit. Okay? So kaya ano lang, napaspas lang. Yes, during our first production, lahat ng mga raw materials namin napunta, na dispose dahil doon sa production time, naging longer than what I expect. Wala pa naman kaming experience. So, naitapon lang. So anyway, difficult to imitate ba yung resource mo? Like human resources. Okay. Well, they are happy, they are jolly person. Alam nila kung anong operations ng tourism, yung resort, etc. Or maybe other sources like for instance sa hotel, mga tangibles, physically unique, okay, yung path dependency, causal ambiguity na mahirap imagine how it came to be. And another source of competitive advantage na hindi matutularan is yung social complexity. It's the trust, interpersonal relationship, the culture, and the reputation. Okay, so pag maganda yung mga kultura, no? Yung mga values natin, in-nurture natin yung bayanihan na value natin, lumabas yan during the COVID-19, it must be sustained. Okay? And the last one is difficult to substitute, wherein no equivalent strategic resources or capabilities can exploit. So going back dito sa, hindi na lang ito. Okay, so ito, if the resource, i-tabulate natin, if the resource is valuable buying resource. If it's no, it's not rare, no. All other, the four criteria, if the answer is lahat no, then the implications for competitiveness is it's a competitive disadvantage. So, ano ibig sabihin yan? The competitive parity, valuable lang yung resource mo, all other criteria based on your assessment, no, no, no. So, comparative parity lang yan, no? So, address, do something to make your resources rare, difficult to imitate, and no substitution. If the answer, no, yes for valuable rare resources, but it's easy to imitate. Agpapadakay lang, no? Like Jollibee and McDo, pare-parehas lang sila when it comes to food, pare-parehas when it comes to human resources. Ano bang pagkaibahan nila? Okay. Temporary lang, no, yung difficult to imitate without substitution, temporary competitive advantage ito. But if your resources are variable, it's rare, difficult to imitate, no available substitute products, then we may say that your competitive advantage is sustainable. Okay, so yan po, gamitin po natin yung mga, this is a tool also, no? Resource-based view, yung isa, value chain. Ito, dadagdag ko lang, no? Andito na lang tayo. Actually, I just prepared for one slide just to give you an idea kung ano pa yung mga titingnan natin kung attractive ba yung industrial hindi. No, using Michael Porter's, again, may mga 5 forces. No, 5 forces model na competitive, Michael Porter's call it competitive forces model that could be, that would make the industry less or more profitable. So ito yung threats of new entrants. So sinabi kasi ni Sir kanina ng yung first na lecturer natin ba, I think na nag-mention na pag po natin pahirapan yung mga new entrants, especially yung mga local industries. Okay, tulungan natin sila. But ito yung mga, this, ano ba ito? Kasi pag pinapasok natin yung mga malalaking businesses, baka ma-threaten yung mga small, medium enterprises. Okay, so tutukan natin yung mga small enterprises. Siguro kung may papasok man, kasi free competition, globalization, internationalization of business, 100% ownership, mga tipong ganyan. Pwede, andun yung mga law, legal aspect, pero tulungan pa rin natin na our products will be, of our local enterprises will be globally competitive so that they will not be threatened by the new entrants, especially yung mga malalaking businesses. Okay. Or maybe yung mga malalaking businesses, kaya na lang supplier ng inputs, ganyan. So, other forces are the bargaining power of suppliers. Okay? Bargaining power of suppliers. So, kung supplier, marami kang tinatanong or marami kang hinahanap, no? So, ganun din sa mga customers. Mayroon din mga bargaining power ng customers where they demand high standards ng quality of the products, which, pag hindi mo kayang gawin yon, mahirapan ka, no? Kasi this time, especially when it comes to food products, dapat yung product of research yan, R&D, no? Research and development, innovation, and all. So, satisfy lang natin yung mga ganun. And the threats of the substitute products, and yung rivalry among competitive firms. So maybe there will be a different time to discuss on this. Dinagdag ko lang po sa ating mga sa ating so that's all for this session, assessing assessment of activities and resources para we can prepare for a competitive plan. So may I have this the rest of the time for the sharing of insights, key takeaways, reflections, or whatever things that we can para may interaction lang naman, maganda rin if you would be asking questions related to my presentations or things that would concerns you in creating value, improving the quality of products or services that you can offer in your respective LGU. So that would be all. Before I end, meron bang gustong magsalita, no? Mag-share regarding kung ano ba yung mga what industry do you want to develop in your LGU? Okay. And using but I know it takes time. Actually, if you would adapt the value chain analysis, and then may I just give that as your assignment? May I just say a word to end this presentation of mine? I would like to say that we don't have to engage in grand heroic actions to participate in the process of change or in the lead process. The small acts, when multiplied by millions of people, can transform the world. So that would be all, and good afternoon.
Ayan, so maraming salamat po, Ma'am Resi, for sharing your knowledge on the different economic assessment tools such as yung competitive advantage, and na-present din kanina yung criteria on building sustainable competitive advantage at pati na rin yung ating value chain analysis. Ayan. So, kumusta po ang ating mga participants? Okay pa po ba tayo? Pwede po bang mag-virtual thumbs up po kung okay pa tayo? Okay pa sila? Okay. So, okay. Since okay pa po kayo, sige, ano na po natin, mag-proceed na po tayo sa ating next topic. So, if you have any questions or clarifications or concerns po, pakilagay lang po sa atin pong chat box. Ayan. So, with the economic assessment tools, makikita natin yung mga gaps, yung mga strengths, and yung result po ay makakatulong sa pag-prepare natin ng competitive plan. Kaya for our last topic for today is the competitiveness plan development, to be presented to us po by our esteemed speaker who earned his master's degree in business administration at the University of San Agustin, Iloilo City, and worked for the Canadian Urban Institute in 2006 to 2016, and now working at the Iloilo Economic Development Foundation Incorporated. Turning over the virtual floor po to Executive Director Francisco Gentoral. Sir?
Thank you very much for that introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Can I request the screen share my Can I use my own PowerPoint? Can I do it?
May share your PowerPoint na po.
Ako na lang can I do it on my own? Ako na lang. Pwede?
Yes po. Yes po.
Sige, okay. So again, good afternoon, everyone. I hope the audio is clear, to everyone. Pwede na. Okay yung audio ko. So, very clear. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I was in La Union. How many? 3 years ago, I was helping out the province, no, in their agri-tourism strategy. And of course, during the pandemic, I was actually involved in Baguio City's road mapping, no, for Mayor Mangalong. And I think I have been in La Union for, I think, 4 or 3 times with Governor Paco, no. So that's how much I know about Region 1. Of course, I know Narvi very well. We had been involved in many activities with the ILG in the past. So this morning and later on this afternoon, I'm really impressed. No? I'm really impressed by the presentation because, of course, starting from Narvi, our friend from DTI, who has really essayed properly, si Kathleen, no? And of course, si Director Roy, no? And of course, Narvi. They really presented a good foundation for this particular activity that we are having today. You know, so the purpose of my session is, after learning all the theories and concepts that you have, how we call it, you had been exposed this morning and later on this afternoon. The challenge is, paano ang isang LGU gumawa ng isang tinatawag nating competitiveness plan, and which is actually a component or part ng tinatawag nating economic plan. Of course, an economic plan is also part of the comprehensive development plan. So for this afternoon, ang objective natin is, of course, for us to appreciate. We would like to know the process for LGU competitiveness planning in order to build, the confidence of the consumer and the business community of the activities ng isang local government unit. Tapos, knowing the process, we will know how to go about preparing one by identifying kung anong mga elements ng isang plano. Tapos, at the end of the day, we will give you assignments or assignment to prepare an LGU competitiveness plan. And most often, ang information or ang basis natin for preparing one are the discussions that we have, especially the one done by Kathleen Mateo of DTI now, because when we designed this course, we were thinking about how to build the competitiveness of local government units. Of course, not only the organization, but also the whole community or the locality where the LGU is managing. So with that, I think we first things first, we need to know what is competitiveness planning. So competitiveness planning is actually some sort of an approach to pursue economic development in your locality, no? So the purpose of this is actually to really come up with, mga strategies on how to implement, or how to plan, and of course later on implement yung mga competitive strategies para yung economy ng local governments ninyo or yung locality ninyo will really be improved, productive siya, tapos it's expansive, no? Mag-i-expand siya. So again, this morning na define na ninyo kung anong ibig sabihin ng competitiveness, no? It's actually an idea, no, that or areas or things, no, that will drive the LGU to really have a positive impact. Ibig sabihin, they really are enabling, no, yung mga business groups natin, yung mga consumers groups natin, and of course your market, your international market, in terms of local economic development. So we know na yung competitiveness na tinatawag is actually borrowed from our friend Michael Porter when he said that talking about competitiveness is actually talking about paano maging i-improve yung productivity ng mga municipalities ninyo. Yung improvement ng productivity is one that supports the improvement of the quality of life ng constituents or yung people in your community. An improvement that brings about or provides prosperity not only now but also in the future. So when we talk about competitiveness, therefore, it's actually a whole of the community approach, no? Parang everyone, it's not only about the economy, it's also about infrastructure, it's also about how well your government is or local government is operating or providing the services, and also about how to make sure that you are able to withstand, or you are able to mitigate the impact of mga risks like climate change sa community ninyo. So in terms of competitiveness plan, parang it's really like coming up with a simple plan, like an economic plan or a development plan where you have a clear vision, you have a mission that you want to accomplish. Ang inintroduce ko lang ngayon yung tinatawag nating positioning, or yung discussions kanina ni Professor Hilario, yung competitive advantage. How do you define or how do you determine yung competitive advantage ng isang local government unit? Ibig sabihin, for example, if you have a natural resource like fish ponds, which is producing the best bangos in the country, so that's an example of a natural asset that can be forming part of your what we call competitive advantage, or simply I call it strategic position. So we'll go into that detail as part of coming up with a competitiveness plan. Secondly, another concept that we hope to share with you is also the concept of roadmap, or simply tinatawag natin itong mga objectives, mga set of objectives. And of course, the other idea na ini-introduce ko dito is yung tinatawag nating scorecards, or simply in the lingo natin sa local government, yung tinatawag nating mga programs, projects, and of course, activities. So, anong ibig sabihin ng mga terminologies na to? Just to give us some definition. Anong ibig sabihin ng vision? Of course, alam natin yun in our comprehensive development planning, in our comprehensive land use planning. It's actually what you desire in your local government unit, the kind of future that you hope the LGU should be, and it provides you, the vision statement, as you call it, provides you with the direction. Parang everyone should be looking at that state, or yung condition in the future that you want your LGU to be. The other term that I introduced is the term called mission. Alam natin yun. It's actually the reason why a local government unit is existing. So of course, the local government code tells us kung ano ang mandatus ng isang local government unit, which is, di ba, may corporate function siya at saka may service delivery function. So yung purpose ng isang local government unit is actually to ensure that they efficiently and effectively deliver services using its corporate functions in order to address, or improve the quality of life of people, and at the same time, ensure its sustainability and resiliency. So, makita natin yung mission statement na yan in your CDP. The other important concept or term na we will be yung values na tinatawag. So these are things These are your beliefs. These are the kind of behavior na ini-expect mo from the local government employees, from your investors, from your officials, and from the general community. Parang ito yung mga kind of beliefs, mga filosofiya, the kind of behavior na ginagamit or as the basis for any action that is being done by an organization like a local government unit. Tapos, another term that I try to introduce is the concept of tinatawag nating strategic position. Parang hinahanap natin kung saan i-locate ang isang LGU. Ang location na to is one that best meet the needs of its constituents. And this is the kind of situation or location where you can comparably be different from other LGUs in the country or even in the Southeast Asia or even in the world. Parang you're finding your place under the sun, no? Anong place na yan? Ang place na yan where you take advantage of your opportunities, your strengths, or this is a place where you can easily improve on or address your weaknesses. And by so doing, you're able to deliver the kind of services, no, that are needed by your constituents in the best possible manner. When you say best possible manner, they achieve, no, they get the kind of services that they expect from an organization like a local government unit. Of course, the other terminologies I am introducing now is actually roadmap. Actually, roadmap is just like yung mga objectives, no? Yung mga changes, yung mga results na gusto natin makita, both physical, both services, both institutional or systems or structures or capacity na makita natin dapat sa isang local government unit. Kasi these are the kinds of results, in terms of goods, services, in terms of structure,
Okay, so parang meron pong technical glitch po. Ay, okay na. Ayan na. So, okay na po, Sir Francis. Ayun, okay na po. So, mag-resume na lang po tayo, sir. Okay po. Thank you. Pa-mute po kayo, sir.
so yung I was talking about results, no, ang results na to is actually what differentiates one local government from the other. Meaning ito yung tinatawag nating strategic, the kind of results or roadmap that you are doing is actually defining you or distinctively different from other local government units. And that's precisely the reason kung bakit tinuturuan natin yung LGU to be competitive, no? Kasi gusto natin ang LGU is differently managed, no? Guided by its strategic position. Then scorecard, ang ibig sabihin ng scorecard dito is actually yung ano ninyo, yung metrics. No? Dapat klaro kung anong mga indicators ng performance ninyo. Tapos of course, mga terminology later on ng targets. Ibig sabihin klaro yung performance na gusto niyo ma-achieve at saka yung PPAs. When I say PPAs, yung mga actions that you think is necessary para ma-achieve nyo yung mga objectives ninyo. Okay, so this morning, I think, you were exposed to the different components of CMCI, or simply I call it the dimensions or pillars of competitiveness. So alam natin yung government efficiency, economic dynamism, infrastructure, and resiliency. These are all the dimensions or pillars of competitiveness. Ibig sabihin nito, ang isang local government unit to be considered competitive, dapat mas angat siya compared sa other LGU of the same class. Remember sa data kanina na pinisent ni Kathleen, makita nyo, kino-compare niya ilang LGUs in Region 1 from 2020 to 2021, nag-improve in terms of economic dynamism, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of government efficiency, and of course in terms of resiliency. Itong mga presentation kanina na sinare ni Kathleen, ay gagamitin natin ito, sinabi niya kanina, to come up with some sort of analyzing where your local government unit is in terms of these particular pillars. So doing that, kung gusto natin gawin yan, we're actually comparing ano ang current situation, now real situation, compared it with the ideal situation so that we can identify gaps. And of course, subsequently, kung may mga gaps kayo in terms of economic dynamism, government efficiency, infrastructure, or resiliency, dapat may mga strategies tayo or actions tayo to be done to address these gaps. And these actions form part of what we call a competitiveness plan of an LGU. So therefore, a competitiveness plan ng isang LGU is isang klaseng plano which is part of your economic development plan that focuses or ina-address niya ang mga aspects or pillars of competitiveness as described in the CMCI indicator. Diba? So, sabi kanina ni Kathleen, assignment ninyo, did you have the opportunity to visit the CMCI dashboard or website? Kasi i-type mo doon yung local government ninyo, you will actually know your ranks in each of these important indicators for economic dynamism, for government efficiency, for infrastructure, and for resiliency. So makita mo yung kanina na present niya ni Kathleen, ang detalye ng economic dynamism, government efficiency, infrastructure, and resiliency. So one of the techniques, ang purpose why we are presenting those data, para ma-identify natin yung gaps. So gap can be identified by comparing the real or the current situation versus the ideal or what you want to achieve, in terms of economic dynamism, government efficiency, infrastructure, and resiliency. Of course, most local government units want to be at the top, of their class, as you call it, For example, you are part of the first to second class municipality. Gusto mo angat yung local government in terms of these particular pillars. And doing so by comparing the real and ideal, you would probably know where the gaps are. And a competitiveness plan is a kind of plan that you hope that you do or you will plan and implement later to address the gaps. And how do you usually do it? Okay. One of the things that I 'di ba, gaps ang interested tayo sa gaps, no? So ito, we are more interested to what you call this, to look at the gaps. This one, no? Ito yung interest natin, no? We want to identify the gaps. So we do that by comparing the ideal and real situation. And the data that we can actually utilize is the data that are provided to us from the CMCI dashboard, which are made available public. For example, isang dimension ng competitiveness is economic dynamism. Okay? So, looking at the gaps, no, after comparing the ideal and real situation, you made an assessment that one of the gaps that you have identified is the poor performance of businesses, and the growth prospects of these businesses are actually poor. Another gap that you have identified as a result of looking at the pillars or the indicators under economic dynamism is lack of access to financing or absence of public and private partnerships of the local government unit. So the next activity that you do so that you will be able to identify yung strategic actions is to find out kung ano ang causes, no? Anong causes ng mga gaps na identify ninyo. For example, poor business performance and growth prospects. Ano kaya ang reason kung bakit poor ang performance ng bangos industry ninyo or fishing industry ninyo? And the growth prospects of that particular industry is limited. Maybe after discussing with your stakeholders, nakita ninyo na ang reason is the weak or declining market for bangos. Okay. Another example is in your gap analysis, you found out that your MSMEs don't have or they lack access to financing or funding for their expansion or for their economic recovery as we are experiencing at the moment. So the next important thing that you do is to find out what are the reasons why you have lack of access for financing. So maybe you lack some sort of investment promotion activities, or you don't have an investment promotion plan, or in your community there are really no available or limited services in terms of credit and microfinance institutions, or meaning the rural banks have closed and the only financing institutions that are available are the 5-6, those kinds of discussions that you will be doing as part of your discussions for identifying competitiveness gaps happens. So of course, subsequently, you identify actions to address the causes of these gaps. For example, if there's weak and declining market, you need to do some sort of a planning for that specific sector that you want to be enhanced or improved. So you can do what you call a competitiveness planning. For example, why is it that you lack investments? Maybe because you don't have a plan or your investment code is outdated. Why is it that you don't have enough microfinance services? Maybe you don't have strategies to attract financing services and facilities in your local government. So those are some of the thinking, those are some of the actions that you might want to take into account. Weak public-private partnership. Maybe it's because of the lack of available institutions, or the local government is very public government oriented. They don't involve the private sector in its activities. So those things are part of the process of analyzing the reasons why you do have these problems in terms of competitiveness, and you do that same process all over again for all the dimensions of competitiveness, namely infrastructure, resiliency, and maybe also government efficiency. Sige. So I have more examples here. Like, for example, your problem is your cost of doing business is very high. So maybe the problem area is there are a lot, the best to start a business in your area is very expensive. Or there are a lot of the cost for starting a business is high because maybe one reason is there is inefficient bureaucratic processes. The taxes are high. There's so much informal fees, or the cost of utilities is power, water is high in your area, or you have limited access to facilities for rental, or there are no available stalls in your public market. So those things happen or are being discussed as you go along identifying ang tinatawag nating mga opportunities and threats, which are possible, reasons for the gaps, for that particular dimension of competitiveness. So what happens? Feel free if you want to ask questions, you can stop me. So what happens as part of that gap analysis is you will have a number of gaps that you have identified. So this is the second column, no? May mga, sorry. So again, may mga number of gaps that you will be able to identify. Use the green one. No? So, ang dami-daming gaps ang ma-identify mo, what you will have to do is you might prioritize 1 or 2 gaps lang per dimension. Na mga priority gaps per dimension. For example, 2 gaps in economic dynamism, governance, government efficiency, resiliency, infrastructure development. So, kasi I'm pretty sure you will be encountering many gaps. So you really have to discuss among yourselves, among the stakeholders, which of these are priority, say in the next 3 years. So you lay out all these priority gaps. Like, for example, one of the priority gap that you have identified is the lack of access to ICT for improving government efficiency under government efficiency. So then you begin to lay out the reasons, or the causes, or the effects if these gaps continue to exist. Like, for example, absence of an ordinance or policy, the fast turnover of your IT personnel, the lack of support, or there's an opportunity also to support from the private sector, or there are available DICT program to address the lack of access to ICT to improve your government e-governance systems and so on. So what you usually do from among these causes and its effect, you can actually label them as SWOT, no? Whether it's a weakness, internal, whether it's an opportunity, external, advantages, or it is a strength. Then from there, you will be able to come up with what you call a possible strategies that you might want to implement, to plan and implement, to take advantage of opportunities available, which is the supported private sector and the available DICT support in your local government. You can take advantage of this opportunity to address or to mitigate the weaknesses of that you have identified, like absence of an ordinance or the fast turnover of IT personnel that you hired, because of poor government salaries and benefits. So this process of gap analysis, remember we started by coming up with this one, Then we do have a process of gap analysis. Then we came up with a summary of those priority gaps by using this particular, simple framework, so that it would lead you to coming up with strategies. In the first diagram that we have identified here, straightforward to, no? Identify mo ang real issue, anong ideal situation, anong gaps, then addressing these gaps, no? Of course, these gaps that we are talking about, we need to know, we need to analyze it, ano mga causes, ano mga effects. Some of these causes are favorable to the LGU, some of these are not favorable. Some of these are internal, some of these are external to the LGU. So that's what I mean by you want to classify these gaps, whether it's an opportunity, it is a threat, is it a weakness, and it is a strength. Of course, you know that, no? Yung tinatawag nating SWOT analysis, no? So yun ang mga possible techniques para you will be able to identify kung ano mga possible strategic actions, no, that you will be taking para ma-address ang gaps. Straightforward lang, no? Kung may negative, which are the gaps, ang positive nun is actually your actions to address the gaps. Pero ang ginawa ko ay just presenting to you mga possible, ways to analyze the gaps by identifying its causes and identifying the effects if these gaps continue to exist. So parang dagdag lang yan na na mga efforts natin para maging ang proseso nating maging valid, comprehensive naman or exhaustive, and so that the kind of actions that we will be taking or identifying to address the gaps are actually the most feasible, the most relevant one, and the process that we have done so far in identifying these gaps and determining the action is exhaustive, no? Parang we really utilize all possibilities in doing, identifying the strategies. Of course, you can do it straightforward, no? Parang you can do it as any tools for that matter, no, that you can use. Okay. Sige. The next important thing that I'll be discussing now is, given these gaps and given this your idea of the proposed strategies to address the gaps, we will be able to help you identify where will the LGU position itself that they can take advantage of the opportunities available, and of course considering the realities, no, of the LGU itself, meaning what are its strengths and what are its weaknesses. Okay, there is a comment here in the chat box, if you would allow me to read it, no. Sabi niya, for municipalities like Asingan is in La Union. Tama, no? Where's Asingan? Pangasinan. Yeah. Where 90% is agriculture, our CMCI local economic indicator will always be low as our agriculture production. 1 billion more or less, it's not included. So yeah. Si engineer, you want to clarify this? Kung anong ibig mo sabihin? I have some ideas kung bakit ganon ang comment mo, but would you like to clarify anong ibig sabihin mo ng hindi included sa CMCI, no, ang agriculture? Yes, engineer. Naka-mute ka, engineer. Engineer, naka-mute ka, yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, engineer.
Ay, kasi sa CMCI naman, hindi naman nila kinukuha yung iba pa. Puro business lang ang kinukonsider sa indicator.
Yeah.
So how about other production areas like agriculture nga, sinasabi ko.
Yeah.
Wherein ang Asingan, 90% nga nandun. Puro lang naman yung mga business establishments ang kinukonsider dyan sa CMCI. just like the other municipalities, ganyan din ang situation namin dito. We're not an industrialized municipality. So paano naman kami lalaban sa uh, pag pagkuha ng data na yan kasi puro business lang naman ang kinukonsider. Yun lang kung ano. Parang skewed yung pagkuha ng data. Dapat i-consider nila yung buong economy ng isang munisipyo.
Unless may tayo dito, si Kathleen is still here in the room. Nandito pa ba si Kathleen? Wala na, no? Sige, I just would like to respond to that. Kasi sir, in terms of economic dynamism, if you look at the indicator or pillar or yung mga specific measures under economic dynamism, ang more kasi ang purpose kasi ng competitiveness, parang how do you strengthen the enabling environment, no? Yung being friendly, business friendly ng isang local government unit. So all these things like government efficiency, like economic dynamism ng mga indicators, like yung resiliency, like your infrastructure development. Supposed to be, the idea is all these factors, yung itong pillars, are done or are identified in such a way to support your primary sectors. Parang in doing an economic plan, aside from looking at the competitiveness ng isang LGU, which is actually parang parang enabling ecosystem siya, kailangan din ng may plano tayo on our agriculture development, our tourism development, at saka yung kung ano man ang ITBPO, kung ano man ang industries that primarily drives your economy. Ibig sabihin, I don't know if I come across correctly, parang in preparing an economic plan, dapat may sectoral plan ka, yung agriculture, tourism, combined with yung competitiveness plan, kasi both of them will form part of really a good economic development plan. You know what I mean, sir? Do you get my point?
I get it, sir.
So ganun ang thinking. That's why if you look at the indicators, walang indicators, walang masyadong agriculture, no? Pero mayroon ng tourism, di ba? Mayroon ng tourism, sir, no?
Yun na nga, sir, eh. Ang primary namin is agriculture, eh. So, hindi kami makakalaban.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, I think that's some of the improvements na ideally dapat by sectoral indicators, no?
Yes, sir.
Na, for example, kung tourism-oriented ka, dapat tourism indicators lang ang gamitin mo. Tapos kung agriculture-oriented ka, agriculture indicators ang gamitin mo. For example, in agriculture, dapat yung production area, yung volume of, di ba, yung volume of production, tama? Di ba?
Yes, sir.
At saka yung productivity. You know, yung productivity is the input-output relationship. Anyway, I think those are some of the improvements that we have. That's why in our discussion sa economic planning, development planning, sa next few slides ko, kino-combine ko talaga yung sector competitiveness at saka competitiveness planning. You know what I mean? Kasi both of them will really bring about the kind of economic development that we hope to see. In short, in practical terms, when you talk about economic development, may DA dapat dyan kung agriculture ka and DTI. DOT siya at saka DTI kung tourism-oriented siya.
Yes.
DICT siya plus DTI kung, di ba, kung ITBPO siya. Yung mga ganon sana ng mga classes ng indicators. I agree with you. That's why in my next few slides, when we talk about competitiveness planning, we really have to take into account kung ano ang sector na nagda-drive ng local economy natin. Tama?
Yes.
Kasi
Yes,
yung
sir.
infrastructure mo, yung government system mo, yung economic dynamism mo, yung mga policies, yung mga tao, should be those that support that particular sector. Tama? Tama,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes,
Kasi
sir.
kung hindi, you will be all over the place na hindi mo makita yung value, no, ng building your competitiveness as a local government unit.
Yes,
Tama.
sir.
Yun ang, I like that idea na na-raise mo yan. Kasi this is where, sabi ko nga kanina in my first slide, dapat whole of government, no? Yung approach ng competitiveness, hindi lang DTI lang or
Yes, sir.
you know what I mean, sir? You know what I mean?
The
Kasi
whole of-
yung bringing about yung growth ng economy, yung poverty reduction is not only through, di ba, not only through growth in the agriculture also, but also the way we deliver, no, our
Yes, sir.
agriculture programs, mga policy natin, mga sistema natin, and so on and so forth. You know what I mean, sir? I think
Yes,
you
sir.
know that in the planning process.
Aha.
Sige. Thank
Sige,
you
sir.
for
Thank you,
raising
sir.
that because that's really a very important point now. Now, when we
Yes,
look
sir.
at competitiveness planning, we should not only look at yung 4 pillars, which is the foundation basically, but we also look at how these 4 foundations of competitiveness support our primary economic driver or drivers.
Thank you,
That's
sir.
my point, yeah. I think it's really very relevant in ang comment mo, sir, sa next natin na slide, which is strategic positioning. Okay, what is that before we discuss that now? Strategic positioning of a local government unit is not just about, being the major agriculture producer or the major bangos producer or the agritourism capital in your locality. It's also about, again, I call it, ang pananaw, what is the understanding, what is the thing that your target clients or market thinks about your local government unit. For example, we keep talking about we are the agritourism capital, we are the bangos capital, but are your stakeholders or your community, the community itself, the market, thinks about you the same way as, or do they think the same way as you do? Na kayo ang kapital ng ng ano. So it's all about making sure ng yung tinatawag nating positioning sa business, yung nagma-match, yung nagfi-fit, no? Product market fit. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yun ang gusto natin alam mo naman, sir, sa planning, no? In our development planning, we looking at our guidelines in the comprehensive development plan. We want to cover everything. All the gaps that the LGU, tama, no? Would
Yes,
like
sir.
to address. Nandun yun sa development plan natin. Tama ako?
Tama, sir.
Di ba kasi current reality gap analysis to, di ba? May mga,
Aha.
ano ba tawag doon? VRA, Vision Reality Gap Analysis.
Yeah.
Lahat ng mga gaps dapat i-address, tama? Pero of
Yes,
course,
sir.
in reality, hindi yun mangyari, di ba? We need to prioritize, tama?
Okay.
Through the LDIP and the
Okay.
annual investment planning mo, no?
Yung
Program
LDIP.
Yeah.
Yung LDIP nga, sir, nililimit pa sa 20% lang ng IRA ang pwede mong ilagay doon.
Exactly. Di ba mahirapan tayo ngayon sa Mandanas,
Mahirap.
no? Mahirap tayo sa Mandanas. Kasi after 2023 ba, you will be on your own, no? You have to really look for additional own sourced revenues, right?
Yes, sir.
Internally generated, yung inyong revenues. So this is where the importance talaga ng economic development comes into play, no? Na talagang hindi na, kasi ngayon, of course, we have a lot of money. What happens if, di ba, ang tax collection natin during the pandemic is really very low? So, di ba, ang computation ng IRA natin, how many years? How many years ba yung
2 years, sir.
2 years, before
Yes,
na
sir.
collection
Yes, sir.
yan, ginagamit natin na figures. So I'm
Yes, sir.
pretty sure 2 years
Twen-
from now, after our pandemic, maliit talaga yung IRA, no?
Yeah, 2020 is maliit.
Oo. So,
So that
mga
will be yung
ganong,
basis for 2023.
exactly. So, more and more na kailangan yung sinasabi natin na ang LGU should be competitive. Ibig sabihin nun, they are able to, attract, investors or resources so that they can do their own economic development. And those 4 pillars are the ones that really are what we have at the moment, in terms of what we have to do as local government units. But of course, I really agree with you, engineer, na na aside from the pillars, we really have to look at our primary sectors. Kasi doon ma-deliver talagang results, no, in terms of poverty reduction, in terms of household income, and so on and so forth. You know what I mean,
Yes, sir.
Ride? So ito yung idea ko na we are introducing na talagang LGU, given its capacity and resources, they really have to find a good strategic place under the sun na they can take advantage of opportunities, of course considering their resources and capacity. Diba? Kasi I mean, even we have all this grandiose plan, at the end of the day, we really have to prioritize. Kasi alam mo naman, even during the pandemic, no, kulang yung mga vaccine, kulang yung health workers natin, yung health systems capacity natin is very poor. I think aside from this discussion natin sa health, makita natin talaga na we don't have enough capacity and resources for health pa lang yan, no, for other services na dapat i-deliver ng natin, ng LGU, tama? Housing, for example. Makita mo na ngayon, if you move around, talaga yung who can only repair their houses, who can only build houses na maganda. Di ba yung may mga extra income, no? And usually these are people from abroad. Tama?
Yes.
Pero kung local lang, talagang hindi ka
Mahirapan.
talaga maka-repair ng bahay mo. Tama? Kulang kuminsan sa pagkain, kulang pa sa basic necessities natin. Tama?
Yes, sir.
Yun talagang problema natin sa Pilipinas, na kung walang abroad ka at talaga hindi mo minamanage yung resources. Di ba, do you agree with me na yung may mga extra income lang ang those who are earning more, no, than the basic needs?
Yes,
So,
sir.
challenging talaga. Kanina sa PowerPoint natin yung ano ba yun, yung sa NEDA, yung 2040 natin na targets, na sana yung mga individual families have all these kinds of measures or indicators. Challenging talaga yan sa atin in terms of economic development. Because how can you buy a car? How can you build a house? How can you send your children to school? Kung kulang nga sa pagkain ng di ba? Yung income na generate natin. So, precisely this is the reason why sa economic development or in any development aspects for that matter, sanang LGU should strategically focus its attention on priorities. And that priority can be expressed in the form of strategic positioning na tinatawag natin. So sa business, ang sabi ni Jack Trout in his book, Positioning, The Battle for Your Mind, ang positioning ko is not just about putting your product in the market, but also understanding how your market or your clients look at your services and products. But sila, ibig sabihin may match, no? Okay. So, how do we translate that into in the LGU level, itong concept na yan? So how do we okay, first, why do we define strategic position in a local government unit? Parang wala ito actually sa sa development planning, ninyo engineer and the rest of our LGU friends, no? Pero nandoon yun sa when you perform a SWOT analysis, di ba, you come up with strategies, and when you strategist, pumipili ka ng ng mga most viable ones. And of course, the most viable one is the one that you can implement, right? So, ang purpose ng why we need to define our strategic position is that we need to clearly distinguish your LGU because it has greater impact. Impact, anong ibig sabihin ng impact? Yung distinguishing marks, parang mole, no? Yung LGU nyo has a greater impact, meaning you are well known as an LGU, for example, that is producing the biggest or the most quality na bangos, or you are an LGU that is having good tourism products or destinations, or your LGU known to be providing quality retail services. So mga ganong mga known to be di ba ginagamit natin palagi yan sa ating sa ating mission statement na do you want to be the
Vision, sir.
capital?
Nasa
Vision statement
yan.
pala, no? Oh,
Nasa
you want to be the Bangos capital, you want to be the festival capital, you want to be ano ba, iba pa. Marami yung ginagawa natin, no? May mga brands tayo. But you can arrive at those particular statements. And actually those statements are statements of strategic position, which is a product of where the LGU is good at, meaning where it can really deliver best services, ibig sabihin may impact, and that LGU is able to fulfill the expectations of your beneficiaries or your community or your stakeholders. That includes, of course, your investors. And of course, the expectation, of course, now is that your LGU is protecting what the external environment is demanding from the LGU. Ibig sabihin, expectation in terms of resiliency, expectation of the investor in terms of lower cost of doing business. Yung mga ganong mga expectations are considered when you develop your strategic positions. And how do you do that? I can actually come up with a guide for you. So simply, when you talk about strategic position, you're talking about what will be your LGU in terms of competitiveness. So to answer that question, you will answer 3 other sub-questions, namely, what kind of impact would you like your LGU to have given your priority industries? Ito na yung sinasabi ni engineer. Na kasi hindi ka maka-identify ng positioning mo in terms of competitiveness kung you don't even know what your products are. Tama?
Yes.
Exactly. So if you think you are in the business of rice production or agritourism or bangos production, you really have to first things first, identify what industries will have a greater impact to your locality. So kung ibig sabihin ng impact is sa agriculture, ibig sabihin nun, you are producing the best bangos or the volume of bangos that you're producing because of the bigger area for fish pond production area is available. So that's actually a priority industry for you. Tama? Because you have the necessary land area, you have the necessary capacity, and you have the market for that. Secondly, kung tourism siya, you are the area where you are attracting more tourists. Tama? Ang tourist arrival mo malaki. At saka yung amount of spending ng turista sa area mo is malaki din. Tama? And the stay, ang length of stay niya in your area is longer. Kasi i-multiply mo ang length of stay times amount spent per day, di ba? Is equals tourism revenues.
Yes.
At saka tourism revenue is an indicator of a tourism destination, no? So kung humahataw ka ng maraming tourists who spend more in your area and it stays longer in your area, ibig sabihin tourism is a priority industry for you. Tama? Kasi it provides more jobs, employment, of course, income to the different industry players in that industry. So ganon ang unang question. What kind of impacts would you like your LGU to have given your industries? So look at your industries and find out what are the impacts of this particular industry. The second question is, what things that your LGU have that they can leverage in terms of competitiveness? Meaning your tourism industry, your bangos fishing or fish pond is better than other LGUs producing bangos or doing tourism activities. So that is what I call your strengths and or opportunities. Alam niyo yan sa SWOT analysis, no? Pero ang focus mo ngayon is looking at your industries, tama? What are your strengths and opportunities, or what are the things that the LGU can leverage, meaning can use, no? Can comparatively use to take advantage of the available impact that you hope to see in your priority industries. And the next important question is, what can the LGU still do or work on so that they will be able to improve its competitiveness. Meaning, what are your weaknesses and strengths when you look at the 4 pillars of competitiveness? What are the areas that you are good at in terms of strengths and weaknesses, looking at the 4 pillars? But of course, when you look at this 4 pillars, in terms of strengths, opportunities, weaknesses, and threats, you are looking at your particular industry. And precisely that is what Engineer Emeterio was saying, commenting, no? Na ma-appreciate mo ang 4 pillars ng CMCI kung i-apply mo siya, gamitin mo siya in the context of looking at whether your priority industries are considered competitive. Exactly.
Yes.
Do you get the point? So
Yes,
that's
sir. Yes.
if you answer these 3 questions, you now can write or can identify where your positioning is in terms of economic development. Di ba? Can you follow? I'll have some examples later on in the slides that will help you appreciate the idea of, for me ngayon, even if your mandate as an LGU covers many things, in the next 3 years, I think you need to really identify your position. Ibig sabihin, ito lang gagawin ko in the next 3 years. Di ba? Kasi kung minsan, parang ang view ko, just comply with the requirements. You have to submit a CDP, your CLUP. But as you go along implementing these projects, you really have to have a very clear idea, or what I call a roadmap. No? Parang you take in bits and pieces from your CDP and come up with a roadmap to make your LGU stand out, no, in terms of competitiveness for a particular priority sector, as Engineer Emeterio was talking
Yes, sir.
about. Sige.
Yun na nga sir, agricultural kami and we're spending more or less
1
65
billion.
65 million a year to increase our yields per hectare, etc. ever since. And nare-reach naman namin yung mga goals namin when it comes to yields. Kaso nga lang, parang
market.
Wala kami sa, kumbaga, sa radar
sa listahan. baka if you take on the list sa CMCI, you can still enhance probably your agriculture.
Yes, sir.
No, productivity. I think that's my theory of change. Baka yun ang theory of improving agriculture nyo by looking at the measures or indicators of competitiveness.
Although
Okay.
we're slowly going towards mga other production areas. Pero agriculture related pa rin, gaya ng poultry tsaka broiler production. So we're going into that. But still related to agriculture.
And I think and I believe that's actually what is needed now for our economic recovery. Now, I mean, focus on value-adding agriculture, diba? Making sure that the farmers get the benefits that they deserve in the value chain.
Mm-hmm.
Diba? Tinuturuan tayo kanina ng value chain. Dapat ang farmer can take advantage of those available resources, those available benefits from the value chain.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sige. For purposes of appreciating what I mean by strategic positioning, I'll give you an example now. Okay. So this is the example. If I want to identify a strategic position. So if you backtrack a little, ang ginawa natin ngayon is what we did actually was we started identifying gaps supposed to be using that real, ideal, gaps, and action agenda. So comply with it. Then from that information, we identify sa mga gaps natin. Gaps, by the way, is actually both positive and negative. Kung matawag natin na gaps, no? Kasi may positive, may negative. No? So you can either consider it as an opportunity or threat, or a strength and weaknesses if it's internal. Okay, for example, your priority industry is bangos, fishing, or agritourism. So that's your answer to the first question. So the second question, what are the things that you can leverage in terms of competitiveness for bangos fishing and agritourism? For example, in your CMCI data, you would say na there is a supportive private sector or there is a growing demand of fishery products based, no? Pero I think the second one cannot be identified by CMCI, no? But you will know that there's growth in your local industries. You don't know whether it's in agri-tourism or in bangos. But that's an example on how you will do that. Parang listing ng mga things that you can leverage on. Then next question is absence of ICT application, maybe one reason or one factor that you can identify. Then absence of an ICT ordinance. So given that information, you can actually, you will produce this kind of information. Then what you do next is actually supposed to be lay out that in a roadmap. Okay, how would I explain this? It's a big it's a big map this is now what I call roadmap, no? So you have identified already your positioning. For example, your positioning, if you look at the diagram that I have now in the screen, no? Don't worry, we'll have an exercise on this though. Your positioning is you want to be an LGU that is considered smart, resilient, and creative. Meaning after answering all those three questions na present ko kanina in the previous slide, you made a statement na you want to be a kind of LGU that is smart, resilient, and creative. Of course, to support, for example, your specific sector or industry. So you can only check, no, whether or not you're smart, you're resilient, or creative if you're able to achieve your impact, which is an improved community well-being. You're able to create employment, or you're able to increase your exports, or meaning products that flow out of your LGU. So the next question in developing a competitiveness plan is, how can economic dynamism support your strategic position? How can infrastructure development support it? And how can your resiliency support it? Remember, you have identified possible SWOT in each, meaning strengths, weaknesses, opportunities. But precisely, I don't want to label it as SWOT. Parang it's very technical, no? I just wanted to, ano bang mga things, activities that will help you create a stable expansion of your, say, agriculture business or industries, or those that support higher employment and would lead to making sure that you achieve your position. What kind of infrastructures, like farm to market road, for example, that will build together as a block to connect, to expand, to sustain your agriculture production, including the provision of the necessary inputs and services, so that you can achieve that kind of a smarter, resilient, and creative kind of agriculture, no, in your community. So, ibig sabihin, anong contribution ng infrastructure to your strategic position? Added to that is capacity to facilitate and increasing jobs, income of citizens despite the shocks brought about by climate change and other sources of stresses. For example, in agriculture, anong impact ng mga diseases, anong impact ng mga biological hazards in your particular industry. So, what happens as part of your competitiveness roadmap is, di ba, in the previous discussions we have this morning, sa pag-analyze mo ng CMCI, you will be able to identify where you are good at and where you are needing improvements in economic dynamism in infrastructure and in resiliency. So you identify that by doing a gap analysis, and you begin to come up with strategic actions. So you can actually start by identifying the strategic actions. Okay, before going into that detail, anong government efficiency? Bakit nasa bottom siya? Because government efficiency are things that will enable the term, no? The factors in economic dynamism in order to support your strategic position. So the government efficiency na pillar sa CMCI are those that will try to support. Ang term ko dito nga is to enable, no? It's some sort of an enabler to ensure that your economy will be dynamic, the available infrastructure are available, and it is resilient. Meaning, in a competitiveness plan, economic dynamism, infrastructure, and resiliency are the core areas or actions or objectives that you need to focus on so that, as engineer would say, supports your agriculture competitiveness or resiliency, if that is the kind of position that you want to take in your locality. Again, no? Ang theory nito is itong enabling factors serves as lubricator or enabler so that you will be able to perform your factors in economic dynamism, infrastructure, and resilience. Alam niyo naman ang importante, no, sa competitiveness, therefore, is the quality of governance, no? Even in that's precisely the reason why in your seal of good local governance, no? Tinitingnan natin yun ng seal of good local governance, tinitingnan natin kung ang isang LGU is well-governed. It's actually because we wanted to ensure that the enabling requirements to ensure that your sectors are competitive, benchmark against CMCI, provides you or drives you or supports your positioning in the next, say, 3 to 5 years. And these are expressed in terms of the quality and reliability of the services that you provide, in this case, to the different players in the agriculture industry, if that's the kind of positioning that you have. Of course, it doesn't always follow also na you don't support the other industries. But very important sa competitiveness planning sana, na for example, your industry is may agriculture kayo, may tourism, may whatever industry. Kung anong primary priority industry ninyo, I think ideally yung mga resources ninyo are dedicated to this industry. Kasi yun ang nagbibigay ng impacts, no, in terms of investments, in terms of employment, in terms of exports. Okay. I would like to emphasize at this point in time na hindi ito different from your CDP planning, 'di ba? Economic dynamism, ito yung economic development. Infrastructure, ito yung, 'di ba, may infrastructure development plan sector. Resiliency, ito yung climate change, 'di ba? DevAd, ito yung government efficiency. Tama? Ang social services, it can be spruced up all over, no? At the end of the day, kuminsan, yung reason why we have LGU is because we wanted to deliver effective social, no, economics or social services. So again, it's just a matter of looking at the different perspectives or changing the way you look at your existing development plan if your focus is competitiveness. Okay, so siguro I'll just finish some of the slides so kasi makita natin mamaya ang sample para ma-visualize niyo kung ano ang the quality of the work. Then after that, what happens is kung bawat box na to may objectives ka, example may 4, no? Or dalawa dito, dalawa rin. So you have 6 plus another 2 here, you have 3 times 2, 6 plus 2, 8, no? May 8 objectives ka, for example. What happens is you have 8 objectives. So bawat objective, tingnan mo kung anong indicator. I mean, I'm describing to you the process. So bawat objective, tingnan nyo kung anong gawa mo ng objective, anong indicator ng objective mo, di ba? Tapos for these indicators, tingnan mo kung anong mga milestones mo, then come up with PPAs. Kasi ibang objective cannot be achieved in 1 year time. But anyway, that's the process that we hope to recreate. No? Okay. I'll give an example para makita nyo kung anong ibig sabihin ng mga concepts na na sinishare ko sa inyo. No? Maybe you want to take a break before hanggang ano oras ba tayo, Marbs? Hanggang 4 lang sana, no? Let me see. Hanggang 4 lang. Pero can I just give an example before we leave, no? Sige. Okay lang kayo? Are you in a hurry? Okay lang. I want to get your opinion. Baka may mga other commitments kayo. Can I see a thumbs up kung okay kayo? I'll just get 30 minutes of your time para I'll just give an example kasi tapos na tayo sa tools. Okay lang kayo?
Sir, okay lang.
Okay, sige. Sige. So here is my example to show na how it is being done. No? A real example, by the way. So, never mind the upper portion. This is a work that we have done in an LGU. No? So after analyzing yung competitiveness pillars ng isang LGU, nakita namin na ang impact na gusto nila makita sa isang community, sa LGU nila pala, is they want to see a resilient community, a resilient economy, and a sustainable environment. Itong mga ganito, makita mo to sa positioning, di ba sa diagram kanina natin, the first column natin na what kind of impact your sectors would like to produce. No? So itong statement na to, they want to become a resilient, they want to be, I can share the materials, don't worry. I'm making some notes here, but I can erase it later. You want to be a resilient city driven by nakita mo may sector sila, no? Service type of MSMEs, no? Retail type of MSMEs and manufacturing based type of SMEs. So ang focus ng attention nila is actually micro, small and medium industries. Kasi after analyzing yung yung first column anong mga industries that have impact on them. Okay. So, yung ginawa, ito yung tinatawag natin kanina na core, no, objectives, core, at saka ito yung enabling. So, ginawa nila, they look at the CMCI data at saka yung other data sources nila. So, they thought na ang isang focus nila is all about environmental sustainability. So resiliency yan sa MCI, no? Resilient transport system with infrastructure yan sa SAMCI. And building the capacity of the communities to deliver services. So I think this is part of economic dynamism, no? And of course, enabling and empowering MSMEs. Ito yung sa gap analysis nila after doing all those 4 pillars and so on and so forth. They came up with this particular economic 4 core drivers or core objectives that you call it. And to support these 4 objectives, ang focus nila is planning, sustainable development planning, workforce development, tao, information, at saka yung policy program, enabling environment, yung mga ease of doing business, ordinance, policy, and so on. So ito yung nakita nila na mga objectives to support yung economic driver nila, which is to be a resilient manufacturing-based retail and service MSMEs. Okay. Bukas kasi, or bukas turuan ko kayo on how to make these statements. So ito yung example na competitiveness roadmap or plan that we hope to help you come up as an exercise tomorrow. So after that, what you will do is you take a slice. Let me check. Focus. So tingnan mo yung competitive workforce, ano ba yun? Ito yung ginawa niya ng bawat objective na to na 8, ginawa niya ng tinatawag kong scorecard. So ito yung dito nalagay yung objectives. Tapos yung yung indicator niya is number of entrepreneurs developed from an innovation, number of businesses with continuity plans. So indicator ito ng itong objective. So to achieve this, dapat may MSME development siya at saka may workforce development. So he laid out the different outputs to come up with a workforce development. Dapat may mga training modules siya. He will develop partnerships. He will establish an academy, a workforce academy. To come up with the MSME development program, he will develop training modules, come up with partnerships with private sector, and develop support systems for MSME. So ginawa ng process, which actually you're actually doing, is to identify programs and projects to achieve this output. So for example, he will conduct training needs assessment, developing modules, conduct the training, establish the college. So you would know where these are. Sa Mandaue City ko to na tulong. Then come up with training programs and establish an innovation center. All these activities or PPAs will all lead you to achieve your output. Similarly, if you want to establish partnership, may isang MOA, coming up with agreement with the chamber, come up with training programs that will show your partnership, and try to come up with another program to show, increase the number of partnerships that you have in relation to workforce development. So ganito ang proseso. Actually, ginagawa nyo to sa comprehensive development planning ninyo. What I'm sharing now to you is just a matter of how you look at all these PPAs and making sure that they are all linked to a specific result that you want to achieve, guided by your objective. So parang tinatahi-tahi lang ang mga proseso na ginagawa natin. So this is another example that you can do for each objective. Sana may ganitong process. Madugo to na process, but actually it's more logical, and so on and so forth. So yun lang naman ang elemento ng tinatawag kong competitiveness plan, no? But however, I think just to help you visualize, and I'll do a summary, of this, which I think you will actually see also dito. Kung gusto ko i-summarize ang mga things na sinabi ko in a while, usually kung i-summarize natin, so you start by identifying the vision, mission, values of your LGU. What you do is just copy the vision, mission, and values from your CDP. The next thing you do is to come up with a strategic position by answering the 3 basic questions leading you to achieve or answer the first major question. And to do that, and next you have to do is to come up with a plan. And actually, this plan are all about laying out the kind of impact that you see, the kind of positioning which is actually similar to the outcome, or as engineer said, the mission. Engineer, no mission to. Yung mission ng, another term for that is the mission. Ito yung vision, no? Vision, mission. Tapos ito yung mga core objectives. Ang core objectives natin in a competitiveness plan involves economic dynamism, infrastructure and resiliency, supported by government efficiency. So to do that, sorry. To do that, I think one of the, if I would lay out the process for you, yung ginawa natin, no, yung ano, yung parang itong steps na ginawa natin, no. So you do a gap analysis for your competitiveness pillars: economic dynamism, infrastructure development, government efficiency, and resilience, and maybe others, no? And of course, as what uh, our FPDC was trying to tell us, na kailangan may analysis din sana tayo ng industry natin. Yung kanina direct diniscuss ni Professor Margarita na may value chain kayo. For example, if your is agriculture, tingnan mo yung production, processing, trading, marketing, and enabling environment. Anong mga indicators dito similar to what we are doing in competitiveness planning? Then anong current situation, anong ideal situation, anong gaps? Kasi both of these will form part of the, what you call this, will form part of your inputs to your SWOT analysis, which is the basis for your coming up with strategic position. Then after that, your strategic, of course, this is the tool to come up with a strategic position. After that, your strategic position is the basis to develop your competitiveness roadmap, which is actually summarized in the slide. And take one objective in your, say, for example, government efficiency. You develop this following scorecard for each of the objectives that you see in that particular roadmap. So this is what I call a roadmap. And this is what I call a scorecard, no? As I discussed. So again, this is the flow of the process, no, that you can probably do. So as an assignment, before I will entertain questions, ang idea ko sana is, siguro ang assignment ko ngayon, yung kanina, yung gap analysis na binigay sa atin ni Kathleen, no? Remember yung ito? Where is it? Here, this one. I think she gave you this example, no, kanina. Did you see that? Pwede natin, kasi parang we need bukas, during the first part of our activity, I wanted you to prepare this table, no? This table na nakita nyo sa screen. Plus, if you have time, you can develop your, kaya ba natin to, yung strategic position bukas? Two major questions lang, two major assignments. Kasi parang tomorrow I'll help you out develop a competitiveness framework by filling up this portion. No? Tama ba? Pwede ba? Kaya ba natin? Parang we need to do, sorry. We need to do this. Nakita nyo sa screen. Then the other one is to answer this question. Pwede ba? Can you do that tomorrow? Para tomorrow, when you present this, I'll help you arrive at this. No? Kasi ito input, no? Kaya ba ninyo yon bukas? Para may homework kayo. This one, and questions on strategic position. Parang sagutin nyo itong mga tanong na to, so that tomorrow I'll give an example, then we will arrive at this particular. I'll teach you how to come up with this, no, in a most simplistic manner. Pero mahirap gumawa nito unless wala tayong input, which is actually this one. And this one. No? Kasi Ala, I think you can answer that very well. So, yun, ang ano ko, I would request ang host, ang ano natin, yung host natin to share the PowerPoint na, so that they can have a guide. Okay. That ends my I think I know it's very short time, but I think you have some ideas on how it is done, no? What do you think? I'm doing too much thing at a glance. Sorry, no, parang I know it's limited, but I just tried my best to paint the picture of the whole process. So again, kung tingnan natin, this morning we look into the CMCI, then the Professor Margarita described to you the value chain. Basically, ang nakita ko doon na importante. Ang challenge natin is to identify yung gaps. So to start with, we can actually look at the competitiveness gap because we have available data for each LGU using the CMCI dashboard. So you can fill up what is the current situation and what is the ideal situation and the gaps. Then you can identify the strategies. Then after that, you can just answer the question on strategic position, which is anong primary industry ninyo, what can you leverage, and what are the areas that you want to work on. Then tomorrow, I want to have 1 or 2 presentations in the morning from 9 to 10:30, but I will spend half of the time for translating those into a competitiveness plan. Parang we will have a guided discussions para makagawa tayo ng isang competitiveness plan using one example. So ideally, kung may mga mag-volunteer bukas, then that's actually a plus to you because we will try to recreate the process now of developing a simple competitiveness plan. I just would like to warn you that for me, I'm not recommending a separate plan. It's just like this one are just frameworks to guide you on how to come up with a competitiveness plan, and this some sort of a roadmap. Parang most of this information can be taken from all your existing plans already in place. No? Like if you have a CDP, you have a CLUP, you have this data on data on CMCI. If the engineer Bukas will want to have an agriculture competitiveness plan, then we can use it. I will help you out come up with an agriculture competitiveness plan using the economic pillars or the competitiveness pillars, or a tourism competitiveness plan. Diba? I mean, the idea of competitiveness is when it makes a difference in terms of the sector that you're working with. No? Kasi if not, it's just like, having to report on your data, no? Parang nagre-report ka lang na we are the best in infrastructure development, we are the best in economic dynamism. So what if you're the best? That's what your question is, diba? So what if you're in the top 20 out of 100? To answer that question properly is when that particular status that you have in terms of competitiveness makes a difference in terms of the sector that you're having, no, in your locality. I think that's the value, no, of why you are competitive, why you want to be competitive. You know what I mean? Do you get the point that I really wanted to emphasize is ang value ng CMCI is when it contributes to making your priority economic drivers competitive. Diba? Ayun ang, parang after all is said and done, you receive an award in the most economically dynamic LGU. But I think the test of the pudding is in the eating. So that award is as valuable as when it makes a difference in the sector that you're working with. So yun ang naman ang yun ang exercise natin bukas na gagawin natin and how we can utilize that for that particular purpose. Sige. So we can depende sa inyo. I have time. For me, if you have questions, we can discuss it now. Or if you really have questions to think about, and you can throw it actually even tomorrow, no, if you want to. Sige. That ends my presentation.
Okay, so are we done? Okay na po tayo.
Yeah, that's actually ends the concept of it. So yung assignment natin bukas, they have to fill up yung gap analysis na piniset na for the assignment ni Kathleen from DTI. Then after that, the strategic position worksheet. Then from there, after your presentation, I will lead you to coming up with a simple competitiveness plan for your particular industry, given the information that you will be sharing to me. Maybe we can, if you want, we can have volunteers now, or we can just have it tomorrow. Para at least I have some idea also kung sino ang interesado bukas, para I can have a work to be done tonight to look at your status, your profile from the website. Or we can just do it tomorrow. Sinong interesado to present tomorrow?
Okay, so
Narbs, is it okay or just tomorrow na lang?
po sir, na pag-usapan na natin ngayon kung who will be the presenter tomorrow. Magpe-present ng kanila pong
Baka kung gusto ninyo, we can do that. Or we can just pick up anyone from tomorrow. Para may
natin, sir, kung merong magbo-volunteer.
Ngayon, sige.
Okay, so meron po bang magbo-volunteer among po sa ating mga participants? Baka yung iba po meron na rin sila ng mga strategic positioning and then the gap analysis, no? So baka meron po sa inyo, sa atin po mga participants ang magbo-volunteer. If wala po ay kami na po ang magpipick Okay, so baka naman po from LGU Asingan, sir, okay po tayo for the presentation tomorrow? Or medyo may mga gagawin pa tayong
May atinan akong mamaya function ng vice mayor namin. Hindi ko mahirap siguro mag-prepare. At agricultural kami. So niisip ko kung pwede naming magawa na maganda-ganda para sa Singan.
Ano yung primary product ni Sir Tobacco?
Sir, yung mga taga Ilocos, naiinggit ang mga farmers sa amin. Dahil dito sa amin, vegetable rice ang ginagawa namin . So wala silang
rice and vegetable.
O, di ba?
Yeah, because there's no program sa DA for tobacco.
For tobacco farmers, ang dami nilang nakukuhang benefits. Pero yung mga rice farmers, wala. Diba? Yun lang naman ang they're not being given the benefits. They're producing more and more rice, pero hirap nga. Ngayon nga, wala yung 17 pesos na support price per kilo. Binibenta dito sa amin, nasa 16 pesos lang per kilo ngayon ang rice.
Yeah.
So, kawawa sila. Yun lang. Yung Kaya, although pumapasok na yung ibang mga negosyo, like poultry, and FYI lang, we have now the best buffalo milk products here in Asingan. We have a center now.
Yeah.
We consider it as one of the
agriculture talaga, no?
Yes, sir.
Sige. Yeah.
Okay.
So
may present ako bukas.
Pa-present ka bukas, sir?
Try ko, sir.
Sige. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Parang kasi maraming mga agriculture communities here. I think it's also valuable kasi maraming mga agriculture LGUs.
Sa mga sir, sa mga bangus producing towns siguro, marami silang
isa rin interesado rin sa bangus.
Sige, sir. Thank you po.
Sige. We have one or two pwede na para we can maximize. Ang objective ko bukas personally is to, from that information, we can actually recreate how to prepare a roadmap, the competitiveness roadmap for your LGU.
Okay, so
Sige, thank you.
Thank you
sir.
po.
Thank you.
Ayan, so I
Thank
think
you.
si Ma'am Narvi na ang magde-decide kung sino po yung ating presenters for tomorrow. So ang po sir yung
Dalawa.
Oo,
Dalawa lang.
dalawa. Para okay lang po ba sir na yung isa ay magpre-present for yung output nila kay Ma'am Kathleen and then yung isa po is yung output
Yeah,
nila po
pwede rin.
yung assignment niya po para hindi po sila masyadong maano.
Oo nga, dalawa lang di ba? Yung kay Kathleen at saka yung positioning.
Apo, pero tig-isang LGU na lang.
Isang about LGU, isang okay, pwede rin.
Okay lang
Sige.
po. Okay.
So one LGU will do the
Will present
positioning,
for the
other
output.
one is the
Opo.
sige.
Okay lang po yun, sir.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay
But
po.
I will work back and I will work forward.
Okay pa. Okay.
So I need tago din.
Okay, Ma'am Narbs.
Ma'am Narbs.
Kung palang Asinggan, pinapa-clear po ni Ma'am Narvi kung are you going to present tomorrow daw po, sir?
Yes daw, sabi niya kanina.
Yes. So isa na po kayo, sir. Tama po.
Hindi pa sigurado ma'am dahil may gagawin ako. I'll try. Try kong pagpuyatan kung kaya ko kung ano.
Di simple lang naman, sir. Yeah.
Try ko ma'am. Try ko.
Okay. So, Ma'am Narbs, isang LGU pa?
Dalawa, pwede rin.
Na lang tayo, ma'am, kasi para meron tayong backup just in case. So,
tatlo
lang
lahat
tayo
po.
ng dalawang LGU po para
More,
Okay. Ma'am Narbs.
So, dalawa po ang hinihingi na LGU na mag-present. Isa na po dito ang Asinggan. Pero sabi ni sir, hindi pa siya sure. Pero sana sir, sure na po kayo. Tatawagin po namin kayo tomorrow. And then kung hindi kayo available, sana mag-assign na lang kayo ng inyong representative. So, isa na po ang galing sa Pangasinan. We need one from Ilocos Sur. Sa mga taga Ilocos Sur, please volunteer. And kung hindi po kayo mag-volunteer, kami na po ang magpa-PowerPoint. Nandito po ba ang mga taga Ilocos Sur? Nako. Please, pakikuan lang, kaway-kaway lang po dyan kung andyan pa kayo. The province of Ilocos Sur, andyan pa po ba? Provincial government of Ilocos Sur? Hello?
Pa-virtual thumbs up na lang po sa atin po mga participants from Ilocos Sur.
Provincial government, andoon po.
Ayun.
Ayan, andoon po si Ma'am PPDO sa Office of the Planning Officer. Nandoon din po from Tagudin, nandyan po.
Tagudin.
Tagudin, Ilocos Sur. Narbacan, nandyan po ba? Santa Cruz. Nako. Wala ang Santa Cruz ngayon. Naka-off na sila. Tagudin, nandyan po. Tagudin. So, okay kayo, sir? Pwedeng paki-open po ang screen ng Tagudin. Hello, Tagudin. Nagtago na yata.
Tago din.
Oo. Pero doon lang yung sabi ko po, free po kayo na mag-volunteer. Pero kung hindi po kayo mag-volunteer, sana po ay kanina po ang mag-appoint or pointer. Doon sa province, PGIS po, okay po kayo, ma'am? Ma'am?
Ma'am, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Kayo na lang po mag-present doon sa strategic position.
Hindi pa namin tapos, ma'am, but naumpisahan na po namin yung competitive profile.
Dito naman sa strategic position ay very clear naman po ni Sir Francis at sagutin niyo lang yung mga priority industries ninyo. Ano ba yung mga sector na kailangan ninyo doon para dito sa industries ninyo? And then ano ba yung mga kailangan pa na kailangan pa ng iyong probinsya para kayo ay magiging competitive? Parang yung position, parang nag-a-answer lang kayo, ma'am. Yung question na yun, Mr. Doon sa strategic position.
Answering questions na naman.
So siguro, sir, pwede nating ipakita ulit kung ano yung question doon sa strategic position para makita po nila.
Yeah, ito. Ito lang naman. Can you see the screen? Yeah.
Ayan. Strategic position statement. So, sagutin lang po natin ito. What kind of impact would you like the LGU to have given your priority industries? So, ano ba yung mga priority industries sa Ilocosur?
Yeah.
May example kanina. So, pwede po na natin gawin na reference yun para sa ating gagawin na para sa pagsagot natin itong strategic position. And then
don't worry, it's a good way to also learn if you do it. Diba?
So, okay lang sa iyo, ma'am?
Sige.
Wait lang. I-open ko lang itong ano. Okay. Yung strategic position po of the province is still yung it anchors our provincial vision of being a business friendly. And also, what kind of impact would you like the LGU to have given your priority industries?
Ano yan, ma'am? Nagre-report na kayo or assignment?
Bali, yun po yung assignment. Doon po kami nag-start.
Opo, ma'am. Yun
Para
yung
magawa po namin.
Yun po yung mga tanong na sasagutin po ninyo.
Yes, ma'am.
So doon sa question number 1, ano ba yung mga industries na ginagawa sa Ilocosur? An example ni Sir Francis ay yung bangos at saka yung mga agritourism. So ano naman po sa Ilocosur? So yun po yung pag-isipan po ninyo kung ano ba yung industries na nandoon, yung tobacco industry ba? Tourism industry, yun po ang pag-isipan po ninyo, ma'am. So, yun po yung magiging assignment. Kayo na po yung magpe-present bukas na isa and the other one is from Asingan.
Yes, ma'am. We'll report po tomorrow. And andito rin po yung isang kasama natin na participant, si ENP Lobby Taaka. Kasi may siya rin po yung isang mag-present in behalf sa amin po.
Pwede kayong mag-refer sa inyong CDP, ma'am, tungkol dito. Your Provincial Physical Framework Plan. Doon kayo mag-refer.
Yes po, no problem po, ma'am.
Okay na, Sir Francis? Yung number 1 na question, yung sasagutin nila yung assignment ni Ma'am Kathleen. Yun ang sasagutin ni Asingan upon
Yes.
PDP. And then yung strategic position, yun naman po ang sasagutin ng province of Ilocos.
Province of Ilocos, no? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Sa CMCI kasi yung province of Ilocos Sur is a composite score, no, ng lahat ng municipalities, right? Sa CMCI, yung rank ng province is a composite score of the different municipalities. No? Sige. Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Okay, so maraming salamat po, sir, for
8:30 tayo.
very comprehensive presentation. Ayan. So sa atin pong mga participants, yung atin pong mga assignment, please po gawin po natin kasi yun po yung i-present natin first thing tomorrow. Kasi yung first part po ng ating activity for tomorrow, yun pong presentation po ng ating mga output.
Yes.
Ayan.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much.
Opo. So to be clear lang po, yung output 1, yung sa kay Ma'am Kathleen to be presented by the LGU of Asingan. And then yung strategic position po ay sa PGIF naman.
Okay. Sige, thank you. Okay.
Okay. Okay, so I guess back tayo doon. So, bago po natin i-end yung atin pong activity for today, so let's take a look lang po sa atin pong session tracker. So, kaninang umaga, yun nga, natapos naman po natin lahat ng ating mga scheduled na mga topics kaninang umaga. So, for session 3, yun po yung natakel po kaninang hapon. Yun po yung ating first topic for this afternoon. And then sinundan po yan ng local economic assessment ng session 4 na present po sa atin ni Ma'am Professor Hilario. Pero meron pa po tayong kulang dyan. Meron pa po tayong utang na topics for the local economic assessment. So i-present po tomorrow morning, before po ng presentation ng ating mga output. Ayan. So sa session 5 naman, yung atin pong katatapos lang, yung competitiveness plan development. So naipakita naman po sa atin ni Sir Francis yung kung paano po tayong mag-formulate or mag-develop po ng ating competitiveness plan. So medyo overwhelming siya pero kayang-kaya po ng ating mga participants yan dahil yan po ang kinabubuhay ng ating mga MPDCs and mga planning officers po ng mga provinces. Ayan. So for tomorrow po yun atin pong output ng atin pong magpre-present po ang Municipality of Asingan for the kay Ma'am Kathleen. And for the PGIS again is yung ating pong strategic positioning. Ayun. Okay, so I guess that would be all po. And reminder lang po na yung activity natin tomorrow will start at exactly 8:30. So sa atin po mga participants ay mag-onboard na po tayo prior to that time para po makapag-catch up po tayo sa atin pong mga preliminaries kasi meron pa po tayong mga exciting naman na kasi medyo mabigat yung ating mga topics. So mabibigyan po naman namin kayo ng surprises tomorrow. So please be on time po sa ating virtual classroom. Okay, so are there any questions, concerns po para sa ating mga participants, especially sa ating mga assignment? Okay na po, wala na po tayong question doon. Ayan, so I guess okay naman po lahat na, no? So okay, pero we have to clarify lang po na ang presenter lang po ay si Asinggan and PGIS, but all LGUs po are required to have their outputs and to be submitted tomorrow. Ayan. So mag-prepare na lang po kami ng Google Drive wherein you can shoot your outputs po. Pero yung presenter natin is Asinggan and PGIS lang, but all LGUs are required to prepare their outputs po. Okay po? Ayan, so that would be all po and maraming salamat. See you again tomorrow at 8:30 po. Maraming salamat. God bless you all.